Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the historical round 14 of FIDE Candidates 2022 edition. And off we go. Your commentating duo, uh, your boring Daniil Yuffa and Evgenij, aka Miroshnichenko, strong grandmaster, and my favorite colleague. Welcome, Evgenij.
Welcome, Daniel. Such an introduction. You could have been working at the boxing ring.
Announcing, yeah,
Yeah, like boxing announcer. Yeah, in the blue corner. Yeah,
in the blue pants.
machine. No, they call like in the blue corner machine gun punch, whatever.
Yeah, Iron Bull Mike
Anyway,
Tyson.
absolutely. Yeah. Anyway, well, it's sad to say the intrigue a little bit died out since Jan has already won the tournament, right? But there is still an interesting 14th round to be played for the money, and quite interestingly for the second place, right? Magnus Carlsen, who earlier this year denied to play the World Championship match with anyone else but Alireza Firouzja, right? I mean, it was quite a bit of a hype. So on, I think recently, I think I've seen it today. He clearly spoke to FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich. They were discussing something on the phone, if I got it right. And there is no clear answer. Being asked by journalists recently, like, Magnus, will you play the match against Jan? Well, he said, we will see. So there is still this intrigue that someone who takes second spot is, well, with non-zero chance of playing the World Championship match.
True. Still, I believe in the following scenario. Like FIDE and Magnus discussing the format of the match, probably adjusting the number of games, the number of free days, and as far as I'm concerned, they are planning to like include the match in like of 3 sets, and each set contains 4 games each, and this is the format is already being practiced in Magnus Tour tournaments, if I'm not mistaken. Like
Yeah.
players play
Okay,
knockout.
so yeah, you play 3 sets. They're basically the tennis system, right?
Mhm.
But best of three sets. Yeah, that would make it interesting. That would uh, possibly shorten the match, right? If one performs very well, it kind of gives you a chance to come back after disastrous start.
Mhm.
It will be, on the other hand, it will be a funny situation that you can score, or rather finish in minus, but
Yep.
win the match, right? So you lose first set of 4 games. Basically, you play 3 games, you lose all three.
And then you
You've
won
lost
two
first set,
sets.
and then you won 2 sets by +1, and then you win the match, right? Which will be kind of scandalous for the chess world. But yeah, well, it does feel that we are, in this era that everything's changing, and I wouldn't mind some changes to the World Championship
Mhm.
match.
Neither me.
Make,
And actually, that sort of changes is already been implemented in tennis, in hockey, for example. Obviously, nobody counts the certain number of points scored by the basketball team, so like the win is the win. And if you have series to like like who is the best in 7, and no matter if you lost like 0 to 100, then 189, 4 games out of 7 you are the winner. Actually, this idea has some sort of sense, so I tend to agree it's not a dubious idea at all. And obviously, like you you folks of course know how, I mean, uninteresting was the match between Jan and Carlsen when Jan lost the second game. Obviously, the intrigue didn't die down after the first loss, like uh, the longest game, which took 7 hours 45 minutes and finished it with the victory of Magnus. But then after the second loss, I believe like 99% of chess fans all over the world started clearly like understanding and realizing the current situation that Magnus is winning the match and there is no chance for Jan. And probably this idea, like kinda making World Championship match more intriguing.
Yeah, it will be perhaps less once again if we are on a mission to determine the strongest chess player, of our time. That one thing, but like, let's be honest, uh, if our objective is to be called sports, right? So the world champion is the one who wins the world championship tournament or the match in our
Hmm.
case, and that's it, right? And nobody is disputing, like, okay, one guy won, but then we can say, oh, okay, but the other guy had better results throughout the year, so this is not a real world champion. That's nonsense in any other sport. Yet
Hmm.
here in chess, it's a very common talk, right? So, oh, okay, but he's not worthy world champion, and so on and so on. Right.
And talking about the how 4th of July is historical. First of all, for the chess fans, I think it's good to know that today is, if I'm not mistaken, the 50th birthday of the younger Riga magician Alexei Shirov, who turns 50, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm like
Yeah,
100% sure.
1972, right. I think you're right. 1972. Incredible.
So, like, I hope to see some fire on the board today, just in like in favor and
In
in honor,
celebration of
and celebration of,
Firov's birthday, yeah.
yep.
Okay, let's see. So, what do we have on the menu? Rapport with Radjabov. Guys probably lost their, let's say, motivation whatsoever, but still, who knows? Maybe it'll be an interesting game. Yeah.
Hmm.
Then, yeah, we have once again reminded what the score table looks like. And apart from Jan, at least one defeat was suffered by every other player, right?
Hmm.
And yeah, do we have it absolutely accurate? I'm not sure, because if you count like points, it seems, yeah, Ding is on +1 and Naka is on +1, which is not
No,
correct,
no,
right?
no. I believe like the last game, like,
The last game is not there.
is not there, just out of the screen, out of the big
Yeah,
screen.
so we don't see it on the
Yeah,
screen.
because it's only 13 games and Naka won.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday.
Anyway, so the biggest intrigue there today is, of course, a game between Ding and Nakamura, right?
Yep. And Nakamura
So
has black
Jan,
pieces.
yeah, Jan cannot be reached whatsoever, so he's first. But then these two guys are battling it out for the second place.
Yeah, obviously. And it could be an important day. For all of a sudden, it could be a very important day for both of the players. Like, even for Ding being third currently, if he wins, he potentially plays the World Championship match. But is in a
Well,
sort of must-win situation. Like, how funny it wouldn't be, how hilarious it wouldn't be heard.
yeah. No, but same for Naka. Well, apart from being in a must-win situation, yeah, he's not in a must-win
No, no,
situation.
he has to make a
He's
draw.
fine with a draw, yeah. But once again, it's a very very strange tournament. Now that I'm thinking of it,
Hmm.
because well, the history of candidates tournaments, as was well mentioned quite a few times on this broadcast as well, is it's a type of a tournament that at some point you go all in, right? Because only one place matters. It's basically first and all the rest
Hmm.
usually. Like, unless you are, I don't know, wild card promising youngster who was included just to have fun. So unless you were not planning to fight for the first place to begin with. But basically every single participant of the candidates, at some point he feels like, okay, that's my last chance. Maybe it comes in round 7, right?
Hmm.
Like Rapport decided against Jan. I'm not sure if it was a right decision, right? But when he avoided this repetition, like, because he felt, okay, I'm making draw after draw after draw, the guy has plus, so maybe I have to push. Right. But in this tournament, there is also this stupid second place, which does not qualify you anywhere.
Hmm.
But at the same time, you kind of you play for first, but you keep second in mind. So all in, but not really. That would be my motto, like playing.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm all in. I'm all in, but still, So it's a little bit strange.
This
Yeah.
is because of somebody decided to throw something on the fan, and
Yeah. Well, so Magnus is to blame for it. Yeah,
yeah,
in a way. Yeah, blame being, of course, like not serious blame, but yeah, and maybe on the other hand, we shouldn't. It's not like official Magnus Carlsen legal Twitter account, right? But stated this. I think
yep,
I think he was on Twitter or whatever it was, maybe in some interview, but it wasn't the legal statement, right? So he just mentioned, okay, I'm getting bored, so unless Ali Reza wins, I might not play the
yeah.
match. He never said
I
I
believe.
will not play the match.
Yep, I believe it wasn't mentioned only once, and his statement has been heard for several occasions. Yeah, but anyway, we should probably focus more on chess today and enjoy the last round of the tournament where like everything is pretty much solved, and on the other hand it can give us like a full like like any kind of emotions, because people are like the players are not trying to show off their like solid prep. Probably some of them they will enjoy just an opportunity to play chess and worry about nothing, especially the players who are not fighting even for the second place, because Caruana having 6.5 is not fighting for second place anymore, because there is a direct encounter between Ding, who is 7, and Nakamura, who is 7.5. So Caruana
Yeah,
has no
absolutely.
theoretical
So
chances to be the second. And
yeah,
yeah, obviously, maybe it's a good opportunity for Duda to like shut the door loudly, winning his game against Nepomnyashchy. And
Yeah, that's always an extra motivation. Yeah, this I perfectly agree. Duda against Nepo, even though, yeah, Jan has already won, has qualified, but you are playing against the winner of the candidates. You are yourself a winner of, yeah, in Duda's case, he's the winner of a World Cup, right? So,
mhm,
so why not? Like, try to win the game at least
yeah,
to assert dominance, yeah, as they say.
just to
Um,
sort things out, I believe that on the analyzers board, it is my game. Sorry, it is a game between Ding and Nakamura. And
really
yeah, I just want them to coincide. So I would ask them to, I would ask the broadcast team to like switch,
change,
yeah, change the
switch the
board. Yeah.
names, yeah.
So it's
So
a game between
this you
Ding and
mean
Naka. All right. Yeah, so yeah, we will do it quickly.
so?
Maybe otherwise it will be not a senseless decision to switch to Dude against Nepomnyashchy, because I believe.
Yeah. Just show us some other board. Even though this is kind of the biggest intrigue of today's round, the position so far in this Ding versus Nakamura is not very inspiring.
Hmm.
Absolutely symmetrical stuff, right?
Hmm.
Okay, this is the Petrov
Yeah,
or Russian game, Russian defense, whatever it's called.
yeah, a very patriotic in the funny sense of a word opening by Jan.
Yeah, I don't think he has taken this into account when he was preparing. It's just a very solid opening.
True, true.
Let's be fair. Yesterday I was thinking about the I don't know if I should call it coincidence or latest trend
Huh?
that uh, stylistic preferences of the players, which I think we were taught back then that you tailor your opening repertoire according to your stylistic preferences.
Hmm.
I mean, very very simply put, you're a tactical player. You're looking for attacking lines, right?
Hmm.
You're more positional. You're looking for something more solid. And yet we have two players in this tournament basically playing each other, Duda and Nepomnyashchy, who both played the Petrov and the Naidov. And this is kind of to me at least, it's two least imaginable kind of combining openings,
Yep.
right? You either do I do one or the other, like you either do one or the other. Duda did both in this tournament. I don't think Jan ever played, if I'm not mistaken, Jan didn't play c5 in this
In
tournament,
this
but
tournament,
still,
no.
yeah, but he's known, of course, for being
Probably that's the reason why he's on top.
yeah.
Because I believe in mostly in every game in neither of Black faced like a lot of difficulties, especially so it was Firouzja losing twice in neither against Nepomnyashchy and Nakamura, and Nakamura winning another game in the same line against Duda yesterday. So Black scored 0 out of 3 in neither of these tournaments. But neither of like on contrary, neither has a reputation of a very solid opening, and uh, it gives me some sort of very like ambiguous thoughts about like reconsidering my opening repertoire.
Oh well. Okay, and this position that we have, could you show the opening moves, because I suspect I know how it comes about,
Hmm.
but just to
Like
double
that.
check, knight f3, knight f6, and then d4, knight takes, pawn takes. Hang on a second. So pawn takes on e5 is already
Mhm.
kind of not the main line, right?
I believe
Bishop
this
d3.
is a line as well, like bishop c5, then we second f2,
Yeah, after de5,
like this
bishop
one,
c5, it's this crazy line which actually leads
a
to
draw.
a draw, if I'm not
But I
mistaken.
don't
Yeah,
remember how actually it appears.
there is this. Yeah, yeah,
Like if I'm not mistaken, maybe king e2, but it looks a bit suspicious.
yeah. Okay. Anyway, so there is this line, and there is also nothing wrong with d5. Yeah, knight
King
d2, queen
d7.
d7. Queen d7 is funny. Yeah.
Mhm.
Queen d7 is funny, but I think it's known by now that this is a possible move. Yeah. Bishop, what did he do? Bishop d3 just to
Mhm.
drive the knight away. Then he went bishop e2, knight e6, castles.
Bishop e7.
Yeah,
So explain me as like for me not being a Petrov frequent player, so probably I had Petrov 0 times in my career with both pieces. Like what was wrong with knight f4?
knight f4 going after the bishop. Well, the answer is I don't know. Maybe you just spent too much time. So, I mean, I have no answer in terms of like opening knowledge, but
Mm-hmm.
I would guess maybe you're
Intuitively,
a
maybe.
little bit, yeah, kind of knight. Yeah, this is also an option c4, but I was thinking maybe knight b3 to force you to take.
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes, and maybe I'm too fast with rook d1 c4 threats. So maybe you'll have to spend, yeah, like b6, rook d1, bishop a6, though, right?
Still, it's far from clear. Maybe I would rather pick white. Somehow I do like white. No.
Yeah. Here I might have some funny moves like e6, or maybe on a previous move, like instead of rook d1, could
Mhm.
e6 be an option? Like e6, if you take with the queen, I just go away, right? To I don't know, d2 is awkward, but maybe d2.
Maybe
Yeah,
these
maybe
two.
d2. Yeah, and then rook e1, and well, once again, I don't know for sure, but it does feel a bit dangerous. Black is underdeveloped
True.
severely, right?
All
All
right.
right, and also they are claiming, I think, that the knight on e6 is a very good piece, right? So it's not necessarily that you want to trade for it for this
Yeah,
bishop.
it's a fair point, obviously. Like the blocking knight, as we call it,
Hmm.
knight
And
f1.
this structure itself is quite remarkable, right? So on one hand, it's clear that white has some kingside potential with
Mm-hmm.
pawn on e5, right? But also black is not without a counterplay, and for white it's not that easy to achieve this f4 f5 that is kind of something you want to do with the structure, right? You want to push the f pawn, but how do
Mm-hmm.
you do this? It's very awkward. So I think white, what he usually does, he's trying to progress with piece play, like in our game, knight f1 to g3, so on.
Yeah, I believe he'll play c3 on the very next move, just
Yeah,
in order
c3 is
to
an option, of course.
and put his knight to f5 if it would be allowed to,
Yeah, knight g3. Well,
or knight e3 maybe is a bit more precise in order to
knight
have an
e3
option
is
to
an
play knight
interesting
g4.
move. Yeah, yeah,
All
knight
right,
e3 is an interesting move.
at least some game. This is what I like. Like despite
Well, it.
playing
Mhm.
Petrov, the position is quite playable. It's quite fighting.
I actually like it for white. I
Hmm.
don't know why Jan is playing it that quickly. Looks promising for white.
True, true.
It's not so obvious. Once again, in terms of structure, it's not so obvious what black is supposed, how black is supposed to react, right? I mean, I can see a lot of useful moves for white, like yeah, just go to g3. Yes, as you mentioned, c2, c3 to keep the bishop on this diagonal. Go to g3, maybe push the h pawn forward. So white clearly has options.
I believe
How
like
black
b5,
is?
d4, bishop b7 will be
Yeah,
the plan.
maybe b5 and d4. Yeah, if it works. Yeah, this could be an idea.
Double-edged, pretty double-edged.
Yeah, there is also an option. Is it white to move, right? White's to
No,
move.
it is black.
It's,
Bishop
it's
d3 was the
sorry,
last
sorry.
one.
Yeah. The bishop went to e2, back to d3, to back to e2 too many times.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
why.
starting right away with c3 would be a bit naive. I mean, like clearly showing off the like white's intention to put the bishop to c2. Like bishop d3 looks a bit more flexible because black has to
Hmm.
take into account some bishop f5 moves as well. Or c4 at once, like maybe it's not that bad at all.
Yeah, c4 makes sense. It's just that if you wanted c4, you could have done it with bishop on e2,
Hmm.
right?
True. Well, like
So bishop
bishop d3
d3.
brings some kind of flexibility.
Yeah. So now the question would be if black plays. I mean, what does black do? Does he play c4 here, trying to drive the knight away, drive the bishop away from this diagonal, like c4, bishop f5, g6. Who knows?
Good question.
But it creates a lot of dark square weaknesses.
Like intuitively, I would play b7, b5 in order to like first avoid c2, c4 in any like by all means.
Hmm.
Then prepare bishop b7. Obviously, like if I'm not mistaken, it's called like wide fianchetto or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So like bishop, like playing b6 looks obviously more solid, but bishop like b5 is a bit more ambitious, and uh, like
Getting ready for some c4, d4 stuff,
yeah.
right?
So anyway, black's plan is connected with pushing the pawns on the queen side, so it's a good preparation move, I believe.
Yeah, then perhaps c3 is to follow. I was thinking of knight e3 in this position with some funny threats of like
Hmm.
capturing on d5, but yeah, but once again, it's a threat, knight d5, and then if you take bishop h7, but at the same time, it's hard to imagine what move black has to play to blunder this, right? Like practically every single move protects against this
Hmm.
threat.
Well, but still the game goes on like bishop b7. You can try knight f5.
Yeah, knight
Yeah, it
f5.
doesn't look
And
senseless at all.
honestly, here I'm not sure if it's such a big deal if you take the bishop, right?
Hmm.
So
Like
like
I can play d4. I don't know.
d4,
The pawn is
yeah,
hidden.
you could, but even c4. I mean, how bad is that? C4.
Like one of the few things that we have to be worried of is the blockade. Like taking the bishop f5, and then like c3, bishop e3, and so
Uh-huh.
on.
Yeah, knight c6, c3, bishop e3, and then that would leave our bishop on b7 terribly passive. Yeah,
Hmm.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, it's a very, very complicated position, very complex.
And
So,
yeah, and perhaps you're right. It's black is not without a chance, right? So he has to act very cautiously for the next few moves,
mhm.
because for white it's kind of easier to imagine where the pieces are going. But yeah, but maybe black can organize a nice counterplay. All right, let's switch to something else, maybe.
Yeah, let's move on to Nakamura game against Dingo, I suppose.
Uh huh. Symmetrical. What it was? Queen's Gambit accepted.
Hmm.
That's what I was thinking. Well, you could have it from different lines, yeah.
Hmm. Wow, we've got pretty symmetrical position. And like frankly speaking, from the very beginning, I don't know why people are opting for e3 instead of c takes d5 because like this position like this is a very first very crucial moment of the game, and the difference between c takes d5 and e3 is quite principled. So white is choosing between two very different options. The first one is that, and like the game goes on. White having a center, but black already traded a couple of minor pieces in order to like to breathe easier, because it's a very well-known rule to trade as many pieces as you can in the positions with a shortage of space. And on the other hand, after e3, white kind of provoking black to create an isolated pawn. Let's say after d takes c4, b takes c4, I believe c takes d4 can be played, but a6 was played in bishop d3. Still, it's a kind of well-known position, and this is a position on the board, and it's white to move, and like everything is like not relatively, but like absolutely is the similar, is the same. Apart from bishops on d3 and e7, it's hilarious.
Yeah, pardon me. I just got disconnected for some reason. Yeah, but
Mhm.
I'm back, guys. Sorry for that. Yeah. So I think I've missed your explanation. Yeah. So E3, a choice between E3 and CD5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at this particular position, like
Yeah, I agree. This one offers kind of better chances, but isn't it that CD5 nowadays they play CD4? Isn't this a problem?
probably yeah, that was a
CD4,
game.
Queen D4, this, this Wesley Saw line, I want to call it. I
Is
don't
it?
know if it's probably not, but I remember him playing and defending this endgame after E takes, E4. Remember, like countless games
Hmm.
of Wesley Saw.
Probably like the most remarkable game in this position was played in the very last game of the World Cup 2021 between Karyakin and Duda, and
Yeah,
between
Duda
Duda and
Karyakin.
Karyakin. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice game
Yep.
won by Duda.
All right. Yeah. And this is the current position, and I hardly imagine how Dink will create some sort of instability on the board in that particular pawn structure.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still like not totally symmetrical, but yeah, the feeling is uh, the more you try to push with white, I mean, the riskier it gets for you.
Yeah, like the bishop d3 on d3 implies that knight
Some
e4
queen
moves
side,
is
yeah.
possible.
Uh-huh,
Like
94, yeah, fair enough. Can there be? I mean, I'm not very good in calculating lines, but is
neither me.
knight before a thing?
Wow.
Knight before, can this be played?
Valid point, at least.
Okay, A, B, 94, this much I can calculate, right?
You know,
so,
like I believe the
so
only thing that can be bothering black is bishop takes f6.
bishop f6. Uh-huh.
So like
And
you
then
have to take on d3 with the queen, I suppose.
yeah, you're right. I have to take d3 and you take e7. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so it's probably just doesn't work really.
Hmm.
Queen d3 takes on e7 and it's a piece down. No, no,
Yep.
knight before, forget it.
Hmm. No, no, but it was
Forget.
a, I mean, it was a clearly an interesting idea because there is a lot of ways where a lot of positions where knight such threats like knight before are valid, So
Mm-hmm.
after knight e4, like let's
Yeah,
be
okay, let's
precise.
investigate. Yeah, let's investigate this one a little bit because yeah, it's fairly symmetrical and stuff, but if you're not careful, you might actually end up being in a bit of a trouble with
Hmm.
black, right? So
And
if
without
let's
any
say,
counterplay
yeah, yeah,
that we have
if
to
you
mention.
want to, I mean, some, let's say, lower level, maybe club level approach, and which I suffered from at some point was, okay, symmetrical position, I want to draw, let's just exchange everything.
Hmm.
So knight e4, bishop e4, and trade on d1,
Hmm.
and then, but what's the next move? And all of a sudden, I'm in quite a bit of a trouble because rook d7 is the thing, right?
Yeah, like rook
Rook d,
fd8.
yeah,
Let's
rook
check it
d8. I
out.
was thinking try to press on this on the spin. Not sure how though.
Mhm.
Knight e5, perhaps. Knight e5, and you probably have some sort of bishop f6, right? Because I was thinking if you give me a pair of bishops somehow, then I'm probably happy with white,
Hmm.
right? But yeah, but bishop f6, does bishop f6 work?
Yeah, this position is quite cunning. So
Bishop f6, yes and no, right?
yeah, that's strange indeed. Phew.
Because yeah, because black kind of always has the moment to trade on d1. That's what I was thinking.
Well,
Or
like
or
knight
not.
c6.
Knight c6. Yeah, and then wait. Then what do I do? Knight c6, rook d1, rook d1. Ah, no, but then you have knight e7. This doesn't really work. Yeah. If I take on c6 here, 8 rook is hanging. Ah, no, but
Yep,
then
attic.
bishop f6 is not possible. I got myself confused. Yeah. So I was thinking, okay, I take b2, attack your rook. You take a8, I take a1. But
Hmm.
then, then
The rook is not protected.
yeah, then you checkmate me on d8. Yeah, so that's for instance that's one of the possible problems. Yeah, rook d1, rook d8. Yeah, you don't play bishop f6, but it might get unpleasant.
Hmm.
So the thing is, though, that Naka, I think he has the reputation of being, attacking player and like very active, but he's very good at defending these slightly unpleasant positions.
That's actually was mentioned by Sam Shankland in one of our broadcasts that Hikaru is a great defender and like his technique is like I can't say it's unique, but it's on a very very top level. That's true. And like obviously this position has some sort of like like hidden things, and it's quite cunning. But black with some sort of precision has to like be out of the water.
Okay, other version. If I take e4 and go bishop f6, so I'm accepting slight, weaknesses.
Hmm.
If queen d8, I want to take with the knight. So there will be double pawns, but I'm trying to exchange as much stuff as possible.
I believe it is just a draw.
Yeah, well, the knight on b7 is not brilliant, yeah, but it's not that much material left. Like bishop b7, knight b7, right?
Yeah, true.
Trade on f6, gf6. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard to
like
imagine Naka losing this one. Yeah.
bishop f6 is clever, but queen b8 is a bit straightforward. Maybe we should opt for something smarter, like a.
Ah, wait a second. It takes on f6 and queen c2, right?
Hmm. That's a very well-known motif.
Which is called the double attack by some. Yeah, I think queen takes, queen c2, and then what?
Rook c8.
Ah, yeah, fair point. Bishop h7, king h8, and you're kind of getting double attacked in reply, right? I mean, one threat is kind of
Hmm.
more direct, something along the lines of knight d4, knight d5, something. Yeah, and the other one is g6 to trap the bishop.
Hmm. Well, it's not clear
Interesting.
at all.
Maybe it is clear.
That
Maybe
black
White's
is
in
better.
trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe White shouldn't take the h7 pawn, but then Black has no problem whatsoever if he played, yeah, like Rook c8.
Mhm.
All right.
Well, bishop
Uh,
f6 is a very nice inclusion, indeed. After
so
94, 94.
did he make a move? Make a move? Did he play 94
Let's
or not
check.
yet?
Yeah, but he played the 5 instead, and like pretty
Hmm.
quickly instead
Naka
of
played
bishop.
d5.
Could
Interesting.
it be that he didn't even consider this position because after queen c2 he just stopped counting, like calculating the lines.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
like
Queen
usually not
c2 and yeah.
it can easily be that after queen c2 you just face the double attack and stop calculating the the consequences and you just
Oh, wait a second. Maybe we are just blind. Queen d7 might just win the game.
oh my.
Maybe maybe that's why he stopped calculating, because Queen d7, and you might not be losing a piece, but
uh what a
how
pity.
happy are you, with the position after knight d8, bishop takes rook a7? I don't think you are very
No,
happy.
no,
You're
no, I'm
probably
not.
not losing a piece yet, but it looks terrible. No, I think he's right. F5 is one of the options. However, I would be mildly interested in trying to play this position with white. I would not
Hmm.
accept a draw immediately.
Because of the pawns.
Yeah, like bishop c2 to b3 is one idea.
True. Now it becomes like not that symmetrical with the pawn on f5, and it gives white a hook to play e3, e4 in some positions. So now black's pawn structure becomes a bit shakier in order of um, this kind of weak e6 pawn, so it's a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, so now once again, the question is something like bishop f6, right? After bishop c2. Once again, I'm not sure if bishop c2 is the only move. Maybe there is what. Like taking on c6 is not really
Yeah, I
serious,
don't
right?
believe. Yeah, white have to get use of the weak e6 pawn, I believe. So bishop c2 perfectly suits the flow of the game.
So bishop c2, let's say black plays bishop f6 anyway. So now bishop takes, queen takes, black is perfectly fine. He has rook f7 as the reply to queen d7.
Hmm.
And otherwise, after bishop b3,
Black
probably
should be
rook
fine.
d8.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like black's fine anyway. Rook d8, queen goes, and then even king h8.
Hmm.
It's somewhat of a pensioner's move, as
I
I as
like
I as I like to
like
call it,
for
right?
for instance, my first idea of king h8 was to play g5, g4.
So not necessarily pensioner's
Yeah,
move.
not necessarily pensioners.
No, I mean, to me, kind of the reason that e6 pawn is no longer pinned would be enough to make a move like king h8.
Well, this is the way how we come up to the same decisions.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, the different motivation, but if the move itself is good and we both came to the same move, to the same conclusion, that yeah, maybe both approaches are valid.
Yeah, yeah. It's like two different methods of calculating something. Like how GDP can be calculated in two or three various ways. And this is how we calculate the same position. So you play king h8 in order to get rid of the pin. I play king h8 in order to prepare g5, g4 push.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, this is how
So
it is.
for now, not the most entertaining, but who knows? Once again, Ding really needs to try to create some sort of a fight.
Hmm.
We shall see. What else do we have?
We have a couple more games on the agenda. We have, I believe, Rapport against Alireza, or the colors switched, and Radjabov game against whom? Maybe Caruana. Yeah,
must be
let's
Fabi.
take a look.
And we still don't have anything else like clock displays and so on.
No,
Okay.
pardon me.
So
Caruana plays against Alireza.
Fabi with Ali Reza, Raja is facing Rapport, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rapport having the white pieces, right?
Mm-hmm. I
And
believe
this one, what's this position? It's Fabi. Yeah,
it's Fabi against Alireza, true. 92, castle 97. Yeah, so he decided no tops for bishop e6, so black is carrying on with a pair of bishops on the board.
yeah, 97. I think Kramnik mentioned this one as being very solid move.
Hmm.
97 and
But somehow yeah, it's a bit controversial for me for Firouzja, like readjusting himself to more strategical ways.
yeah, I agree. Like what Ali Reza does in this tournament can hardly be called logical, right? So he's uh, I don't know if you can. Well, there is such Russian expression, so that it's someone who's affected by storm, right? When the guy
Hmm.
he's like does polar things.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
today he feels like
From
very
one, yeah,
aggressive. He
swinging from
attacks. Yeah,
one way to another. Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. So that's what it feels from Firouzja, right? So
Hmm.
now it's kind of the last game. Okay, the tournament obviously went horribly. All of a sudden, there is a decision to be solid, right? To play strategic game, which well, he probably not his strongest component in chess yet. Let's call it this way.
Like somehow I had another phrase in my mind too, like you've imagined a storm, but probably the easiest version or the easiest way how to say it's like not fish nor meat.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the same.
Yeah, so rook f7 prepares knight to f8 to e6, right?
I believe Caruana has to be happy with Firouzja's opening decision because clearly, like from my perspective, Firouzja is lacking like experience in that sort of positions with black pieces.
Yeah, and Fabi played it with white, I believe, many times,
Hmm.
right? But once again, it's not clear what to do for white exactly. What are the plans here? Like one obvious thing is that you go bishop e6, bishop e3, you take with what with the knight, right? And then try to,
Hmm.
or you don't actually. I mean, I'm not no expert in such positions. I know they try to play for f4
Hmm.
sometimes. That's like one thing, and move the knight from f3 and then go for f4. And the other one was somehow to play for the f5 square, like bishop e3 takes, knight takes, and then somehow try to
Hmm.
get to f5. But once again, why I'm confusing those things? Because you have some similar but not the exact structures from Rossolimo,
Hmm.
right? Bishop b5, g6,
With the colors
Rossolimo
reversed.
line. No, it was the same. Yeah, like bishop b5, g6, and then you take on c6, dc6, right?
Ah, yeah, all right.
You,
Just
you
the
you
same.
have you have something similar, but the G pawn is moved. I mean, okay, some subtle differences, and you also have. I think it comes from Berlin. White's attempt from with long castle.
Hmm.
Yeah, that there are lines with long
Yep.
castle, like with early bishop e3, I guess. Yes, so those are like positions that look alike each other, but in fact different, right? With different strategic ideas.
Yeah, let's sort all things out. So I believe, as you mentioned, the similarity between this particular line and Rosselima structure. With pawn on g7, I've rarely seen white pushing c3, d4, but there c3, d4 becomes a valid threat. But again, like on contrary, after king h1, I think like Caruana showed off his intention clearly to play f4. So
Yeah,
I believe knight g1 or knight h4, maybe knight d2, some knight move. will be
Knight
played and
move
then
and then
f5.
f4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Knight f8 looks the most logical.
Yeah, let's play knight h4.
Right. Knight f8 looks quite logical.
Yeah. And then I'll still be stubborn playing f4, like not really take into account this g5 possibility.
Mm,
Maybe it's a valid
mm.
threat. Maybe I'm just
Yeah, that's a
too
big question
optimistic
if
for white.
g5 is or isn't a move. You have queen
Mhm.
h5 here. Have queen h5
And
and
bishop g5 is in the air, by the way.
yeah, that's the point. So the bishop on c5 is hanging, and also bishop takes g5 is a bit of a threat.
Hmm.
Or queen e7, does queen e7 stop? Queen e7 doesn't stop both of them because you can still take on g5
Yep.
and take on f7 with the rook, and then take g5, and
Yeah,
then
and then game over.
eventually take the bishop. Yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, but that's a big deal, right? If white can play f4 immediately or not, right?
Hmm.
f4 and take with the piece.
But
So let's assume that works. Yeah.
there, even there, it's like far from clear.
Bishop
Bishop
e6. Yeah,
h6 and knight g6.
yeah. After bishop e6, by the way, now you are threatening g5 because the
Hmm.
rook on f7 is protected, right? And you probably threatening to take the knight on c4. Yeah, so
Hmm.
bishop e6 is good. So knight g6 is a move. Yeah.
Therefore, we figured out that knight h4 is probably not the best one.
You mean yeah, we could have gone with the knight
Hmm.
somewhere else
To
and then play
d2.
f4. d2.
Like d2
Yeah.
potentially may fail to b5 in some lines. For example, after knight d2, I would really consider a5.
a5 f4 b5.
Yep,
b5, and then the knight has to go to a3, which is not the dream square, right?
not like Dr. Sigbert Tarrasch rolling
Wouldn't
on its
be,
stump. Yeah,
yeah, wouldn't be very happy with the knight on a3. Yeah, but on the other hand, a5 is such an obvious idea that maybe I'm just facing it with a4.
yep.
Once again, it was always hard for me to understand, like, who benefits from inclusion of a4 a5. And in some positions, like, white is very happy, he starts by going a4 and then he would push a5 unless black does this, right? In some other positions, black pushes a5 and white doesn't react.
This is a certain reason why I don't play this position with both colors.
Just not to bother with such
Yeah, yeah.
questions, right?
Like it's for me, it's too difficult to handle with.
Yeah, quite delicate indeed. All right. So Fabi's thinking.
Yep.
Uh, can we think? Yeah, but King H1 is strange. Then, yeah, I'm thinking just for illustration's sake. If White all of a sudden has sudden change of heart and says, "I'm playing the exchange Rui Lopez," what happens if White goes D4, for instance, even without C3? Does it make any sense?
Mm,
Just go D4, ED4, Knight D4. What
oops.
kind of position is this? Yeah, Knight takes D4. White's probably not better, even though King H1 is not absolutely stupid in this case, right? It's because maybe I'll play
F3.
F3 for sure, and sometimes even F4, right? Yeah, maybe that's also it's might be
Yeah,
also
but
played.
then
Knight B6 perhaps, yeah, just like immediately forcing some trades.
black may try to get use of the rook on f7 with rook d7 ideas in some lines.
So I will have to take on B6 perhaps.
Well, I'm not quite convinced. Maybe 93.
No, but
Sorry, the
D4 is
96.
hanging.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
I'm
pardon
I'm
me.
I'm kind of forced.
Hmm.
Well, knight B3 is the B plan, but
Yeah,
then
but
you
the
trade
pawn.
on D1 and the pawn on F2 drops.
Hmm.
Yeah, so knight B6 is absolutely forced. And then I don't know. I mean, maybe you
Um,
want the funny pawn structure with A B6. Maybe it's not bad at all. Also,
Like
opening the
it's like a
a5.
box. It's like a black box. Let's call it a black box.
Yeah, and I'm starting to regret my decision to go for this. Yeah, but honestly, bishop b6 might be even stronger now that I'm thinking, because you'll have rook d7 combined with c5 in this
Ah, true,
case.
true.
So let's say in the line bishop e3, rook d7, yeah,
Mhm.
bishop e3, rook d7, c3. You'll just have c. Ah, no, I will have a
There's a check.
check. There is a check on b3. Yes, a c5 doesn't really work. Anyway, maybe just don't play rook d7. Yeah, we
Yeah,
can
true,
say
but yeah, just to
black's fine. Black's fine. Yeah.
as a conclusion, I think we should claim that black is doing just great there. Like by all means, no matter what.
Right. Okay. I don't know how much those evaluation bars should be trusted, but if they should be trusted, then we know that Rapport has advantage against Radjabov. Can we check this game?
Yep, that was the last but not the least game, the last remaining. Oh my, is it
Same
the
thing.
Berlin again?
Same thing. No. Yeah. Same line.
Bishop
Knight
e6, yo,
d2.
bishop
Aha. So this
e6,
time it's bishop e6.
c5.
Knight d3, c5. And that's kind of a latest trend. They put this knight on a5 and
This is what Rapport already played against Hikaru. It was a very similar position.
yeah.
But how we can trust this evaluation bar? We've got 0 pawns traded yet.
So it should be equal, right? Materials equal, so the
Yeah,
position is equal.
material wise, it should be equal.
No, but seriously, why it should be better?
No,
Probably
I mean,
probably
like
he
from the
shouldn't.
human's
Yeah.
perspective, they are better, but I'm a bit puzzled with the like that drastic change in the evaluation because I also see that it's like optically it's like 0 0.7 or something like this, like 0 0.5, 0 0.6.
So bishop g4. What do we do? Knight. Maybe jump to
Yep.
c4.
And then we define black, like how do they protect the e5 pawn? Because like knight d7 looks like naturally speaking the best, but then like after h3 black has a lack of ideas connected with the sacrifice on g4, and it clearly shows off in the line after h3 first, bishop
Yeah, if you
h5
go
and g4 is
h3,
not the move.
g4, then you just take. Yeah,
Hmm.
knight takes, and
Much
black's
better.
perfectly fine at
Mhm.
probably winning. Yeah. Uh, yeah. So that's correct. After knight c4, knight d7, h3 probably forces black to trade.
Yep.
Right. After h3, you will have to trade, otherwise you lose the e5 pawn.
Yep, that's important indeed.
Knight e5, and white at least can claim some advantage, or maybe already a big advantage.
Hmm.
Yeah. So even if it's acceptable to trade on f3 with black, I would try to avoid this. So after knight c4, let's say I'm playing queen e6
Or rook e8.
or rook e8. Yeah, rook e8, and then I'm kind of struggling to find the way for white to unpin himself from this d1 h5 diagonal, right? Knight e3, maybe. Knight e3, and if bishop goes, some knight f5, lot of jumping. Yeah, knight f5, and finally knight g3,
Hmm.
maybe.
And
Will
I
make
believe
me.
in that type of position, king h1, rook g1 can be a valid plan.
Ah, yeah, you're right. King h1, rook g1, and then you think of g4, and also with rook on g1, you can move the queen,
Hmm.
right? Because if you prepared for the opening of the g file, when black finally captures f3, it's good for white.
Yeah, especially because of this like literally big pawn on d6. It's not to bishop yet, so like white's attacking potential is quite is much bigger than the black's one.
Yeah, okay. So Raji, in fact, he has to be careful. Has to be careful. Rapport didn't play knight c4 yet, so perhaps there are alternatives. h3. Well, technically, h3 and some sort of king h2, rook g1 is also an idea, right? Or king h1, rook g1. I'm not sure where the king is supposed to go. Kind of, I'm saying that eventually I'll play g4, right? So eventually I'll make you trade on f3 or
Hmm.
defend. But still, I like knight c4 more because knight on a5, it's not clear what it does there. Irritates black a little, yes, attacks the b pawn, but still, yeah.
Maybe the purpose of knight a5 was just to force black to spend the next some extra time to play b6 and kicking them out, and then we play knight c4. So probably be like it's not that easy for black to handle it out. Just this knight on a5 looks a bit annoying.
Yeah, look, the moment it was played, b6 would lose to knight c6, right?
Hmm.
Would lose a pawn to knight c6. In fact, knight a5 move made black to go queen c8.
Hmm.
And then if black goes b6 and we return, so we spent a couple of tempi, which black spent on b6 and queen c8. I'm trying to figure out, okay, b6 is kind of so move. Nothing wrong with it, but also not very helpful. Queen c8. I don't know if it's a bad move, so I'm not sure if white gains time on this operation.
Knight
But
c4 is
still,
played.
knight c4 is played. Yeah, still white's position is very pleasant to play usually in such cases.
I mean, they have a
Mm,
flawless pawn structure. The bishop on d6 is an idiot. Like how bad it wouldn't be said. Like,
yeah.
but that in fact it's an idiot.
Oh well, yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's already not worse for a job of like it's a very early opening stage, right? But it might already be that black's worse.
Well, I believe it shouldn't be like that disastrous, but this is somewhat he has to be worried about. Like,
Yeah, like for instance, we could discuss a position after say bishop f3, queen f3, right? Um, it's a very stupid move, but still, uh, I believe for computers, there'll be nothing wrong. Queen e6, and he doesn't care about this bishop being stupid on d6, and probably he will defend it, or
mhm,
it will defend it in case of computers. Still not a living instance, but rather a machine.
mhm.
But as from human perspective, you ask 100 decent players, I believe everybody will pick white here, right? So better pawn structure, better bishop, better everything.
Because it's not
Even the
clear what black should do in this position.
Yeah, just stand still, right? Maybe
Yeah,
try to bring the knight to like d4
d4.
eventually.
If they'll shuffle around, white will play queen g2 and push f2 f4.
Yeah, f4 will come one day or another. Yeah, that's correct.
That's a quite unpleasant outcome for Radjabov since the very beginning of the game. I mean, from the beginning of like middle game stage.
Okay, do we have something exciting? So far, we have two Berlins.
Hmm.
We have what Dean Nakamura, which is completely symmetrical. And we have Duda Nepo in the Petrov. So funny enough, Petrov might be the most exciting position, the most unbalanced position.
Yeah.
Interestingly, so let's go back to the winner of a tournament, maybe.
Hmm. Wow.
Yeah, okay. This is a real fight. Look, this is the real fight.
If I'd
And I
receive the same position with white in every single game against Petrov, I would play Petrov all my life, like for all sorts of time.
Hmm. Yeah, if I'm Jan here, I would be worried, and especially at all.
Yeah, can you explain me the difference between a5 and b5?
I don't know. You move A pawn in one case and B pawn in the other. Yeah, I'm,
Yeah,
I'm I'm
fair
really not
enough.
sure. I'm really not sure why A5.
It's like I'm
Why
trying to get
A5?
the
What do
purpose of a5. Probably,
No idea.
no idea at all. I have no clue.
No idea. He's yeah. It might be that he's waiting for something. Let's imagine that White plays H5, and then all of a sudden your D4 works. But even then, A5 is not the most comfortable waiting move. I don't think, yeah, if there was the reason not to play D4 immediately, I don't think something has changed after White has the pawn on H5,
True.
right? So it's probably still not very good. Yeah, so it is confusing. It is confusing.
Yeah, a5 is somewhat out of order, out of something normal.
So, but what do we do with White anyway? H5 or
Yeah, all the time we have to check all the straightforward lines. So h5.
yeah, H5? Not even sure what Black's planning.
Like probably I've got it. Potentially the idea was to play knight c5 and like move out the queen and play bishop g4. I
Hmm.
uh, I assume like queen c7 or queen e8, then bishop g4. It's like obviously he has to develop his light square bishop, but there is no clear ways how to do it like normally at once. So he has to uh, make some sort of like preparing moves because I believe knight c5 potentially can be met with b4.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so at least that would be the reason to play A5 then. Yeah,
Yeah, this is what we do all the time. We're like figuring out the threads after the moves, and it's like when Jan makes a5, then we're trying to
yeah. Then we are trying
realize
to
what
just
was the purpose.
justify. Yeah, trying to justify this move. Yeah. Okay. Probably he was afraid of B2 B4. Um. All right. There is that.
Still not quite
Uh,
convinced whether it's a threat like h5, knight c5, in order to justify the whole concept for black. Like pawn takes, I believe. Maybe h takes g6 is a bit premature. So we can
hmm.
start right away with bishop e3 or some bishop
Yeah, like Bishop
g5 move,
G5 is
maybe.
an option as well.
Like potentially putting the pawn on h6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
No,
doesn't
I
seem that senseless.
honestly I'd be terribly scared. Would be terrified with black in this position because yes, I do get some squares, but does black have real counterplay? Not clear at all. And
Hmm.
for white, couple of moves left. Like
Yeah,
you
unless
know,
there is something forced like queen g4.
queen g4. Yeah, this might be a thing. But when I trade on g4, is it such a good position? Like queen takes, bishop takes, and then I can also include f3 here. Funny
Hmm.
enough, like f3 might be an idea. So if bishop h5, I will take on h7 later on. If bishop, I don't know, e6, then h6 might be, you know,
Hmm.
some position like that with white pawn on h6. I don't know how good it is for black. Yeah, black obviously getting some counterplay with d4. Well, let's hope Jan has an idea. He'd
Yeah,
better have
a5
one.
looks a bit mysterious, I agree.
He'd better have one because, yeah, it's not very convincing. Duda, though, is thinking. So it's not obvious to him either that h5 is such a great move.
Mm,
But anyway, in this position, at least the tension is building up. And also, there is no straightforward way of simplifying the situation. Like in Din Nakamura, in 5 moves, there might be no pieces left, right?
True.
Here, at least we know that this game is going to be played out. That this will be an interesting game.
Like, could it be that after winning the tournament, Jan like unleashed everything, unleashed the passion for the game, and like it obviously it's hard. It's quite difficult to be resilient after winning such kind of a tournament. And
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't matter how disciplined you are, you've stayed tense, not only for 13 rounds of the tournament, but also for I don't know how many months of preparation.
Mhm.
And then you know that, okay, the task is accomplished,
Yeah, the
right? The
mission is
job
accomplished.
is done. How do you play this 14th game? The same actually happened to him in the previous candidates, right? Because thanks to some favorable results, he won it with 1 round to spare, and he lost the last game terribly.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
So I won't be surprised if this is the case, right? Not that he's guaranteed to lose this position, but I mean the way it goes, maybe he's just not up to the task of motivating himself to play this last
yeah.
game,
It's
which is
just
which is
difficult to bring all of you after accomplishing like the after solving the issue. Like because like I believe like physically and like physiologically, if I can say so, it's quite difficult, yeah, to like to build you up and put all your focus on the game when your body is just saying to you, yeah, just it's over, you can like
you can
you can
relax
have a
now, right?
rest, yeah, finally.
But then this is what separates great players, I'm thinking. Because my experience with commentating on candidates, it started quite a few cycles ago, but I remember this specific one in Berlin when Fabi has won.
Hmm.
And the scenario was going to the last round. Fabi was playing black against Alexander Grishuk, and he was half a point in front of Karyakin, who was playing, I think, with Ding Liren.
Hmm.
No, no, it can't be. Ding Liren wasn't in a. Okay, he was playing. Maybe it was Ding Liren. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, Ding Liren played in Berlin as well.
In Berlin. Okay, so at some point, Karyakin makes a draw. So it's clear for Fabi draw is winning the tournament, right?
To clinch the match.
Yeah. Okay. Basically, that the draw immediately means first place.
Hmm.
And the position was he was marginally better, but there was still a possibility, to go wrong, to go mad, blunder something, and so on and so on. And he had ways, if not like force the perpetual, but force a draw clearly, like simplify everything, that draw. He played for 7 hours and he won this game with black when draw was enough. And that is a sign of some, I mean, it's out of this planet, guys. Like such a fighting spirit, like, or I don't know, or just a perfect mindset, so that I don't care about anything that's the position on the board. I think I'm better,
Hmm.
so I'm playing this specific game. Maybe it's that. But that always, I mean, I don't know if it's a right approach, by the way. For some people it might suit, for some it might be too energy demanding, and you know
I believe
but
this
yeah.
tournament is too energy demanding for Jan himself, especially due to like due to many circumstances, like apart from hot weather, also including like the ongoing like war in Ukraine, ongoing like sanctions issues. So there's a lot of things that may like affect the mood, the mindset of Jan. And like I can't say that those cases are not comparable between each other, but I believe it's a bit harder in the current circumstances, especially like take into account what Magnus said about the match. So like the whole situation is shaky. So you just can't like normally put the all focus on chess. But still, yeah, I
Yeah,
agree. I tend to agree that this is what distinguishes the greatest of all of time, uh, and just the strong top players.
yeah. Okay. By the way, a5, we are getting explained what the point of a5 was. It's very simple. He goes rook a6, stating that at some point the rook will be useful on the sixth rank. So probably d4 will happen sooner or later, right? Potential exchanges on d4, and then off you go. The rook from a6 covers the sixth rank.
Very peculiar setup.
I mean, I can imagine this being true, even though this looks slowish.
Quite a bit. And also, White has another plan, as far as I'm concerned. Knight h to knight g4.
Yeah, knight h2, and then yeah, knight h2, knight g4. If it happens, white's probably close to winning, but
Hmm.
d4 is something you have to take into account.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the chat today is not very lively, but I can see Jose mentioning that the only kind of relevant game where something is at stake is Dean versus Nakamura. And we started today's coverage basically stating exactly that.
Hmm.
It's just that position is not very inspiring, or wasn't very inspiring. We can, of course, come back to this game.
Yeah, the things might have changed, so let's take a more profound look.
Yeah. So what do we say about this one? It looks scary for Nepomnyashchy. I
Phew.
mean, I don't know. I don't know what White has to play here. I mean, I believe in White's initiative on the king side to such a degree that I would start considering moves like knight d4, for instance. Just block the center. And yeah, the problem with knight d4 might be that black takes with the e knight and then jumps to g4. So that's the only concern that I'm having. Yeah, like queen g4. And maybe I'm making life much easier for black
Yeah,
because
fair
d4
enough.
starts d4 starts to hang, and if bishop e3 you trade the queens, and that's absolutely different story.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
obviously if I'm planning to attack, I want to keep the queens on.
yeah, and so with the queen straight, I believe black is even better.
Yeah, he might be as well. Yeah, it's not like I don't think black has like a serious advantage because kingside initiative still sort of counts for something. But yeah, but it from, let's say, from the position where we clearly all eyes on white's attack on the king side,
Hmm.
now it becomes double edged and potentially better for
Yeah,
black.
it's a
Yeah,
way
so
easier
white
to play with
obviously.
black, obviously.
Yeah. All right, but anyway, being as it is, I'm scared for Jan, for Black's position here. I think White's initiative should be very dangerous at least. Let's check Dean and Nakamura. Yeah,
Hmm.
was Dean able to find at least some way of putting pressure? Bishop to b1, which essentially is sort of the same. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's for some reason a bit more clever. Doesn't make any difference, in fact, it seems. So you'll have a bishop on a2 and not on b3. How relevant is it?
Like the first of all, I can't get what was wrong with bishop f6 instead of queen d1. Just to
I mean, bishop f6 was still possible. Or now he would have played queen b3. Maybe that's no, but yeah, not that it's a reason. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly,
it's like
I
in
don't know.
comparison to the position in the game, it's even better for black because white's rook is not on d1 yet.
Yeah, fair enough. Like keeping the queens with queen b3 also doesn't look all that promising, right?
Yep,
No,
the
this
rook.
time it drops the rook. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not very promising. It's not very promising. Yeah, I mean, if you're careful wording things, you can say utter nonsense and still be correct. Yeah, queen b3 is not very promising because it blunders the rook.
Hmm.
Yeah. All right, but what Naka did perfectly makes sense if it works, right? So he traded on d1. He went rook d8. Is white able to put? So the only pressure left is the e6 pawn pressure somehow. Bishop a2
Mhm.
and yep, bishop a2. Let's assume bishop a2, king f7. I guess it's not much to play for white.
I'm lacking ideas, to be honest.
Bishop f6 being the next move, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much a draw.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, yeah. He can just trade away all the stuff literally.
Hmm.
Bishop
Like it
f6
looks
being
so effortless for black. Nakamura didn't even make a single like difficult move, but
yeah.
everything went smoothly and he equalized easily. We claim so.
Yeah, I keep thinking about Dean's performance. Strangely, um, I think he didn't have very good opening with white. Now that I'm trying to recall the games, I mean, first of all, he won 3 games there, right?
He won two
He
with
won
black.
again. He won 2 with black, which were like ups and downs. I
Yeah, roller
mean,
coasters.
very yeah, very tense. Obviously not because of the opening. Yeah, the opening was solid enough, but yeah, it wasn't like an opening prep. And then with white, he won against Duda thanks to mistake on move 40 or something
Hmm.
like that. He lost to Nepo with white, and he lost to Radjabov with white.
Hmm.
In case with Nepo, he actually did get something out of the opening, maybe, possibly, right? Against Radjabov, it was just the opening catastrophe with white.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah, Ding not being like that resilient in the tournament. But that's a very clear point. I mean, he went off from China, like being locked down for almost a couple of years, playing the first classical tournament in the last half a year at least, like just a month ago, piling up the rating points quite quickly. And like obviously, at the first glance, it looked so a bit suspicious, like
yeah.
the whole thing.
Uh, the Dean tournament, you mean?
Not only the Ding tournament, the like the I mean the situation is strange. You didn't play for a while, then you start playing just to pile up the points. Then you obviously piling them up. Like obviously, like uh, I don't know if I can describe my intention, but probably Ding had like no chance then to pile up the necessary rating points.
Not to win, you mean? Not
Yeah,
to
yeah,
win.
yeah.
Okay, so I know him quite a bit, and I think even if this strange tournament was rigged, it was not because of him.
Because of him, he probably even not been told. Yeah.
Might as well, yeah, not being told, but yeah, nevertheless, he is a brilliant player. My kind of final point: he is a brilliant player, but in this tournament, somehow, maybe not only in this tournament. Now that I'm thinking, tournaments he was performing well
Hmm.
somehow would include Magnus most of the time. So Ding wouldn't be considered the main favorite, you know. So my theory would be that he's like Aronian in some candidates, that he's not very good like when the pressure's on him. Like if he's just one of the many, if he's playing the tournament. Here, at least I've heard from a lot of guys that he's gonna be one of the favorites.
Hmm.
And same case in the previous candidates in what
True, true.
Yekaterinburg that was, right? And maybe this pressure of being elo favorite also well expected by many to start well, to do in a tournament well, maybe it's just too much for him. He's a humble guy, he likes to play chess, he does it well, but maybe this responsibility of being one of the favorites, maybe it's a little bit tough.
Well, like we're discussing, like, let's claim there's 15 top players in the world, maybe 20. Let's claim there's 15, and uh, like we have one candidates tournament in every 2 years. So it means during the last decade we've had 5 tournaments. And
Absolutely.
and it means so Caruana won it once, Karakin won it once, Magnus won it once, and whom else? Pardon me.
Nepo won it two
N-
times.
And Nepo won it 2 times. So
Oh, wait,
basically,
there was also, sorry to interrupt, there was also Anand winning it in Hunted
yeah,
for a
2014.
second match for a second match against
Yeah,
Magnus.
2014 indeed. So basically, maybe we are like demanding too much from the players, but you have to be flawless during the tournament, as Jan did currently. So you have to play a tournament of your life, literally, in order to win that sort of event. And yeah,
Mm.
by all means, like I'm not sure that we can really criticize Zing, but yeah, we should point out that obviously his game against Radjabov was absolutely unnecessary in terms of like by all means, even you if you're not really fighting for the first place, while Young is just, I mean, like dazzling mm, on the tournament, and still you're not obliged to lose with white pieces in 20 moves. That's true.
Yeah, but again, here I can't really agree. I think it's specifically because of the opening, because of the tournament situation. So
So you
if
mean
it would
it?
be a different, yeah, that's why he lost. I think that specifically because of the tournament situation. Because before that, he was just check previous games with Black. Okay, he was at some point like in a bad position against Fabi, but anyway, there was godlike level of
Mhm.
tactical precision and stuff like that. And so first of all, of course, he got tired after two wins with Black in a row, like both being long games. But also, it was the first time in this tournament that perhaps he himself realistically believed
To
that, yeah,
catch up
if
with
Jan,
Jan.
yeah, so like I have to win basically everything till the end, and maybe I stand the chance of catching up.
Mhm.
And then immediately he broke. Yeah, so I don't know. It might have been this, but clearly it's out of discussion that was a terrible game. Yeah, that
Yep.
was a terrible game. That much we can agree on. Okay, anyway, this is not a terrible game, but a very boring one, to be honest. King f7,
Yeah.
bishop f6. They'll trade pieces carefully. We are dealing with professionals. This will be a draw. Okay, so what's the big plan then? I think part of the plan could be to remind our viewers that we still have the promo running. I think, yeah, that's the last day of the candidates, but still, you can use the what was the code? Candidates 2022,
Mhm.
if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken. It will
exactly.
pop up on your screen. You have to sign up for online arena where you can win titles, win prizes, win some really nice merch from World Chess, and also have fun. Yeah, online chess is fun before anything else.
It's fun indeed, especially I don't know if you've been informed about the Kramnik letter. It's been a story, I believe, in his game against Vincent Keimer. And Keimer had a rook against a rook and a bishop, and they've played some sort of time control without any additional increment. And like uh, the last move made by Kama was with a clear intention to like to drop down the flag, so just to win on time, and he moved up his rook towards the double attack. I mean, like for example, like I've been told, and I've only heard the letter from Kramnik. So yeah, obviously he was a bit raging against younger generations who were who which doesn't have any like moral principles and is ready to do some sort of dirty things like this.
Yeah, okay. I want to say to this that I'm getting old enough to remember a couple of generations, and I mean, of chess players, right? I mean, so I think like every 15 years, every 20 years, we have kind of shift of generations. Yeah.
Hmm.
And that's always been the talks of of an older guys, right? So at some point, I believe some older guys would be saying this about Kramnik. Now he says this about. Yeah, that's normal. That's the way the lifespans, right? So the younger guys come and the older guys, what's left? I mean, we have to be, you know, grumpy and whine all the time. Yeah,
Yep.
in my days, back in my days, the grass was greener, and so on.
But like on contrary, I've also been told about the story about the game between Kramnik and Leko when Kramnik won on time the endgame broke against the knight, if I'm not mistaken, if it is the truth. So it's like it was a like it's not a dead draw position, but we know from like the theoretical point of view, it's not even possible to like push away the king to the last rank. So black has like uh, the weaker
Weaker
side
side
has
has, yeah.
an easy fortress, an easy way to defend.
Yeah, but yeah, whatever. People say things on internet. That's normal. Now, if we are to to discuss this kind of rants after online losses and so on, that's famous Kamsky thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That
FFL
is
FFL
that
thing.
was hilarious, and especially, I mean, first of all, I can imagine being frustrated that, like, and saying things, but I really got enormous respect for Kamsky when he published, like, his apologies on Facebook and so on, when he figured out that he was actually offered the draw by the young guy. But it's online, it's all on seconds. So one guy clicks offer draw, the other one doesn't
Yeah,
even
yeah.
see the pop up, but makes a move, and so on.
Yeah, and then like the razzle dazzle begins.
Yeah. So my point to this would be play with increment. I don't know. I see younger lads. They enjoy immensely the shorter time controls. In 1 minute 30 seconds, there is such thing as 15 seconds
Hmm.
games. But you know, a good old coach of mine back then, when I was a kid, he was, whenever we would try to play 1 minute blitz on mechanic clock back then,
Yeah,
he would say, pick one of the two. Either you have a chess set or you have the clock, because I mean, this time control does not involve moving the pieces. I
yeah.
mean,
Hmm.
you clearly enjoy, like, flagging each other, but then you don't need the pieces. Just press the clock.
Yeah, that's a clear, it's a very fair essence of the online chess, especially without any increment, just dropping down the flags.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm a little bit saddened by that, because yeah, you can play high quality games in, let's say, 3 minutes, and even bullet chess. That's
Hmm.
fine. Yeah, and if you check, say, a match between Naka and Carlsen, right? That even on 1 minute, they sometimes play very good games.
Hmm.
It's just that the average. Um, the average chess fan, let's say, who is watching a lot of this bullet chess, tends to think that, yeah, it's normal, to play absolutely that drawish position with 15 seconds against 10. Yeah, it's normal to play those quirky moves, like, I don't know, give a queen on purpose just to
Hmm.
avoid your opponent pre-moving,
Hmm.
and that is a little bit sad. Maybe that's getting accepted, but yeah, perhaps makes
Unfortunately,
me an
it's
old
getting
guy.
accepted. Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps makes me an old guy. Okay, so what do we do? Let's maybe check each game one more time, and take a little break then.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
move on
so
to
just quickly, yeah, what happened in other games?
maybe Duda against Nepomnyashchy because I believe Duda was developing his initiative quite convincingly.
Uh, Okie dokie. So H5 was played.
Yeah. Oh my. So he finally played
But wait,
d4.
why did I say it? It feels like, aha, H5, Rook went to a6, white went bishop e3, and then d4 was played. Pawn takes. Okay.
Like the main question is rook a6, bishop e3, and a5, h5 inclusion is in black's favor.
Is it? Yeah. Is it in black's favor or not? This will. We are about to find out. Okay. So c pawn takes. Okay. One of the knights takes. Let's assume it's this knight.
Hmm. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Should we take, or maybe we could try to look for a move like bishop e4, for instance. Yeah. So that's like if black takes on f3, we obviously take with the queen. Yeah. Black probably shouldn't take though, because in this line, I'm not sure if the rook from a6 is actually getting there.
Well, maybe I
Right.
can try to get use of it playing knight g5.
Knight g5. Yeah, but then okay, I have no choice
Yeah,
but to
trade, trade.
take. Maybe it's not that terrible. Yeah,
And then I have queen
maybe it's not
g4 in
that
the very
terrible.
next move.
Like rook
And then
d1,
still queen g4.
still queen g4, even sacrificing the b7 pawn.
Hmm.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, still it's quite complicated, but somehow I believe black shouldn't be doing bad there.
No, with two bishops, you're probably fine. Yeah.
So that's a possible line. Actually, bishop e4 is clever because I can't clearly see what white achieve after knight d4. If there any sort of achievement. Yeah, I believe if not bishop e4, then knight d4 has to be taken, knight d4 and some bishop move.
Uh huh. Like e no e6. Yeah, this is where the rook from a6 is very
Hmm.
useful, right? Any attempt to play e6, it's always rook
Yeah,
e6.
it falls to rook e6, true.
So in this case, you could also take with the knight, but doesn't matter. Yeah, you can always
Hmm.
take with the rook.
All right.
Interesting. I think they're trading on d4. So d4 was played, cd4, knight takes d4, and then I didn't see what was the next move.
Not yet. I didn't receive it neither. Maybe bishop e4 will be played.
Yeah, maybe we have to state that if, as white, if we allow black to take on c2, maybe it is playable, you know? What about we switch for the dark squares play?
Hmm.
Like play, all of a sudden play, say, knight e4.
Yeah, the only thing was bothering me is knight c2.
You'll take and play queen d3. That's
Yeah.
exactly the scenario I was trying to avoid, because I thought, yeah, you go queen d3, I go queen c1, but then
Hmm.
then I myself put the knight on e4, so that wasn't very clever. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying, I want to find a move after which you'll take on c2, queen c2, queen
And
d3,
avoid the
queen
queen trade.
c1, yeah,
Yeah,
queen c1, yeah, and try to invade on the dark squares, but is there such
it's
move?
not
I'm
quite
not sure.
clear.
I'm not sure. Yeah. So at least we are not that worried for Jan anymore, I believe.
No, after d4 somehow.
Somehow, yeah, somehow it feels that black has, well, some potential sources of counterplay.
But well, we have to admit that he came up with a brilliant plan. So he realized that there is no direct threats on his king and he can take a bit of time and wait until bishop e3 to be played and push d4 and trade all the pieces on the center. So
Yeah.
quite a clever approach. So he decided not to go for a very obvious plan with v5, let's say even there. He he calmly developed the pieces and prepared d4. Yeah, probably we've started criticizing Jan too early.
We have to criticize Jan, either one or the other, because there are two Jans playing. Okay, it's Jan-Krzystof against Jan Nepomnyashchy. So anyway, unless it's a flawless draw,
A
one
derby
Jan
day.
deserves, yeah, one Jan deserves some criticism. No, but seriously, right? At some point, it looked like Nepo's position was really shaky, but Yeah,
Hmm.
I think he
So
found the
today
way.
we have a derby day. We have the Battle of Jans and we have the RR. It's not like famous KK matchup, but RR, like we have Rapport against
Rapport against
Radjabov.
Radjabov, yeah,
Yeah, quite a
which is
remarkable
a
day.
which is a you know a rare letter for the strong grandmaster's second name to start with. Can you think of any kind of world challengers? World obviously no world champions, right? But also no world challengers that I can recall
You mean,
starting with R.
ah, challengers?
Anyone, yeah, anyone through history. Not really. I mean
Um,
Robert, so on, but for the family name,
mhm.
no, no. So that these guys are unique in the sense. Rapport and Rajabov.
Well,
It's a
probably
lot of K and yeah, a lot of K
there's a lot of
really.
cases, but I know, like for example, some like USSR champions like Romanishin, for instance,
Yeah, Romanishin, yeah. So that counts. Yeah,
like
but
but
he's one of the few, I believe.
if you put me a bit inside in the history and tell me since when the candidates tournament like took place, like what was the first candidates tournament, if we can like
Honestly, I'm not
which
sure.
reminds us the current like
I'm
level.
not sure. Seriously.
Like, can we claim that this
Zurich?
St. Petersburg tournaments of Masters in 1914, let's say, was the Kennedy's tournament? It was not. It was just like
It
Vikings Day.
wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't there. But back then there was no. Well, sometimes they would decide, okay, this guy
Hmm.
won this particular tournament, so let's organize a match between him and the world champion. But there was no strict structure,
So
right? So I think,
it was more about like promotion, like in boxing.
yeah, yeah. So I think the first real candidates must be Zurich.
1938, I believe.
No,
Avro tournament? No, is it?
after, but there wasn't, or it was, and then no, I thought like after this match tournament for the world champion, which was won by Botvinnik,
I
and
know.
then I thought Zurich 1953 to be the first,
Yeah.
kind of the first candidates, the winner of which actually played the match.
Hmm.
So that's what I thought.
Ah, yeah. So now, like, since the exact way of like clinching the match
Yeah,
was
so you win
defined.
the candidates tournament or series of matches.
Hmm.
That is what it became later on, right? And recent history as well. 2011, there were candidate matches, right?
Hmm.
Boris Gelfand emerging as the winner of
Kazan.
candidates series of candidates matches in Kazan, yeah, and then losing to Vichy Anand.
Yeah, that was
Um,
painful.
all right, so Nepo's thinking. Now, well, that doesn't make sense to me because it says his clock is ticking, but it's clearly Duda to move.
Hmm. Yeah, and
Anyway,
like the evaluation bar just freaking out because on
because the
their
knight on d4 is missing
yeah.
on this little board. I mean, something's wrong with PGN
Hmm.
perhaps. Let's check what one of two Berlins that we have.
Hmm.
Pick it. I mean,
Rapport
whatever you
against
like.
Radjabov, I
Rapport,
presume.
yeah, two R's. Yeah, exactly. This is where we started. You see, I'm forgetting where we started. It's our analysis, I believe, not the
Hmm.
real position.
This is a current position.
So he went knight d7 at some point anyway. All
So
right, so
yeah,
knight
first
e4,
rook
rook
e8,
e8,
a4,
knight
bishop h5. Wow.
a4, yeah, bishop to h5 voluntarily, king h1 or what?
Yeah,
Or
he moved the queen
queen
first.
e2, queen e2, queen e3. So this is the way he unpinned the knight from
Yeah,
f3.
that's clever.
F6 and no, queen d8 first. Yeah, king h1, f6. Rook g1, g4, checkmate.
Yeah, good point. Sometimes I'm a bit scared of, like rook g1, bishop f7, g4, whether it can be met with g7, g5.
Yeah,
Or maybe it's even Like bishop c4 probably is not a good inclusion, so we play g5 at once. Like the only remaining plan for white is to blow up the center c3 and d4.
Well, you can hope to use the H file somehow, like H4, H6, King G2, and
Hmm.
pretend that you are quicker on the H file, King
Yeah, why
G2.
not?
Yeah, but Black will get the knight to F4 as well. Yeah, I mean it's very sharp, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, somehow it starts to
Yeah,
fizzle out.
maybe G5 is a valid point. You can also try to say, I know. No, I was thinking, yeah, like Bishop F7, for instance, yeah, G4 or Bishop G6, G4, whatever, and then try to be fast with your knight on F4, like Knight F8 for G4, Knight F8, G5. But yeah, but this is scary.
But this is always
G5,
unpleasant.
yeah, Knight G6, and yeah, F4 square is there, but you can just take on F6, yeah. Or
Yeah,
Rook G3, Rook G1. Yeah, this is what is annoying for Black, in fact.
probably after king h, yeah, like rook g1. I believe bishop f7 is the move, and after bishop f7, in order to avoid g5 at once, I assume h2, h4 is not that bad because it kind of provokes h7, h6. Uh,
Yeah, H5, you can think of G4, right? You can think of G4. Okay, there is a funny move, Bishop G4 back for Black after Rook G1.
like it.
Bishop G4 back. So, I mean, if you want to H3, yes, fine. Bishop goes to E6.
Hmm.
G4, but now it's a little bit trickier with playing G5 because H3 pawn will be hanging, right?
Hmm.
Maybe you still threaten G5, I don't know, but at least like the fact that White has played H3, it's clearly in Black's favor. And also maybe G5 in this case for Black is kind of more justifiable, right? You go G5 now, for instance, and Bishop targets G4 pawn all the time.
Hmm.
So you want Knight F8, Knight G6, and
Also,
maybe
after
just
bishop e6, black has to, well, white has to be aware of some kind of lock. So if after bishop e6, white still push g5, yeah,
yeah,
let's say,
F5 is an option, yeah?
yeah, f5 will be an option,
Yeah, that's
at
true.
least to consider. All right, it's a very interesting position. Rook
Yeah,
g1
but
was the last move.
honestly, I think that's the case with this position. As the commentator and as the, let's say, online blitz player, uh, one would tend to come up with these pushes of G pawn very fast, right? I mean, that's the first idea we spot and we immediately analyze. But in reality, they tend to maneuver this for, I don't know, 30 moves sometimes
Hmm.
before actually coming up with some sort of a plan, because that's clearly not the only idea for
Yeah,
white,
it
right?
can be an
That's the most
everlasting game.
obvious. Okay, let's just push the pawn. But sometimes, they spend some time, like say, with for knight h4, and then putting the knight on f5, and it stands there, and then you provoke g6 from Black.
Hmm.
And then you've provoked the weakness. So you've moved the knight all the way back, and only then you play, say, a g3, f4 and stuff. Yeah, so that's a complex strategic game, which is not a surprise since most of the pieces are on the board as well as all the pawns.
Yeah, you have to be not obviously drugged, but Berlin addicted in order to play this sort of position on the regular basis.
Yeah, well, I've never played it with white, I think, but I had a couple of experience playing it with black, and I decided it's just not my cup of tea. So in
Hmm.
Berlin, whenever I tried Berlin for a few games, but then after D3, I was playing D6, which, by the way, is a normal
Very
move.
valid option. Yeah, I do like it as well.
It's a normal move. It's not the most fashionable, and perhaps White has some ways of trying to push for an advantage. But for a club level, there is nothing wrong. Yeah, candidates 2022. It's on your screen, right? Promo code for 20% off subscription. I'm just reading what I see on the screen.
No, no, that's all right. That's the good thing because I've been failing to do it throughout the tournaments. So you,
Yeah, No, but as I said yesterday, maybe for those who perhaps missed it yesterday, uh, I think I was very skeptical at the beginning of online arena, simply because why do we need more online platforms? We
Hmm.
have this, we have that, and yeah, but it's clear that the guys are developing. They are, I mean, design wise, I really like the platform. Then they attracting stronger players, and so they are doing the right thing. And it develops, and it already is kind of value for money, and hopefully it will continue developing.
Yeah, hope it will pay off, obviously.
Okay, so that's what that was.
Yeah, we can take a
Rapport
quick.
Radjabov, and last game, Fabi against Alireza, right?
Hmm. Yeah, let's take a look.
Let's take a look at Fabi Alireza. Is it any different from Rapport Radjabov? Not so much. To be honest, not so much.
Really? Wow.
Okay, the bishop is on e3. It does make a difference.
I've been told that the pawns they do not move back, so that's why I would rather pick black in comparison to the position between Rapport and Rajabov. I mean, in this position, like black more with pawn on c6,
Hmm.
like optically, black's pawn structure looks more flexible.
Yeah, maybe. Hmm.
Yeah, but like this anti-building with bishop c6 is like for me as a patzer is all about shuffling around
Absolutely.
and
I
waiting for
get
a good opportunity.
exactly the same feelings, to be honest. And I can only admire, I don't know, handful of people in the world who actually understand what they are doing in these
Hmm.
positions. I mean, because basically, like, even if you check, let's say 25 to 26 grandmaster to 2500 2600 grandmaster games, I mean, most of them, they seem to be kind of random, right? We all capable of making kind of sensible moves, right?
Hmm.
But without clear idea of what's going on,
Hmm.
what's the deep plan, and what are the objectives, and so on. Yeah. But yeah, Fabi might be one of those players who actually understand what he's doing here.
Yeah, talking about the position on the board. After queen e2, it's black to move, and like once again, like plan-wise, is it like easier to play with black pieces?
But what do you do with black? I'm actually not sure. I want to say it's hard to play for both, because white has, well, at least how from what I see, white has a couple of options, like really like prepare g4 and some knight f5 jumps,
Hmm.
or prepare f4, wherever it takes. For black, I'm not yet sure. Once again, what kind of pawn moves are you looking for? Like b5 is always knight a5.
Hmm.
Yeah, and knight is. Mhm.
Probably we
If
can
you
start right
start with
away with the
a5
a5.
and then a4, and are we able to play b5? I'm not sure. Like b5, I'm always taking the pawn, right?
Like in this position, for some reason, after a5, a4, bishop c4 wouldn't be a bad idea at all.
Yeah, you're right, because now d takes is not possible. I'm simply dropping a pawn,
Hmm.
and b takes, I always have to watch out for this a4 pawn, right?
So, sorry,
Okay,
it
no,
was a
yeah,
mistake.
like
Yeah.
not taking it immediately, but even playing knight e6, right, and preparing bishop c5, and so yeah, I agree. I mean, with pawn being on a4, this does look like an interesting idea.
Hmm.
And b5, yeah, creating a pass pawn. Yeah,
It's like an a4. It feels like white, like the whole concept of white's play was to prepare f2, f4. But unless they've done f4, it seems a bit like strange for me that uh, they haven't accomplished the mission they've initiated. Like f4 would be a very valid move, unless there is e takes
yeah,
f4
but
and
but
g5.
I'm really bothered with this g5 thing, because I no longer can see any tactic which supports the idea of capturing f4. And,
Yeah, but then the whole setup doesn't make any sort of sense.
yeah, maybe maybe it's exactly what I said. Like White played a few moves which look okay, but in fact are kind of superstitious. Right? It's I just make it. Yeah, King H1 maybe useful. Went to by the way, his last move was Queen H5 to E2, right? So he went Queen H5 at some point, and then look,
Wow.
and
So
then
it
back to
means he
E2.
was.
He was almost there,
Mhm.
as we would think. He had like Queen on H5, Knight on F5, and then he had to basically to return the Knight
But
to
he
H4,
decided to
and then
decline the proposal, I believe.
there was kind of a
So it's like knight h4, king g8, knight f5 could be played.
Knight F5.
Yeah.
You could repeat it.
Hmm.
Yeah. So Fabi just wants to play. Yeah, fair enough.
Like at least he was the first who decided to carry on.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but then I agree. Like A5 makes lots of sense. Not sure. Not sure what white does.
Yeah, like these Berlin positions, especially without any pawns traded, like make me feel some kind of like you just literally you want to take a nap, like looking at the position.
Yeah. Yeah. On some other channel uh, that I'm commentating, I mean, you're aware of, but maybe
Yeah, yeah.
some people are aware of. Yeah, I was actually greeted in the chat, but by one of the mods from that channel, constant viewers. So we have a sort of a meme that the tournament goes on and you check the games after the opening. Okay, and this is interesting, this is very principled, that's a derby between two I don't know, American players, and these two games are Joko Piano, and then Joko Piano you don't touch until something happens.
Yeah, that's a good
Because
sense.
like even with the experts being, sometimes it's Grisha joining and so on and so, nobody seemingly has a clue in what's going on.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
may agree.
yeah, with this Joko Piano thing especially, like I can't really find logic there in when they, not in the moves are fine, yeah, and sometimes like tactical justification and so on,
Mhm,
but you always tend to think that people change one line to the other line. Like basically, I'm talking about Black's ways to play against Gioco Piano Italian, right?
mhm,
And you would think that, okay, guys were playing this, then they stopped because there is something problematic, right? So Black was playing with a6, bishop a7, for instance, right? Then they changed and they were playing with d5. And then
mhm.
now they're back to playing with a5. And eventually it kind of becomes transparent that nobody has a clue, because now everybody plays his own system and everybody is okay with Black against
Mhm.
Joko Piano.
Yeah, obviously.
That's very confusing. I understand their desire to play it because that's a very complex position still with all the pieces on the board. You're basically avoiding early simplifications, but for the commentators, it's a nightmare.
True, true. Obviously, players are more familiar with the Gioco piano than like apparently us. And
Yeah, no, I mean you can talk basic things like the knight goes to d2 to be put on f1 to go to g3,
yeah,
right? But you can say so that many times, and if you have like a couple of Joko pianos every round of every tournament, at some point you're just running out of things to talk.
yeah.
So that's
For instance, I tend to agree what you just said about the like the every player on the very top of the chess ranking system has his own firm approach against this sort of openings like Gioco Piano. For example, like this a5 queen b8 thing distinguished Ding among all players. Like I believe Fabi is more like bishop c5 and d5 player,
Right, and also
and Aronian.
recently, Aronin is brilliant. I don't know what he does currently, but he's brilliant
Yeah,
in those positions. That's what I know.
yeah. So it's a very fair point indeed. Probably we should have some sort of agreement not touching Caruana, Firouzja, and Rapport Radjabov game until the evaluation bar drastically changes.
Maybe it will be unfair. I'm thinking, let's do this. Let's wait for the first pawn trade in each game. Okay, they trade pair of pawns, and this will change the situation dramatically, I believe.
True, true.
Right. I mean, okay, they change one pair of pawns, and then immediately it's a new position, it's a new game. Okay, so one last glance at Jan's position, perhaps, and
Hmm.
then maybe a short break.
Hmm. Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah, Nepo already as the winner of the tournament faces Jan-Krzystof Duda. That's not
No, that
the.
this is Nakamura game against Dink, but we finally have do the games again. Nepomnyashchy, I believed. Just no. Yeah, so this another board.
Yeah, well, Dean Nakamura, we can see from this little diagram that
Hmm.
not much has changed. That's still absolutely symmetrical, even though okay, maybe. Yeah, okay, but that's much more interesting. Let's be fair, that's much more interesting.
Hmm.
And well, stuff is happening. Look, here I'm
Knight
a little bit
e4.
worried.
Wow.
Knight e4, right?
So, like intuitively, you were absolutely right in terms of
Yeah,
guessing
so
the
the
move.
question is the question
What was
is
wrong indeed?
why Nepo decided to take on f3 and not on c2.
Mm,
I'm not sure.
like probably he was a bit worried with like rook c1, I
Yeah,
presume.
we can. Can you get us? Can you get us
The
the chess-based
analysis brought
board?
both, yeah.
Yeah, the analysis board would be nice. Yeah, so that we could shuffle around a little. So
Hmm.
you're thinking just an end game?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. Who
Because
knows?
if b5, I presume we take first. It's like I'm not really willing to take first voluntarily because still I hope for some h5, h6 ideas, like this famous Grishuk pawn.
Hmm.
But like on the other hand, like my main idea was to push a4 to destroy the pawn chain on the queen side. But somehow I was a bit worried with, let's say, queen takes, rook takes, and even some b takes c4, rook c5, and yeah, it looks a bit ridiculous, but we've got the famous Irish pawn structure, as I've been
Yeah,
told
and
by one gentleman.
black is a pawn up currently.
Yeah, according to Master Mnatsikanyan's
Yeah.
opinion.
Okay. You can take on a4. Yeah, but even without delving too much into detail, it feels like the moment queens are coming off the board, uh, black kind of can really,
Breathe out.
yeah, kind of breathe out with release tension and so on.
Hmm.
Exhale. Oof,
Hmm.
oof. I've traded the queens. I'm not getting checkmated. But at least that's the feeling. Maybe it's a wrong feeling. Anyway, Jan decided the opposite. He captured on f3 and went knight d4, practically forcing, if I'm getting it right, practically forcing white to take on d4.
Hmm.
But this is, I mean, it's a lot of tactics there, no?
Yeah, let's go
Queen
straight
takes.
forward. Just take, and rook
I
d1.
want to play rook a to d1. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course, everybody wants to play rook a to d1.
And black has a pair of sensible options.
One of them being queen b2. 2,
Yeah,
and
like
the other
both
one,
pawns to be taken.
both pawns to be taken. Queen e5, it's a queen sacrifice, right?
Is
Queen
it?
e5, knight d6. I was not sure. Oh, queen f6. Yeah, I'm just blind. Sorry.
No, but still,
That's
I
why I
believe the
have,
line is not over yet for some reason.
because
Because
of.
like take, because you have to take on c8, otherwise there is
You
knight
can't
g7,
trade the queens. Yeah,
and
rook
then queen
takes.
b7.
Queen b7, and then the rook is hanging,
Like
the
too many
bishop's
pieces
hanging.
are hanging.
It's actually, yeah, but white might be winning in this line. Yeah.
Yeah, like queen bishop d4 is on the board. Queen
Bishop d4
d4.
is on the board, queen d4. But yeah, but my argument is that it's not clear if what I've called the. I know. Wait, it's. Yeah, I thought maybe the queen sacrifice is not that bad, but now I realize I don't even see how to sacrifice the queen properly. Like queen takes d6 and then take with the bishop, but that's no, that cannot be right. That cannot be right.
Yeah, it looks quite tempting for white just to go for it. And queen b2, that's
Okay,
the
he captures
explanation.
on b2 relatively quickly. Okay,
Mhm.
he captures on b2, but do we believe it?
Well,
I
still,
personally,
it can be
I'm not
something on
sure.
the spot for white after queen b2. Yeah, it's hitting, the game is heating up, we have to claim.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here. As well. Takes d8, go knight d6. There is bishop e6. Yeah, knight
It's
d6. There is
still it's
bishop
far from
e6.
clear.
Yeah, it's far from clear exactly, but who
Like
knows?
probably black is in time to protect everything. Because like initially my idea was to play bishop a4, bishop e8, but it's too
Bishop
artful.
a4, yeah, that's what I was looking at. But bishop a4, regrettably, there is queen b4.
Hmm.
There is another funny move, which is bishop f. I know bishop f5. You can take with the bishop. Silly me. I thought bishop f5, and if you take with the pawn, then it's a check and h6. King f8, yeah, h6, and I don't know. Maybe that's nonsense, but the game goes on. Yeah.
Yep, true. Like at least from the practical point of view.
Yeah, perfect for online blades. I could continue with this line, by the way, but yeah, never
Yeah,
mind.
like not being responsible for any kind of lines we're like suggesting. Queen b2. Yeah, like rook d8 is a bit. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
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 not
it's quite logical, but maybe
it's
there's a
not
bit.
the move. Yeah, it's not the move you really want to play,
Hmm.
right? You would like to find something better than rook d8 if it is available, of course. Mm,
Can we try out knight f6 at once?
knight f6 at once. Yeah. I was actually looking at it and then forgotten it exists.
Hmm.
Well, the thing is, I'm not sure how forced black is to take, but let's assume he has to take. Let's
Hmm.
assume he has to take on f6. So pawn takes, rook d1. Yeah.
Hmm.
So rook is pinned, so there is no rook e8 checkmate. The rook
Yeah,
is
and then we
pinned.
have a variety of moves. Probably even rook d1. Well, queen d1 is a bit more logical.
Artificial, you think, yeah,
Probably
or maybe
logical.
more logical,
Because
yeah.
after rook f6, at least we can win the bishop, like checking and taking rook c8, and we're upon a bishop up.
Check, rook takes c8. Yep, but same goes for queen f6. Yeah, maybe this wins the bishop, by the way.
Mhm.
He's not forced to trade, though. He can go rook f8. So bishop f6, e f6. Maybe he can go rook f8. It's an ugly looking move, but how do you protect
Hmm,
f6?
a valid point indeed.
Yeah, it's like you probably don't care too much about your c2 bishop with
No,
white,
no,
but
just
you
just
really
give
care about the pawn,
give
right?
me a second. I believe there is something very, very cute. It's like my first intention was to play queen f4, but then you can take on f6 with a queen even.
Yeah, yeah. Queen f6.
So that's
That's
the point.
exactly some sort of pre-move that I wanna
Mm-hmm.
almost like play. I mean, unless it fails badly, like Queen f6 would be my
Yep.
the move I want to play.
Yeah, rook f8 is a very good decision indeed.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, it's actually it's actually missable. I think moves like that, because if you calculate this position from afar and you think, okay, knight f6, at least he cannot take. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like white. Like usually well, chess players have a habit of calculating only the the forced lines with the captures with check. This is what we call forced lines. But some silent moves like rook f8 can be easily out of the vision. So why not?
Yeah, there was a suggestion to try to take on f6 with the queen immediately, but I think it just loses, right? Pawn takes, queen
Yeah,
takes, and no, 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 no. I
no, no,
mean,
it's too much.
pawn takes, black queen takes on f6, but that's regrettably a blunder. I think. Yeah,
Yep.
why just takes, and yeah, rook d1 is kind of clever, but queen c3, right? Oh, queen e7. Whatever. Queen e7. By the way, I think you were
Rook e6,
blundering.
yeah.
No, rook e6 you can take with the queen.
Oh,
The
sorry.
d1 rook is still hanging. Yeah, so that's the problem. No, but yeah, queen c3,
Hmm.
anything,
Yeah, true.
anything. Yeah, so this doesn't work.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
black
knight f6.
probably failing to
He,
bishop f6.
yeah, yeah.
But once again, what
Mm,
to do? Like
what to
this attack
do?
looks
What
quite
to do?
promising for white.
Yeah, I would be really, really surprised if black is actually better here. It's really hard to believe. It's
It
really
is
hard
hard
to
to
believe.
believe, but Duda has to have something in his mind. While
Hmm.
like it's quite principle taking on b2, then e5 pawn is hanging, the bishop is hanging, which is more important.
Yeah. Okay, how bad is the situation right now? If I try to play some move just to kind of limit the damage, I mean, okay, I lost the pawn, maybe I still have initiative for the pawn, but I don't see a comfortable move like this.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop on c2 is hanging. You don't really believe a move like bishop a4.
No,
Black
not
has
really.
way too many useful moves, right? So it has to be, yeah, the point I'm trying to make, it has to be something forcing, something
Yeah,
straightforward. So
all
it's
right.
either knight f6 check or rook d8 bishop d8 knight f6. Yeah, or maybe trade and not knight f6. Okay, let's
Rook
agree
d1.
on this one. Now wait a second. If I do it in the opposite order, if I wait, I have to stop. If I give it check on f6 now instead of rook d1, or you wanna
I want
you wanna
to
give
like
it.
first like push the
Play
bishop
rook d1. Okay, push the bishop there,
and then
and
go there.
then give a check.
Hmm. It's like
Now,
my idea was quite simple. Like if you take queen f6, I play h6,
but you
and
can also win the bishop. Yeah, h6 might be very strong,
yeah,
but you can also
or
trade and
destroy
go
the
rook
bishop
d8.
indeed.
Yeah. Rook f6, though. How do you refute? Oh, okay. After rook f6, you have h6, and this might be very important. No,
Ah,
bishop
you
takes, rook takes. I mean,
uh-huh.
bishop takes, pawn takes, rook takes. Now rook c8 is less scary because your own bishop is hanging, but I think h6 is strong now.
h6 is strong indeed.
Looks like. I mean, how do you stop rook d8? Queen b6. Yeah, we might have some
Queen b6,
fun if
queen
queen
e3.
c3. Queen e3. Yeah,
Yeah.
brilliant. Queen e3 probably wins. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a very like not a study-like pattern, but a quite a famous one.
and yeah, let's continue, Dania. Queen c7, queen e5. I mean, it has to be mentioned. Queen e8. Yeah, pardon.
Queen
Queen
e8.
e5 is nice, but yeah, queen e8 is mate in one, which is stronger.
Yeah.
Which is stronger. Yeah, yeah, funny.
So, but
Um,
I mean, yeah, we just
yeah.
pointed
Okay,
out
so
the
we
main like
trade.
attacking
We
pattern.
So we're trading. We go rook d1.
Mhm.
Till that point, it's forced. Bishop e7 is probably forced, but am I forced to take after knight f6 check is the question.
Not yet, but I believe you will. It's quite nasty to resist the knight on f6.
So king g7,
Yeah,
for
I can
instance,
include h6. I mean, just and I won't hesitate to do it.
h6, yeah. And I will end up playing king h8 apparently, right?
Yep, and then I include
And
queen
this
d5.
looks scary.
Hmm.
Okay, if you ask me, this looks scary and probably is lost
Hmm.
objectively for black. Probably is lost
Like
objectively.
if you play king h8 at once, then it may fail to h6 g6 inclusion, but
Yeah, like
probably
the
not.
bishop on c2 is hanging, which is a little bit irritating.
Yeah, like if you take, you cannot take on c2, I presume, or you can, because I've been wondering. I had g7 and queen g3, but then you have queen g6, and black is holding.
Yeah, there is queen g6.
All right, so
So
we are not
with the
in a hurry.
king on h8, yeah, with the king on h8, you could try to take on g6 with the bishop, but it might be, a bit too much. Mm,
Well, like I'm a bit puzzled with Jan Nepomnyashchy's conscious decision to opt for this particular line. I mean, not taking on c2 because knight c2 seems to be like a safer way to continue the game. But probably he's just too ambitious. He want to win with black pieces, and he opts for a risky line.
no, but maybe he has spotted something. I'm still not convinced that all the lines that we've checked were correct, right?
Yep,
So
indeed.
after rook d1, maybe there is something. Maybe there is, yeah, like rook d8, bishop d8. That much I'm sure. We do not miss anything. Yeah.
Mhm.
After rook d1, okay, queen b6 doesn't make much sense. Yeah.
Not
So it
really.
it is bishop e7.
Hmm.
It is bishop e7 and check. Let's try to take once again.
On f6.
Yeah, on f6, bishop f6, pawn takes. The endgame is, I mean, it's nothing to discuss. Yeah, if
Hmm.
queen takes, there's nothing to discuss. Yeah, this looks bad then. How do you guard d8? Yeah, there is no way. Yeah,
No way.
maybe that's the best black has actually to take on f6. But then at the very least, it's an endgame piece up. Yeah,
Yeah, looks like Nepomnyashchy eventually lost
might be in
some sort of
trouble.
consciousness. Yeah.
Might be in trouble. Anyway, it's been more than a couple of hours from the start already. So if you don't mind, guys, I suggest we take a little short break. Today, no quick draws, and even Dean Nakamura, the quiet of them all, has a lot of tournament situation pressure on the guys. So maybe Ding will try, right? So today I don't expect an easy day as yesterday. Today I feel like we will have some longish games going.
Hmm.
So yeah, so let's take a short break. We'll come back in some 10 minutes or so and continue with the last round of the candidates.
All right, we're back from the short break, and the things getting quite dizzy in the game between Duda and Nepomnyashchy.
Yeah, I think we had this position during our analysis, but we did not consider taking the pawn on g6. Yeah,
Hmm.
so let's try to understand what's actually going on there. He found the moment to take on g6, right, to exchange pawns. Here, black is obliged to take back because queen f7 is
Hmm.
a deadly threat. Then, yeah, h takes, rooks were swapped. Knight d6, bishop e6. We had the same position with h pawns being on the board, right?
Hmm. So H
Yeah,
stage
and bishop
g6
is.
inclusion is vital for white. Otherwise, the
Hmm.
bishop would be hanging.
Yeah. So what's all about? F takes, and
Hmm.
what is White's idea? I'm yet to understand.
Probably queen e4.
Queen e4. Yeah. So you target g6. And also rook b1
Yeah.
might be an idea. Like for instance, in case of king g7, I think rook b1 works. Yeah.
Hmm. Well, black has some sort of bishop g5, but I'm not convinced it's a great decision. So at least white can opt for that particular endgame.
Yeah, there is an endgame. There is also knight e8 check, but you will. Yeah, after bishop d5, there is knight e8 check, and it seems that the only safe square that you have is h8. Interestingly,
Well,
but probably it's
it's
okay.
enough, yeah.
I don't know. Probably it's enough.
Yeah, that's hilarious. It looks pretty much forcing after queen e4. Queen e4 is on
Queen
the board.
e4 is on the board. What else black can do?
Like if
Bishop
bishop,
f5, we
then
just
check.
take twice, yeah?
I
Ah,
thought
there
we
is
just
also a
check,
check.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We will take the other bishop as well. Yeah, knight f5, queen d5, queen d8 is an
Yeah,
option.
basically
Yeah,
we can start with knight f5, it's just the same. So
yeah, that's bad for black. So it looks fairly
looks scary.
forced. Yeah, king g7 or maybe h7, right? That's the other option. Rook b1. Let's check it carefully. Maybe there is some
Some
move.
queen
Actually,
move.
rook b7. You can go to h8. Yeah. So it's queen b7, which bothers us. I mean, if I would move the queen, let's say
Mm,
queen d2, queen d2,
yeah, like
then
besides
rook
queen b7, there is rook b7 working, I believe. No?
rook b7, king h6, and I mean there should be a checkmate. I believe, yeah, but at least I don't see it immediately.
Yeah, good point. Maybe not
Like
immediately, indeed.
g3 with the threat of queen h1.
Yeah, that's painful.
No, but that's no. That there is bishop d5. Yeah. No, but queen b7 is good enough. I mean,
Hmm.
we can, in terms of calculating the lines, we can just stop because queen b7, it's white having material advantage as well as positional advantage. I wanted to say, even though king h8, you take and we play c3, it's a mess. Maybe h6. Yeah, I don't know why I went to h8. King h6, yeah, takes and c3, and it's still, or it's not. Knight e4. Aye,
Yeah, that's painful.
there is this knight e4 line. Yeah,
Anyway, it's not quite clear. After
yeah,
queen
it's
e4, king
it's not forced.
g7,
Yeah.
rook
Yeah,
b1,
king
bishop d5.
g7 or bishop d5. Yeah, this is the question. So now, what is this endgame? Rook b2, take on e4, knight e4. It's equal material and very unbalanced. Yeah, rook b6 is something to check first. Yeah,
Hmm.
because it can also be better for black.
In some
Interestingly,
positions, indeed, yeah, why not?
yeah.
Like probably
Uh,
black. White has to keep the rooks on the board, otherwise.
Yeah. Better for black, as in rook b6, bishop b6. Yeah, line.
Hmm.
So that's why we probably, as white, we probably should play something like rook d2, maybe attacking the bishop. Bishop e7, rook d7, right? King f7. Does it work? Yeah, it does. Yeah.
No, it's not. Or it
Why?
is. There is a funny line.
Check. Yeah, check takes this and
I'm
c3.
not
Yeah.
quite convinced. Maybe king d8.
Maybe king e8. Yeah, king
G8.
or d8. Yeah, king d8 takes and c3. Right, and this pawn cannot be stopped. Once again,
This is how
long line.
somehow it remind me, like a very fresh chess meme. It's like after 96, like call the ambulance, but after king
Hmm.
d6, check, check, and then king d8, but not for me.
Hmm.
And we figure out that white is losing there.
Yeah, white is losing there. Yeah, I agree.
Well, somehow I believe after rook b6 the position is more or less equal. So basically, the bishop is stronger than the knight, but black has some sort of drawbacks in their pawn structure. So all the time we can disrupt it playing a2, a4. Our e5 pawn is quite strong, so
Yeah, but
I believe it has to be a
it,
draw.
yeah, but it might be very delicate position. So you play one move
Hmm.
wrong and you're in
True,
trouble.
true, indeed.
Rook d2 seems almost forced. Bishop e7. What else against
Not,
other?
like not really. Maybe rook c2 is the move.
Rook c2? Yeah, but then it's check and b5.
Yep,
That's what I was
exactly.
thinking. Checking h2 b5. The pawns are not going too far, on the other hand, yeah?
Like knight c3, there is a move.
Knight
And that's
c3.
hilarious that your rook like is trapped on b4 for life. Like at least we have a draw after 95, I believe.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, maybe it's just zeros on every line. I don't know. It feels like it's a
Yeah,
draw.
it could be. It could be this funny repetition, yeah, with knight c3 and knight d5.
Mhm.
Okay, but for now, Nepomnyashchy is thinking.
What else does the black have from the human's perspective? Like any
Yeah,
bishop moves, like bishop f7 fails to e6, does it?
e6. E6, I think I can take the knight, yeah?
Yeah, because I don't see a proper check, right? Like take, and
Check
there is no
here, king
checks.
f7. There is check on e8, but that's one check only.
Yeah, the sneaky bishop on d8 just covering all the crucial squares. So
Yeah.
probably.
Anyway, I mean, it's not white only can dream of a draw, right? I
Mhm.
mean, there are some lines with checks, maybe even a perpetual after rook e7, but not more than that.
Mhm.
Something else? So not e6, but maybe still rook b1.
Still review one. Maybe it's even stronger.
Still rook b1, because white is not under pressure, right? Queen d2, maybe. I was thinking queen d2 to also have perpetual ideas.
Ah.
Queen c1, queen h6. Like say, if you take on b7
Mhm.
immediately, then it would be like a perpetual with queen c1, queen h6, or sort of perpetual. I mean, I don't know if it's a real perpetual.
Well, at least something to be
Yeah,
worried about.
it will be a lot of checks. Let's describe it this way.
Sure.
It will be a lot of checks.
The reason
Right,
why
but
I've
but you're right. You can
proposed
take on
queen a2.
f7 first, yeah.
Yeah, that was the reason why I
Queen.
proposed queen a2, because we can take on f7 and take queen b7.
So takes. Ah, yeah. Knight f7 and g6 is king. Yeah, that looks ugly.
But then if queen a2, you can take on b7 with the rook and just basically like
Yeah, that
implying
also
all the
look.
same ideas, but the queen is quite distant from the action.
It's
Yeah,
not
it
the
looks
end though.
disastrous.
Yeah, but it's
It's
not the
horrible.
end. Rook d6, e d6, and then again I can start giving checks. Yeah.
Oh wow, queen a1, queen h8. Oh my.
Yeah. And I'm not even sure I need king queen h8. Yeah, okay, check from a1 for sure, king h2,
Queen f6
and
simply.
some queen f6. Yeah,
Maybe black is
and
better.
it's not clear, right? I mean, it's very, time sensitive position because, yeah, like you have ideas of rook b8, maybe queen a8 and winning, but also your king is exposed. And yeah, maybe it's indeed more precise to give a check from h8 to force the king to g3.
Hmm.
So it doesn't look like convincing that, okay, I would stop and say white is winning. No.
Hmm.
So maybe white should look for something better than that. Or
True.
oh, wait a second, but that's bishop f7 for black is what we are trying. Yeah, so maybe black has, oh sorry,
Bishop
maybe white
f7
has
looks a
some.
bit suspicious,
Yeah,
personally.
I agree. I agree. We could try to take on f7 first. How about that? And then go rook b1.
So the difference is that we are avoiding rook d6.
Yeah, but maybe we are not attacking enough, kind of. Yeah, queen a2, rook
Ooh,
b7, let's say.
it might be a mate,
Oh,
I believe.
yeah, well, actually, queen b7 is also strong, I think. Ah, no, queen b7, bishop e7. No,
Hmm.
rook b7.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rook
rook
b7.
b7.
I think it's a mate.
Yeah, should be. Yeah,
Like queen d5 comes on the very next move, and I believe white is mating.
bishop e7.
But then, like every move, maybe queen
Check.
d5.
Rook e6.
Ah, rook e6. Oh my.
Rook e6. Yeah, there is still this, and I was thinking initially I was thinking rook b6 would win, but then
Mhm.
you have a check and queen e5, so that's a bit concerning. Uh, I
Yeah,
still
that's
believe
that's
white has to
dangerous.
be winning, but
Well, like if I make a check from f3, you have king e8, for example,
even e6 I cannot refute. But yeah, but king e8.
and then probably I play queen d5.
Or check bishop d8, queen e5 as well.
Or
Yes,
check,
yes,
yeah.
yeah, this works, and also check bishop d8 and queen d5 works.
Hmm.
Yeah. So wait, there is this line with the endgame, which starts with king move and bishop d5, and there are all the rest seems to be very very
Suspicious, yeah.
risky. Yeah, very risky for Jan Nepomnyashchy. And here we failed to find any sort of.
Yeah, aren't we missing something at once? Like after bishop d5, maybe white can avoid the queen trade? Not really.
I mean, queen e1, but then we are not no longer attacking.
Hmm. Oh
Can
no.
we briefly? I understand it's probably nonsense, but can we briefly check 98?
Hmm.
King goes. I'm not sure where the king. No, this way I have check from f4 and
Ah,
just take
you're
the
right.
queen, right?
Hmm.
So you have to go to the h file,
Hmm.
h7 or h8. Yes, and h8. And here I was about to give up, but queen f4. How exactly you're avoiding a
Oh my.
checkmate? No, I don't believe it works. But yeah, queen b1 checking h2. There are
That's great.
two different checkmates threatening from h6 to g7 and from f8 to g7.
Wow.
But you should be. I know king g8. Yeah, never mind. King
Uh,
g8, queen h6, and then you just go king f7. That would be that would be nice, but yeah,
it's a
it's
quite
too
an
nice to be.
quite an
Yeah,
unpleasant way to be cooled down.
yeah, too nice to be true, as they say. Yeah, it's too nice to be true.
Yeah, for some reason you made me believe in miracle. Like if this line was winning for white, yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
would
mean
be
that would
just
be again
marvelous.
brilliancy
Yeah.
award and so on. Yeah,
Hmm.
like in all the books, but
Yeah, King
no,
G8 is
not
quite
really.
prosaic. Yeah.
Uh,
All right, but it means that after rook b2 and bishop e4, knight e4, rook b6. And like white has a couple of moves like rook d2 and rook c2, but this position is about to occur. Like it's quite logical. It just comes out naturally.
Yeah, rook b6. Yeah, probably rook b6. Yeah. And then, yeah, your line with rook c2 seems pretty accurate. Rook c2, at least if I'm giving a check going b5, it's clearly a draw, right?
Mhm. Yeah, rook b4, we had take knight d5 and it's a draw.
Knight d5, and it's just a draw.
Unless
Um,
they're... No,
you
no, I don't
mean
believe.
exchange sacrifices? Not
It's
really.
too
No.
much. Too much.
Uh, if black wants to push, he could try rook c6 as a response to rook c2, but I don't really believe
With a
it's
knight d6.
knight d6. Yeah, bishop c7.
No, but then we're pawn up. Are we?
Rook c4. Ah, no. For some reason in my head it was
King on
like
h2?
I've given a check and then
Yeah,
went
yeah.
rook c6. Yes, so kind of the king was on h2. Yeah, so this way white is pawn up? Question mark. Maybe c3 and still somehow I can achieve a draw. But yeah, doesn't make this move any. I mean, there isn't any point in
Hmm.
going for this for black. Yeah, might as well be that it's objectively it has to be a draw both played well enough.
Well,
You
interesting
know.
game between by Duda and Nepomnyashchy. Like it won't be repeated if this game ends in a draw, because the players have shown up with some pretty like exciting stuff.
No, this is. I mean, if people kind of being upset about this kind of games being a draw, so that means just chess is not for you, because that's a very interesting game. I mean, that's a clash of ideas, attacking resources, defensive
Hmm.
resources. Yeah, that one is very nice game.
True.
Speaking of somewhat more boring draws, I'm not sure if it is Ding Liren against Nakamura, the only game where there is at least some tournament intrigue is still on. How about these guys? What are they doing?
All right, let's take a look.
So, reminder: Nakamura. Okay, Jan Nepomnyashchy has won the tournament with one round to spare, so he
Mhm.
kind of doesn't count for the last round. Nakamura is on what 7.5 points. Ding is on 7. So one of those two will take second place
Mhm.
in the tournament, which in slight likelihood that Magnus will decline to play the match is a very valuable spot.
True, but
Yeah, so what's going on? Isn't Naka just like fine and possibly better because of h5 pawn?
yeah, he's like temporarily passive, but there is not a lot of squares to invade with the rook after rook d1.
Ah,
Obvi-
yeah, wait a second. Knight f6, I was thinking, but then probably bishop d6, yeah? Because at first I didn't understand, okay, how he's supposed to hold the h5 pawn, but there is bishop
yeah,
d6
bishop
as well.
d6 is a clever point because after e4, then the
Yeah, knight d4, and this is, I
knight
think this
d4,
is what
the
white
idea
wants,
occurs.
yeah?
Yeah, obviously.
So kind of slightly more active pieces plus slightly better structure, and this is how you actually build advantage
Hmm.
in these kind of games. So
I would prefer king e8.
maybe it's a little bit awkward. Yeah, king e8. Yeah, king e8.
Like, I don't know whether should we explain like the unnecessity of taking on c5 and
Yeah, you could do this, but usually those positions are better.
yeah,
Yeah, for
unlikely to do it rather.
I think usually those positions are probably better with this for the side with the knight. Even
Mhm.
though I'm thinking, I mean, how much better that is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
like
like
if you
it remains passive, but the bishop on
yeah.
c5 doing pretty much nothing. We can simply play king e8 there.
Yeah. I would say if you want a draw at any cost, you probably can just take on c5, go bishop e7, go a5, and make a draw.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't need to. Yeah, exactly. The feeling is like you don't need to. After king e8, you still have your threat. You have ways to improve your pieces, like going rook c8, rook c6, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Rook c8, though, rook d6. Yeah. Maybe white goes rook d6 anyway. Now with white to
All
move,
right.
yeah, maybe he goes rook d6. Not threatening anything, but just annoying a little bit.
Yeah, indeed, the position remains a bit annoying, but maybe it's a good time to break, like to break
Now
out.
to go a5. Yeah, now to go a5. Yeah, fair enough.
Rook d1 is played. King e8 is about to play, I'm pretty sure. Because knight f6 looks a bit
Yeah, no,
inaccurate.
he actually did. He actually did play knight
Wow.
f6.
Bishop
He
d6.
actually
It was your intention.
bishop d6. I think is pretty much forced.
Hmm.
Otherwise, we might end up being a pawn down. I don't know. Maybe he has something specific in mind. Like
Like a knight
ah,
d7 looks a bit too artificial.
no, knight d7. I'm a little bit. No, knight g4. Okay, okay, knight g4.
Knight g4 is on the board. Wow.
Yeah, knight g4. So he's making a case for like f3 will be hard for you to play, and otherwise the knight on g4 is actually nicely placed.
Wow.
Yeah, has his point.
Well, but let's say what is the point with king f1 and then king e2 f3? I realize it is a bit long for white, but like practically speaking, mm, nevertheless, king f1, king e2 won't be a bad idea in the endgames.
I don't know. Maybe a5.
Yeah,
Just
still you break out. Yeah,
trade some pawns. Yeah, I don't
king
think you
e2.
care too much about like and take with the bishop. Yeah, maybe a b4. Yeah, a b4, and then white takes with the bishop
Hmm.
perhaps. Yeah, still a bit annoying maybe. No, but if I take with the bishop, I'm no longer attacking e5.
No longer, yeah, indeed.
And if I take with the pawn, then rook a2 starts. This
Hmm.
is what I was worried about. This is what I was worried about. Maybe just
Well,
let it go. Maybe it's just a maybe it's just nothing.
yeah, so the
Mm,
players are pretty much shuffling around.
Yeah, well,
Nothing is
I've
happening
noticed
really.
this, Daniel, I've noticed that Naka sometimes he has his own ways of dealing with positions like that. So
Hmm.
not obvious, but then when you check it, it's actually good. Yeah, so I'm not questioning knight g4 too much. I mean, after all, he has spent some time. He had other options. If he went for knight g4, I kind of tend to trust him.
Hmm.
So he spent some time. He probably found out if it works or not.
Well, and Ding is
Uh,
a bit worse in time, but he has. No, obviously he is not. He's got 10 more moves to make and he has 25 minutes for it, so it's.
should be good enough.
Yeah,
Should be
there is
good
plenty
enough.
of time. All right, so I believe we should
Hmm.
leave Ding and Nakamura
Thinking? Yep.
thinking, making moves.
Do we have any time trouble in any of the games,
Let's take a look.
or potential time trouble? Because for Duda and Nepo, I believe they made quite a lot of moves,
Hmm.
and also that
Maybe
both
Rapport
still have.
Radjabov.
Yeah, Rapport Jabba was developing relatively slowly, as well as Caruana Ali Reza, right? I think I think that's the case with those with Joko Pianos and with those anti-Berlins. The
Hmm.
case is that you have a lot of pawns on the board, you have a lot of potential structures, and that's why people tend to spend a lot of time
True, true.
because
Because
it's interesting, huh? Yeah,
nobody is
nobody
familiar.
knows.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Yeah, but it's interesting that for people who do not know chess very well, chess players seem to be the guys who calculate all the time, right?
Hmm.
And the hardest thing about chess, like how many times every one of us was asked, like how many moves ahead you can calculate.
That's
It's
the
not that
most common
important.
question.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not that important, right? So it's most of the time you're spending not calculating the moves, but kind of evaluating two possible. Okay, you have two directions. You calculate one, you calculate the other, and then you kind of evaluating between the two. I think that's most of the time where, especially when someone spends like really lot of time in one position.
Hmm.
I think productive calculation, how long can you do it? 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then it's about hesitation and maybe.
I believe it is Kasparov's quote to, I mean, he mentioned that it's more important to evaluate precisely than to calculate precisely.
Yeah. Who am I to disagree with Gary?
Well, show
Uh,
me this brave man.
I think once I came up with an explanation that in fact, how many moves ahead have you? I mean, you have to calculate
Hmm.
to play chess well. The answer is one, as long as it's the strongest move in the position. Because on the next move, if you're able to find the strongest move in the position, you don't care, right?
Yep.
So
Mathematically speaking, it's truth.
yeah, I mean, it's nonsense in terms of like practical play because you will have to calculate in order to find this move. But on the other hand, let's say you have, I don't know, intergalactic intuition and you just know this move is best, and then you don't have to calculate it all. You just have to make strongest moves. Yeah, one
Yeah,
move
that's
deep.
it clearly suits the like the Tal, the famous Tal quote about 90% of the moves which come up to your mind first are normally the best in the position.
Interestingly, yeah.
Yes, on like 90%. I was quite surprised with that enormous number, like percentage of like.
Yeah, maybe he had very good intuition. Yeah, I agree. um but to some people, I think it looks like like a magician act when
Mhm,
you come to the board at the grandmaster and you say, okay, this is the move or this is the move. In a very complex position, you would say, okay, I would choose between this and this. When you, in fact, for let's say for a weaker player, it seems like you have 10 alternatives.
mhm.
So this is what this is. I don't know, intuition, some experience, so on. Sometimes feeling for the position. But yeah, maybe Tal was on such a level that he needed one try.
Yeah, normally that's an essence of features. So it's not only about the intuition for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So this one is also not very entertaining.
Not be,
Also,
especially after
also,
last bishop c5, but then it might be quite pleasant in terms of having the result as soon as possible.
yeah, I actually didn't realize he played bishop c5.
So what was the
So
last option? Naka takes his time, and Naka
Naka
is
takes
38
his
minutes,
time.
50 minutes ahead.
Yeah. Naka takes his time, but is he serious about trying to play it for a win? I don't think
Not
so.
really. Rook d7 is a threat.
I don't think so. And as well, I mean, if he makes a draw, that means he finishes the candidates in the second place,
Hmm.
right? So I wouldn't really be too picky here. Just play knight f6. And at the same time, if you play knight f6, your opponent has to care about h5 pawn. So it's very likely that we'll see the repetition
Hmm.
immediately after bishop d6, knight g4.
Fair point. Absolutely. All right, let's move on to
To
Radjabov
Ante
game
Berlins,
against,
yeah,
yeah,
to
Rapport against Radjabov.
Rapport against Radjabov, the
Like in
one where.
breaking our promise not following this game until something changes, but
But
somehow
maybe
I believe.
something has changed.
Yep.
Maybe something has changed.
Hmm.
We don't know. We were thinking Rapport's position. Yeah, okay, we are just on time because one pair of pawns being changed.
Oh my.
And this is the position that we both declared. No,
Oh
not
my.
really. Sorry. It's not one pawn being changed. It's a piece sacrifice from Rapport.
Holy
Rook to
mackerel.
g1, and very what I like it. I mean, it's so calm, like nothing happens. You've sacrificed the piece, and then you just go rook g1. Do we believe in this?
Like, it's the same to the question, like, do we believe in miracles?
Yeah.
Because, like, the attacking potential is quite, like, suspicious, especially after Bishop of Fate.
Bishop f8.
I barely
Well,
believe we're
f4,
asked
I guess.
that much. Like,
F4, right?
f4,
Or
but then
queen
even
g3. Maybe queen g3, you know? Or queen g3, he will already. No, queen g3 is stupid. Queen g3, he will
Bishop
already take
c4,
on c4.
and then rook e6.
Yes. So this is what I have to avoid. I have to try to. Because if there is a useless piece for black, it's the bishop on f7. The feeling is like we are fighting on dark squares, right? Like we are fighting to take on g7, we are fighting
Mhm.
to take on e5. So like allowing after queen g3 to take my knight on c4 feels meh.
On the other hand,
On the other hand, queen g3 takes, we take with the b pawn, and we plan to go for the h file.
yep, exactly.
Who knows? I mean, Rapport, he's a genius. He's capable of finding such things.
Very, yeah,
Not that I
unique
believe
ideas.
in this sacrifice, not that I believe in this sacrifice, but who knows?
Yeah, it looks like their black is a bit tied down to protect g7 pawn, so it's not convenient to move out the king. Mm, so yeah,
Well, actually,
bishop
f4 becomes a threat now, right?
f4 becomes a threat for sure, and rook and then rook g7.
Yeah, queen f4, rook g7.
And if bishop takes, then it's not that clear.
You mean f4? F4 pawn takes. You mean?
Yeah, pawn takes. Yeah.
Yeah, then it's not clear at all. But anyway,
Well, I presume the queen h3, rook h5 is the main like idea of the
it's
position.
probably this is the idea.
Hmm.
Yeah, but he's yet to play his move. Maybe there is something else as well. Rook f5. Well, yeah. Well, actually, rook f5 might be a decent idea.
Like to define the queen where it goes.
Yeah, and then to take on e5, right? Queen h4, I can take on e5, and also knight takes, and bishop takes. And, I mean, I don't know.
Like
What's
rook
that?
e5 can be the problem.
Yeah, you can take on e5 and go bishop d6, and black is probably winning. Yep.
Yeah, an interesting approach by Rapport, but could it be a bit premature?
Okay, we had seen some, way too brave decisions that ended up not working at the end.
Hmm.
Like his peace sacrifice against Ding, his decision to
Yep.
go on against Nepo. Yeah, even though it wasn't exactly the same against Nepo, it wasn't exactly the same, right? Because it was a choice between accept the perpetual or try to play what he thought was, unclear position. I think he didn't realize he was worse, right?
Hmm.
Otherwise, he would not enter this line.
Hmm.
Here, it's clear that, yeah, you sacrifice a piece. If your attack does not succeed, you basically lose. So we'll see. No, I don't think it's that bad for white. I mean, there must be something.
No, it's not. But
G1, bishop f8.
rook e5 is not played yet, but
Yeah, rook 5 is
not,
not played yet.
it's not
Might
easy
not
to
be
find
played
an
at all.
approach. It's not easy to find an approach. Maybe
Yeah, like queen g3, I really liked it. Maybe still queen g3. What did we say after queen g3? I don't remember.
Mm, good question.
Bishop c4, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, it
bishop
was one of the
bishop takes
ideas.
c4, b takes c4, and then some rook e7 is a possibility. Yeah, maybe it's just too optimistic. I don't know.
And then we've claimed white has an idea to play bishop queen
Yeah,
h3
to
and
go
rook
queen
h5.
h3, rook h5, but even then, it's not clear if. Yeah, well, there will be some threats. Yeah, if white manages to get to the h5, there will be some threats. That's actually annoying. Yeah, now that I'm looking at it. Okay, you're a piece up, but yeah, it's not felt immediately, right? The rook from a8 is not joining. Queen e6 might be my attempt to kind of stop white from achieving.
Oops.
Yeah, queen e6. Point being, rook g4, knight f6 seemingly works. Yeah. Anyway, at least something has changed.
Mm-hmm.
At least something has changed.
All right. It looks like Rapport is trying to like steal the show, steal all the limelight that belongs to Nepomnyashchy for winning the tournament.
Yeah, I'll
Just
I'll play a brilliant game. And
yeah,
yeah, well, actually, Nepo's game today is also spectacular.
yeah, and it's not over
Uh,
yet.
yeah, it's not over yet. And Fabi against Ali Reza. Can we check this
Mm-hmm.
one as well?
Well, we have not had really a bloody day in terms of openings, in terms of decisiveness,
Yeah,
but
but
still the games are going on.
everyone's tired, including the players, right? So it would be unfair to to demand every day, guys. You have to sacrifice like material against each other. You have to play like super sharp chess. Doesn't work like that. Okay, a lot of changes here, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, do not be fooled. It is not Rapport against Radjabov. It is Caruana Firouzja game. Yeah, queen back to e2, rook e8, moving
F5.
back and forth. Yeah, and Firouzja was the one to lose patience first. Yeah, to go f5. This I always thought was kind of automatically better for white. Yeah,
Slightly better,
just
true.
like
King
you get the
d4, rook
knight on
f1.
e4, but yeah, somehow Fabi plays it interestingly. I mean, d4 is it might be the right move. It's
Yeah,
just
he
that
wants to create the majority on the king side, so the purpose is quite clear.
yeah, okay.
Otherwise, it's not easy for white to break through, like, unless he played d4. So d4, I admire this attempt to fight for a win.
Yeah, probably that's correct. And then what?
Then, then the game goes on again.
And the game goes on again. Fabi is never too tired, right?
Yeah, like I'm as well. I'm super puzzled, like what black is going to do in this position because it feels like white is clearly a pawn up because we don't consider the majority on the queen side for black as something decisive.
Something relevant, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But what to do for black? It's not only the pawn structure. The bishop is useless on b4
Hmm.
to such an extent that I'm thinking about like playing bishop e7 literally, which is not the move I want to play. But you know, just for whatever reason, maybe you should start with something else. Yeah, I agree. Like if white builds up the position, like solidifies everything, goes I
Like
don't know
rook
king
d3
g2,
first.
yeah, like make it solid. I don't know how, but make it solid. And white is just better, right?
Yeah, true.
H4 again, sort of double-edged. H4. It's like you're opening your opponent's king, but there is a possible scenario, yeah, that you take AG, and use the one, you'll be the one to
Yeah,
get
clearly.
checkmated on the H file. And we've seen quite a few games like that in this tournament.
Hmm.
So that, yeah, Fabi himself opened the H file to lose against Ding Liren because of the H file.
So f5, Alireza losing his patience.
Was it necessary? I mean, yeah, but for him especially, I mean, I understand he can't really. I mean, first of all, it might be just a good move,
Yep.
and secondly, he can't really wait. He
Yeah,
can't really
like
wait. Be-
was it like for like what was the purpose? Whether it was some reason for it or it was just for a heck of it. I
yeah,
don't know.
maybe G4 is annoying. I don't know. Maybe G4 is something you don't like in this position because White was getting ready to play G4, right? I don't know how to, you know. What's your thoughts on black playing G5 instead of F5
Like
in this
voluntarily.
situation? Yeah, like play G5 here because at least it slows down White for quite a while. Yeah, White will have to go
Yeah, in
back to
fact.
F3, but maybe still no clear plan. Yeah,
Maybe then White may try to readjust some rook e1 d4 threats. But after rook g7, I believe black is still alright. Absolutely. Because all the time d4 can be faced with. Well, I thought I have g4, but then I realized that this position is just bad for black,
yeah.
like positionally.
Take with something. Yeah, with queen, with maybe even with the
Maybe
knight,
even there was a pawn.
maybe even with the pawn. Yeah, to open
And
the
then
G
like rook
file.
g3 and we're rock solid on the king side.
Yeah.
Funny
Yeah,
enough.
so maybe it's not very pleasant. Maybe it was already in not very pleasant position.
Yeah, actually I like
And
Caruana approach to like what position to receive against Alireza in their particular game, because this is not what Alireza is like familiar
good
with.
at.
Yeah, good at. No, obviously he's familiar with, but he's lacking practice in that sort of positions. They're not very
Yeah.
concrete. They're not very sharp, and that's a very nice patience test for black pieces. And
Yeah.
not everybody will pass it, obviously.
Yeah, I agree. And I just thought, funny thing, nobody seems to be keen to test Berlin players in the Berlin endgame nowadays. But I'm
Yes.
curious what line specifically Alireza Firouzja has prepared. I don't know if he ever had a Berlin endgame. He had a couple of Berlins, or well, a few Berlins, right?
Hmm.
But what exactly is the line he was planning to play in the endgame? Because the endgame might be tricky sometimes still, right?
We can even take a like
Yeah,
small
it's
look
not
on it.
clear. Yeah, like d4 and takes, and once again, I'm no expert in this stuff, right? So trade on d8. What's the main line
Like
nowadays? Like
h3 was the move.
H3, yeah.
Knight
Like basically,
c3.
you have H3, knight c3, and check from d1.
Hmm.
For whatever reason, sometimes they start with this H3, and then
Bishop
after
e7 or
H3, yeah,
h5.
bishop E7. Uh,
Like
yeah, I would, mhm.
according to Dorfman's method, I would only consider bishop g5. But maybe it's not a great idea because of knight
Yeah,
d4
okay.
main force.
Somehow they are no 94 d1, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like
Maybe
we can start
takes king
right
goes.
out with a check. Let's say.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say that after this endgame happens,
Hmm.
like more generalized without even naming the moves. It's basically black playing with h5 and everything else. Because bishop
Hmm.
e7 is not the only move, right? There is king e8. There
True,
is what
true.
I don't know, many other. Bishop d7 is there as well. Yeah. And I was always thinking that this line with h3, h5, even though it's probably the easiest to learn, and black is making a draw there, I believe. There
Hmm.
is no refutation to this line.
Hmm.
It's one of the most depressing positions in chess. I mean, I don't know, why would you voluntarily enter this?
So if you play this position too much, you would commit a suicide, or
No, no, not to such an extent, but but seriously, I mean, it's weird that with all the richness of the game of chess, yeah, all the richness of your options against the Rui Lopez, you choose to play the end game and the specific line where you are worse till the end of the game because I don't know, like how many games are won after h3 h5
it's black
with black.
pieces.
Well, I'm not sure, maybe 1%. I mean, if you want to fight, you play, I don't know, Kramnik's bishop d7 or something else, but not h5, right?
You know, like
And
somehow I don't understand this sort of position, so I would rather not opt for it neither with white nor with black. So I believe if, for example, you know, it's a very common problem for the players who dislike some sort of positions. Like they've been asked, do you like this position with white? No, I totally don't like this position with white. Would you rather play it with black against the white? Like if you offer
yeah,
some kind of a chess game, no, I don't want to play it with black in either. Yeah, and it's a paradoxal a bit.
yeah, but that's very often. Yeah, I agree. Berlin, I wonder if I ever had Berlin endgame with white. Well, I had a couple of times, yeah. With black, I tried it a few times, but yeah, when you're looking at it, when you're analyzing, with white, you struggle to find even a shadow of an advantage, right?
Hmm.
And you think, do you tell yourself, okay, let's try it with black? Yeah, so white has no chance at advantage whatsoever.
Hmm.
And then you get this position with black, you understand, oh, okay, but how exactly I was supposed to equalize it worse everywhere?
Hmm.
And I have quite a few examples like that. Like, you know, in what was the like in King's Indian, for instance, like I was playing King's Indian a lot in my career. And then White would play some, original system against me, not that popular back then. Like, I don't know, H3 at some point was kind of a reinventing the
Hmm.
Makagonov system was this thing, and so on and so on. And you would think, oh, okay, that's a clever line. Let's try to play it with white next time. And you play it with white, and you immediately understand that, yeah, your opponent easily equalizes, right?
Yeah, that's the
So that's
paradox indeed.
that's a common thing. And also, I can only imagine for these guys, the very top guys, they have a very limited pool of openings, right? You
Hmm.
have a lot of examples that guys, for instance, they play Gioco Piano, infamous Gioco Piano with both colors. Now, how do you get bored all the time having the same position with same kind of strategic motifs and sometimes exactly the same variations, and you know a lot about it, and you know that your opponent knows a lot about it. So yeah, and that's why sometimes they're experimenting with weird stuff like 1b3 or whatever, right? Because you can't always play the same position.
Yeah, just go off the road from the very beginning. So basically, like, that's why, like, above all said, I have to claim that's why I became a very like avid D4 first D4 player because like I mean, yeah, I want to avoid some sort of Joko piano. I don't like any sort of Berlin, 19 Berlin, but in D4 they're just a game, just from the very beginning. You can opt for
d4.
second bishop G5, second bishop F4. You can make
Ah,
some
okay.
other ridiculous moves.
Because I wanted to scare you out with the name of Grunfeld. But
Mm,
yeah, but you're a cheeky player. You can play bishop move and move too.
as well,
Yeah.
but I can't say that I'm quite scared with Greenfield. Like the most depressing thing, but probably it depends on the tempo. And for me, the most depressing thing is having this symmetrical pawn structure. And no matter even if I have a tempo up, like
Hmm.
playing Slav with third c takes d5, I will. I never opted for c takes d5 third, and all the games I had in Slav with third c takes d5, so I just gave the hint against the players who against whom I'll probably play Slav, just to take on third move on d5 against me, because I hate that sort of positions, and I don't remember even a single occasion where I've equalized like with black or even with white in that type of positions.
Well, okay, that's an interesting detail. I mean, okay, not equalizing with black is fine, yeah, but yeah, like you really must hate symmetrical
I,
structures.
I I just don't know how to handle it out. I mean, it's so depressing. We have some sort of entertainment finally in
Yeah,
Caruana against Firouzja game.
I thought it's a funny illustration to pawn structure discussions because
Hmm.
Fabi just captured this h4 pawn
Hmm.
and says, "Now I'm pawn up for real."
Yep.
G takes h4. Yeah, maybe h4 was a bit optimistic. Yeah, rook f4, and what's the move for white? Queen c4 check followed by knight g5 is one thing that I can think of.
Yep. Like one of the most controversial things in chess as well is pushing a or h4 like towards like h4 square or a4 or like h5 a5 respectively, and not even considering simple capture of this pawn.
Yeah, there've been quite a few examples when, even like in my personal practice, when I would play such a move or my opponent would play such a move, and then you take or he takes,
Hmm.
and then you pause on literally the next move. Like, what? You could take this pawn?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not fair, dude. I mean, this pawn, it's not allowed to take it. Yeah.
Yeah, like normally g takes h4 is
Is
unlikely
it?
to be considered at
Yeah,
all. But
that's the thing. It's so bad structurally that people simply sometimes, yeah, people just forget to take it into account at all, right? Like from structure standpoint. But here in this particular instance, I'm not sure it's bad because you have rook g1, you have a lot of tactical, believe you have a lot of tactical resources with white. All of a sudden, at least you find a way for your pieces to play. And since we are leaning towards the king side heavily, the absence of the bishop will tell.
mhm.
I believe, like if I play rook g1, forget about this queen c4 check. If I just play rook g1 and I'm hoping for some checkmate, I don't know.
Yeah, but why
Queen, where
not?
the queen's going? Queen e6,
Queen
yeah,
e6, I believe.
yeah. Queen e6 is an annoying move. Yeah, maybe check was maybe after all check was good. We shall see.
Yeah, I think we have to like sort things out with the clock because it's been
Yeah,
demonstrated wrongly on the screen. So I believe still players have like a little of time. So
yeah, so we are like half an hour away
yeah,
from
from
the
the
sort of official time control marks, so,
mhm.
so that you both have to play 40 moves, otherwise someone has lost on time. Yeah.
Yeah, from the
So,
Tate Knots agony.
so that can't be right that Fabi lost and Alireza has 9 seconds or
Hmm.
whatever it is. Yeah. Okay. Rook G1, I take back. That's what's good about commentator's position, that you are allowed to take moves back.
Hmm.
Check on c4. Yeah, check on c4. And now somehow I think if you just move the king to h8, yeah, that's the only move. I was thinking it's bad, but now I'm no longer sure. c2 is hanging at the end if
Yeah,
I go knight, knight
still you can
g5.
proceed with Rook G1.
Maybe now I play rook
Like now
g1,
you've
and
got rid of this Queen E6 idea.
yeah, I've taken the e6 square away, and yeah, some sort of queen h5 though, planning for checks. And queen h5, and now I can go knight g5 maybe.
Hmm. True.
Now I can go knight g5 maybe.
Like still the line isn't over yet. Maybe Rook F2 is
No,
possible.
it's yeah, you can take on f2. You could also take on h4. Yeah, but rook f2 is tastier. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Rook f2 and queen c6 and yeah, bishop d6. Yeah, it feels like white's king is
Yeah, is in a bigger danger.
in a bigger danger. Exactly. Feels like white's king is in a bigger danger. So I'm not sure if what I'm doing with white's position is actually correct. No, but with the way Fabi is thinking right now, with it might have been that he did not consider or did not consider
Yeah,
seriously.
yeah. That's why I'm a bit concerned with the time consumption. So uh, that was
Yeah,
the
it
reason
would
I've
be.
asked to refresh the
Yeah,
clock.
it would be really nice to see what the exact time people have there in this game. Okay, gh4 rook f4 is h5 a thing? Yeah, so there's a question in the chat if h5 is the move.
All right, if we do just the same as you've
Yeah, probably queen
proposed.
e6, the same thing. But again, are there any threats?
Maybe not really,
Hard to say. Yeah, hard
but
to
it's
say.
difficult to make a move.
Yeah, somehow this rook on f4 is really nicely placed. I was thinking something like f3 to free the d4 rook, but nah.
Yeah, I would even pick black to play, to be honest.
Yeah, bishop c5 is an option, right? I mean, I don't know. It's an irrelevant but funny line. Bishop c5, rook d3. I
R-
think queen e4 works. If you play rook
Oh
d3,
my.
which is a bad move, yeah, but queen e4 probably works.
Yeah,
Rook e4 doesn't. Yeah, you
rook
take
e4
with the
doesn't.
pawn, and f1 rook is protected, but queen e4 works.
Queen e4 indeed. But if rook c4, but then it looks a bit awkward.
Yeah, rook c4. Yeah, but you can't take. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, maybe it's still fine. Queen h3, you'll take on c5, or
Like, obviously, we would like to put the bishop on d6 and play rook h4, but somehow I feel it, well, it turns out to be a bit longer. After
yeah,
bishop
maybe,
d6, there
maybe
might
White's
be
gonna
plenty of
find
moves.
something. Yeah,
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 at
maybe
least
White's
some
gonna
queen
find something.
trade or like,
Knight g3. Yeah, even though you trade, you take on f3. Maybe Black's not worse at all,
no,
right?
they're not worse. Probably even the white is the side who has to be a bit
Has to
precise.
be careful. Yeah. So we give up on h5. Yeah, let's find some move if there is any, because Fabi is struggling himself to find it. Yeah, maybe we should switch to the other game and then come
Yeah,
back,
yeah,
and
it
maybe
would
the clock
be a
will
fair
refresh
point.
by then. Maybe
True.
the clock will refresh by then. So once again, Jan first, yeah, or Jan's rather, Jan-Krzystof Duda
Hmm.
against the winner of the tournament,
Yeah, let's
Jan
switch to
Nepomnyashchy.
the Battle of Jans.
Yeah, well, actually, I really hope Dean and Nakamura will make a draw quicker, because the three other games, they are very entertaining. Yeah. Oh, that's actually it's actually an end game where if anyone's pushing, it's Nepom, right?
Well, that's a dead draw, I assume, for many
Mm,
reasons.
yeah.
Like knight b2, knight
Ye-
d3 is the one. Because if you play knight b2, b3, then I have a3.
Bishop e5. I mean, it's probably a draw, but do you want to find out?
Like, I think after knight b2, b3, I'm not asked much. I still have to play a3, no matter what, because if a takes b3, then a3, and I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah, this is a actually, yeah, that's good that you've touched this one. It's a very well known pattern
Yeah,
how
study like.
the rook pawn is very painful for the knight. Yeah, knight can't stop it.
And this b2, g2, and g7, b7 squares respectively are known to be like the knight's nightmares.
Kind of, yeah. So you want to fianchetto the bishop, not the knight,
Hmm.
usually.
Yep.
Right. Interestingly enough, though, and I think you found out yourself. if the memory serves.
Yep.
In the end game with two bishops against the knight,
Yes, against Luke McShane.
knights on the squares on b7, g7,
So
b2, and
it
g2 is sort of the best square. Like you put the knight and you hover around with the king. Yeah,
yeah, it
that's the
turned out to be my
defensive method.
nightmare with this knights on g7, b7.
So, but that's the only case where you actually have to opt for this square.
Indeed.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. F4. Fair point. There is no reason to rush,
Hmm.
right? So F4, get rid of the last remaining kingside pawn, and only then go to eliminate the queen side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like they
Okay.
can trade the pawns and after a3 even take on a3, but obviously there is no necessity to do it.
We could illustrate this
Yeah,
just for
just for fun.
because content is not only uh, funny, but or supposed to be. We are not funny at all. We are boring, but yeah, it's supposed to be funny and educational at the same time. Yeah, so king
Hmm.
e6, let's say whatever f5 happens, black takes. So this sequence obviously is not good moves, but random moves we need to
Hmm.
illustrate some specific thing. Yeah, let's go king. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
let's make
this
a better move like knight,
a3.
or no,
Yeah, knight
always knight b2 is not a
b2,
better move at all.
whatever. Just show the final fortress. Yeah,
Yeah,
knight b2, a3. Let's
yeah,
say
that's
knight
all right.
goes here, black does something, and you take on a3. You
Hmm.
don't need to, but yeah, just to showcase that this is a fortress,
Hmm.
right? Because some people get fooled with this. They think it's a pawn and the bishop of a right color.
Yeah,
Yeah, so this should be winning, but because the pawn is already on a3, the black pawn, like with pawn on a5, it would be winning. But here, a white king just goes to b1, and you cannot do much.
and there has
So
been a very like what was the position in the Giri game against Shankland? Like with a pair of b pawns and the dark square bishop.
yeah, if you move the whole setup one file to the
Uh-huh.
right,
Yeah,
so
and
that
switch the color of the
okay,
bishop.
there were colors switched, but basically it remains a fortress if say the pawn is on b2, black's pawn is on b3, and black has the light square bishop. If you're in time to go to c1, it's still a fortress.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the king can't really go from the other side.
Hmm.
Okay.
So those were the moves, and yeah, Nepomnyashchy is about to not to lose even his last game of the tournament, and
Yeah.
the
Okay.
situation of like no demand on the result. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah. So he doesn't care really.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
So
basically a
like he
ceremonial game.
clinched,
Yeah.
yeah, he clinched the match, and now he's like I don't believe he really enjoys playing the last 14th game in terms of like absolute like a necessity of it, but like as a duty of a player who has to play all of his games despite the fact he already won the tournament.
So honestly, that's why I prefer knockouts or or the matches, because there can be a situation when
Hmm.
the tournament it's the last day of the tournament and nobody cares about the result,
Hmm.
right?
True,
So
true.
if it's a knockout event, that means that's kind of the culmination, that the pinnacle of the entire tournament. So it's the
Hmm.
last round, last day, or you won the tournament with one. If you won a tournament with one round to spare, then the tournament should stop.
Normally,
that, that
yes.
that's the idea.
True, true.
Yeah.
That's why I believe, yeah, this has a very clear sense because I believe even practically in comparison to, I would say, even English Premier Soccer or football, well, soccer for Americans because we have America Independence Day, it's 4th of July, just to mention.
Yeah. So let's call
So
it soccer.
yeah, so today I'm
Okay.
calling it soccer. So I believe in terms of like pay-per-view channels and in terms of the audience, Champions League matches are more viewable in comparison to, let's say, Manchester United against Manchester City or Liverpool because of the like
Clear format that,
knockout
yeah, one
stage,
is
because of the
getting
format,
one is getting eliminated.
and
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's imagine, but also about the motivation of the players, right?
Mhm.
Imagine once again, I'm known for snooker references, and imagine like what's the format for snooker world championship? I think it's best of 35 frames. Yeah, so you
Wow.
basically have to score 18 frames, and it goes for what couple of days, 3 days. Yeah, the final, and imagine one guy basically wins like 18 frames to 4, so
Mhm.
clearly dominates, and then you force him to play what, another 12 frames, 13
No, that's
frames.
ridiculous.
That's nonsense, yeah,
Yeah.
right. I'm not criticizing this tournament. That's fine format. It's just that yeah, sometimes it happens that this last day, not to belittle the effort of the players, but it's hard to be, very excited in Jan's place, for instance. Like,
Mhm.
yes, he does his job, he's playing, but yeah.
Yeah, like in the candidates tournament, I tend to agree that probably the format can be changed. But again, like in comparison to another kind of sports, I've just changed my opinion because, for example, in British Soccer Premier League, English Soccer Premier League, there are four spots that clean Champions League. So it means like obviously the first place that counts, but not the only one. Like,
Yeah, yeah. But what I mean, for the tournaments, they that clearly have qualification goal only,
mhm.
or the status of the championship. Well, I
Yeah,
mean, basically,
and
where
not
the
a
first place
relegation.
matters. Yeah. So basically, where the first place matters and the others don't. Right.
Yep.
You
So,
should be able. You should be able to stop the race the moment you already know the name of the winner.
mhm.
It sounds logical.
Like
But anyway,
objectively speaking, there are like three main names. Like the first place, like the second thing is clinching some European Cup, and the third thing, like then there is a big swamp of like 10/12 teams, and then like the last three teams, they have some relegation risk, so they have to obviously their objective is to keep their spot in the Premier League.
okay. So let's modify the rules this way. If you're last in the candidates, you're
Mhm.
not allowed to play next cycle. Imagine what kind of a fight it's going to be. Oh, no, I mean, you're relegated to the second league. I don't know. Yeah,
For
you skip
life.
the cycle. Yeah, you skip, no, for one cycle, you skip the cycle. I mean, you're free not to play. When you qualify for the candidates, you feel like, okay, I'll come last. Maybe my cycle is gonna be next cycle, so I decline playing, and then you do not lose your right. But if you opt for participation, try not to be the last one.
That's
Okay,
hilarious.
Miro with his, yeah, reformation plans for the chess world. First, we get rid of the world championship matches. Yeah, then we make everything knockout, and then we make people like skip cycles because they were playing bad. Very cool.
No, but like if Firouzja like becomes lost and again wins the Grand Prix, then like what the organizer should do, or he skips the cycle
No,
at all, so
he
he is not
skips the
able to
cycle.
play
Yeah, he's
World Cup
not
tournament,
competing.
not nor
No,
European
yeah, he's
Championship.
not competing. Yeah, he's out.
All right,
Okay,
that's nice.
B3.
Yeah, take.
Let's see. Yeah, okay. Is it just, yeah? They're just making a draw, right?
Mhm.
It's not an attempt to. Ah, no, no.
Yeah,
So
that's a draw.
they'll just exchange everything. It's draw once again. Congratulations to Nepo on winning the event and also staying undefeated.
Yeah, that's quite important for him. And now after that particular result, like he's considered to be a very worthy opponent to Magnus, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know what Magnus thinks about it, but clearly someone who wins the candidate second time in a row cannot be called unworthy of playing the champion, right?
Well, like I believe this particular result, 9.5 out of 14, is just an outstanding result in my point of view, especially in that level of a tournament. And like the attitude to the match should change drastically after that result.
Yeah, that's an outstanding result for sure. I wonder what kind of performance he
Knight
had.
d6.
Knight d6, brilliant. Knight d6, shocking sacrifice.
Bishop d6, and then the mouse slips. King c4.
I don't think you should take it. Okay, Jan took it, but I would play king g6. I mean, you wanna joke with me. I want to joke with you. All right, b2, king c2 would be an inaccuracy.
Yeah, a vital
All right,
inaccuracy.
yeah. So this game is over, and the tournament is over for Nepomnyashchy and Jan-Krzystof Duda. We are left with 3 games only.
Hmm. Yeah, brilliant performance for Jan. Nepomnyashchy, obviously.
Incredible, yeah, incredible. So it reminded me of famous Karpov's Linares, right? This
7 out of 7.
no, Karpov in Linares. I don't remember if he started 7 out of 7. The final score, what was it? 11 out of 13 or 10 out of
I believe he
13?
started 7 out of 7 because
I believe Fabi
somehow,
started 7 out of
yeah,
7
in
in
St. Louis
Singfield.
2014 as
Uh-huh.
well. Yeah, true, true. Yeah, we can
But
figure
those
it
are
out during the
uh
next break.
those are known to be like really highest performances in the history of chess, right?
Hmm.
And this is, well, quite high on the list for sure.
Hmm.
This one is quite high on the list for sure. Okay, so we are left with 3 games.
Let's take a look.
Evaluation bar.
Yeah,
Do you
Rapport.
see evaluation bars? Yeah, Rapport is in trouble after the peace sacrifice, and also
Yeah,
Ding.
according
Yeah,
to the bar.
to evaluation bar. Yeah, and Ding might be better against Nakamura. I
Hmm.
don't know. I don't know if those evaluation bars can be trusted. Okay, so one game or the other. We don't really mind having any of
Yeah,
those
let's
on
start
the
with
screen.
Rapport just in
Yeah.
relation of how how severe the consequences are.
Whoa, what's going on? What is the game that these guys are playing? Is it called chess, Daniil? I'm not sure. Eh, it's still on only. I want to say only piece up for black because it felt like it's more.
Oh
Can
my.
we check? Can we check how did they gotten there? No, 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 no.
Even earlier.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Rook
last
f5.
position that Rook f5. Okay, Queen h4, and he didn't take on e5. He went knight d2,
Hmm.
right? Okay, Rook e6 or what? Yeah, and
f4.
then f4, and there was something wrong with capturing on f4 apparently. Maybe just Rook f4. Right? Anyway, Black went
Probably.
to Rook g6, Knight
Well, it's quite
f3.
clever to trade the pair of rooks. King and piece up. Take,
Rook
take.
g1, Queen g1, Bishop h5. Okay, knight g5.
Like for instance, white has the 3 pawns. No, pardon me, a couple of pawns. Just a couple of pawns for a piece.
Yeah,
I've
but
neglected the double pawns on c file for black.
so Queen g4, Queen e3, Bishop to e7.
Feels like even queen d1 was fine for black,
Yeah, probably.
unless there's been some crazy stuff from Rapport. All right, queen bishop e7 looks quite natural. I like it.
Yeah, e6 and Rook f8. What's Rook f8
That's
about?
tremendous.
So if
Like
wait a
if
second.
knight takes, so
Yeah,
if we
if
take a
white
knight,
takes the knight,
we take on f5, bishop f5. I presume bishop g5. Then you have queen e8,
you have Queen e8.
king
Yeah.
h7. Then you put the
And there is nothing. You want to promote the queen, no, but you're getting.
mated, really.
I think no, you're
Yeah, yeah,
losing
we're
all of your
losing the piece.
queens. Like Bishop e8. No, you can do this. You can also
Yeah, there is
No,
no
you could
professional.
take the other queen. You could take the other queen, go queen f3. Yeah, like take on
You're right.
e8, go queen f3, go bishop
Hmm.
e3. Like, feels nice to win two queens, in 3 moves. Right?
Yep,
It's not very
a
often.
very rare occasion. Yeah.
It's not very often. And queen was on e3. It's a pity the king is not on h8. Yeah, like yeah. I mean, in this line, in the entire line. Ah, no, it doesn't work. Never mind.
You
Never
mean
mind.
like knight
Nothing works.
f7, queen h6? That was the idea.
Some ideas, yeah, but no, nothing works really. So it looks like white is lost in this case. Yeah, looks like white is lost in this case.
If rook f8, white opt for something
Mm.
else. But
Does white have anything else? Yeah.
apart from e
Well,
takes d7, not really.
yeah, because his king is also in, or rather more in danger than the black
Hmm.
king. The material is not sufficient, so the only logical thing that might have worked would
Doesn't.
be to take on d7, but it doesn't.
Knight f7, wow.
Knight f. No, but knight f7 is clearly, just the move to make a move. No.
Like because of just simple bishop f7.
Yeah, I mean he can take. Yeah, can take. It's a piece up.
But maybe the e takes d7 was the idea.
Takes on d7 is it the idea? You mean?
Well, still I don't believe it's enough to
Bishop
survive.
e6. Yeah, takes on f8, king f8, and it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, probably the game is over after bishop e6.
Takes. Yeah, you can't create a single threat. Yeah. And the position is this position with the pawn on d7. So unless and it's black to move. Yeah. So bishop e6. Is there any slightest chance that we blunder some? Nah, not really. Bishop e6 is good enough,
Hard to
and
imagine.
there might be other moves like
Even queen c2, who knows?
you mean check queen
Sorry, queen
c2
d1.
and
Yeah, sorry.
yeah rook d8. Yeah, basically white doesn't have that many threats. Yeah.
Like on the spot, they're not trading anything.
Yeah,
Even
if
rook
black
f7.
plays indeed, if black plays
b6.
b6,
Yeah.
yeah, it won't be surprising if black's position is winning after b6.
Hmm. Yeah, just a shortage
Yeah.
of threats
Yeah. So
or absence. That's all.
Radjabov, interestingly, finishes the tournament
+1.
on +1. Yeah.
And he can even overcame Caruana, who is struggling. Well, is struggling in terms of like playing for the win against Alireza. Caruana was +3 on during like on some point of the tournament, and
Was he? Was he?
he was
And
5
wait,
out
and
of
he
7.
lost to, and he lost to
Hikaru, I believe.
Dean, Hikaru, and
Duda.
Duda.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the Duda's only victory against Caruana.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
So
surprisingly enough, Radjabov was -3 and -2, and Caruana was +3, and now they have like they've turned
what?
the tables.
Yeah. So what does it mean? Raji, he will finish third? Question mark.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm confused with the cross table. I mean, can we see a cross table for a second? Because I mean, I stopped looking at it as soon as I realized Nepo has won. But
mhm.
then it's
Well,
quite interesting
he will share the third place with
with Ding. With Ding, in case, yeah, we presume that Ding
will not
and
lose.
Naka will make a draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like if Ding
that's
loses,
very nice.
then Radjabov is on the clear third, Nakamura is on the clear second, and Ding will share with Caruana.
Yeah. Okay, so here it's game over. It's sad to say, but it's game over for Richard Rapport, who regrettably finishes the tournament on a my kind of on a sad note. But
You know,
anyway,
somehow I found out that Radjabov's preparation before the tournament was quite decent. The only thing that was lacking, in my point of view, like as far as I'm able to judge at all, like he has a little shortage of ideas with white pieces. So he made quite a few like quick draws with white pieces in Catalan, like against Nepo, against Caruana. But okay, it was a very nice Caruana's prep yesterday with this B6 pawn sacrifice. So we
yeah.
shouldn't forget about it.
On the other hand, isn't it uh, the overall state of modern theory nowadays that practically everybody is a bit short of creative ideas with white. That's why some people on lower levels they like play b3 and stuff. Yeah.
Well, but you know, like what's it's I in my like I believe it's a wrong approach from the lower levels player because if you're a lower level player, there is no sense to start with B through B3 at all because you're normally competing against the players of your level plus minus. So you can just like check out your opponents during like till the very end of the lines till
Yeah,
level
like
40.
play the main
Yeah,
lines.
yeah.
Yeah, play the main lines. Yeah, I agree.
I think
Anyway,
it's very important not to like overestimate the human ability to make some sort of weird things during the game. So that's why probably the best approach is just to play normally. And okay, the draw is a draw. I mean, just a game. And
yeah,
after
but
bishop e6, he resigned.
so the game's over.
Yeah, so just a great second leg for Radjabov. I think he scored +3 just in the second like part of the tournament.
Yeah. So yeah, hats off to Teimour.
Has all
I
true.
remember. I remember we were criticizing him for like not being ready and so on and so on, but he proved us wrong.
Yep, we have
Yeah.
to.
So cool. Cool. At some point, when he started on minus and keeping in mind the disastrous London candidates,
Mhm.
and what one could think, okay, it happens to Teimour again. He's falling apart, but no, he didn't.
No, but
Okay,
just
so
imagine how this London candidates tournament was insanely strong. I mean, there being like like old gits like Kramnik, Svilla. It was here was young Carlsen. I believe Ivanchuk played. Teimour himself. Whom else we are missing?
uh, Grishuk was
Yeah,
there,
Grishik.
and Gelfand was there.
Yeah, this tournament was insanely strong.
Yeah, the tournament was insanely strong. So, like Gelfand, former challenger, then Magnus Carlsen, kind of future world champion, Kramnik, ex world champion. Yeah, that was a ridiculously strong tournament.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know if you would agree with this, but we were having a discussion with like few colleagues of mine. So it seems that London 2013 was kind of the most, I don't know, exciting and quite possibly the strongest tournament in kind of modern history of
Mhm.
chess, at least for such a number of players. If you think like technically maybe smaller tournaments like four people with Kasparov being involved could have been strong in
Comparable.
comparison,
Mhm.
maybe, yeah, but also the excitement part that this race between Carlsen and Kramnik, that they both kept winning and then both lost in the last round. There was a lot of drama. It was a fantastic tournament.
But did they share the first place and due to Zonenberg-Berger it was in favor to Carlsen?
Was number of losses
So it
or
means,
number of wins.
wow,
It was called number of wins. Carlsen overtake Kramnik on number of wins
oh
because he
my.
lost one and Kramnik didn't. No, I mean Carlsen lost two and Kramnik lost one.
But you
Yeah,
know,
so
like
that was
how ridiculous it is when the fate of the world crown depends on the number of wins. when the points like when there is a tie. I mean, it's
Yeah, it's really weird. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And back then in 2013, we already knew that there is such thing as tiebreak, and for some reason, for some reason, yeah, I mean, it was a very long debate, even for the World Championship match, if you remember.
Mhm,
Like, why should we have a tiebreak in rapid chess? It's a classical championship, and so on and so on. And for the match, I kind of dig this argument. And maybe once again, I'm not here to decide, but yeah, if you want to keep the match and so on, well, actually, Carlsen proposal is very good, 3 sets, so there can't be a draw, right? But if you want to keep the classical match, let it be. Maybe we can decide that if it's a draw, champion retains the title. Yeah,
mhm.
okay, that's fine. But for the tournament, the double round robin of classical chess, and instead of having a playoff, you decide, okay, this guy, they scored same points, but he lost 1 game more, he won 1 game more, and that's why he's the winner. That's ridiculous, right?
Yeah,
Tiebreak
absolutely.
is, you can have, I don't know, card game tiebreak, I don't know, computer game tiebreak. It's still better, still better than this stupid rule.
Indeed.
Okay, so this game is over. We are left with two. Dean Nakamura, once again. I
Well, you
believe
know
they,
how drastically the evaluation bars changed in both games. So
in
probably we
both
might have
games,
three decisive games.
or we will have to change, we will have to fix the evaluation bars. I mean,
Yeah, the
that's the
engine.
other
Yeah,
option.
let's take a look
That's the other
at
option.
Caruana against Alireza game, like in order as I
Yeah,
see.
I
Oh
don't
my,
like. Oh, wait a second.
isn't it just lost?
What's going on? What's going on? What did Fabi do?
He messed it
He
up
was
clearly.
probably, while we were talking like irrelevant stuff. Probably. Oh well, he missed
Why?
b5.
Oh, that's a low blow.
Yeah, he missed b5 as we did, right? Wait a sec. So b5, and
Just
what happened there? b5, and he had to go queen
yeah, the rook is
d3.
protected. The point that rook is protected.
Yeah, you have to protect the yeah, you can take on f4 because yeah.
Hmm.
So he blundered and
Yeah, that's
had to
serious.
go to d3. And now, yeah, okay, the resulting position is just must be winning for Ali Reza.
Yeah, and white has a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, currently a pawn up, but like everything's falling, right?
Yep.
And also the king is not kind of completely safe. F4,
Like
what?
all three moves in a row, he took pawns. Like rook a4, rook h4, and then even after f4.
And honestly, I think there might have been a time trouble issue as well for Fabi because the way he handled it. Like it
Well, but
looks a bit panicky. It looks a bit panicky. So
mm,
he probably blundered b5 and also was very short on time after that.
well,
Yeah.
after b takes a4, I think we're obliged to take on a4, otherwise a3. So let's sort it out in terms of like how necessary it was. After bishop g6, he played rook c3. So the attempt to leave as less pawns as possible is quite reasonable. That's a very common type of
Yeah.
common way of defending the slightly worse positions.
That's one thing, but also the other argument that I might come up with is that rook endgames are known for their drawing tendencies. I would try to exchange the knight for the bishop. I don't know if it was possible at all, but
Hmm.
yeah,
Let, 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 let's
maybe what
let's
he did.
let's try out knight e6 for some reason.
Knight e6, rook f2.
Yep, we take rook
Yeah,
takes and well, but the main problem with c4 that black can even play c5 for some reason.
yeah, and he's very stable. Yeah, that's annoying.
Oh yeah, well
And it's
he
just
take
a bad
first,
position, huh?
yeah,
Yeah, he can take.
king g1 and kick out the knight.
Yeah,
And after knight
c5
d4
it
there
would
is
be
bishop
lost.
c5, which is even
Yeah,
more
yeah, yeah,
unpleasant. Yeah, for
yeah.
some reason it wasn't quite clear how to, like, after b5, I think it's.
Yeah, he blundered badly. He
Mhm,
blundered badly with this b5. All right, so they just passed the time control, right?
mhm. Maybe there's
f4
still some small
traded.
chances to.
Wait a second, black is to move here?
No, bishop e5. Like, basically,
Ah,
I don't
bishop.
know what's wrong with a4. Let's figure it out. But then white is in time. They can play knight c5 and after a3 take on a4. So that's,
Take on f4, a2, knight
and white is
b3.
in time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So bishop e5, bishop e5.
Hmm.
Huh. So there are some chances then. If the a pawn is stopped, like rook a4. What is the debate? Rook a4? What could be
Rook c5. Yeah.
other? Rook c5, yeah, I was thinking, but having the rook behind the passed pawn, I can actually play bishop d6 with the tempo now that
Hmm.
I think. That this might be winning. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not
that's fair. I
not
agree.
kind of 100% certain, but yeah, rook c5, if it works, it might be very annoying for black, by the way. Yeah, we could check rook c5, because rook a4, it's
Rook a4 is on the board.
it's on the board. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's presume that Caruana knows what he does despite he blundered badly. But like his endgame technique might be like at
Good
least not
enough to save it.
none, yeah, not worse than ours.
Yeah. Okay. But what's the plan of, like, what do you?
I believe we
How do you play
just
it? Yeah, king g8 is,
bring
yeah, for
out the
white. I mean for white, it's
king
not
g8
clear.
is on the board.
King g8 is on the board. Yeah, black clearly wants the king somewhere around d5 territory,
Hmm.
and then yeah, and then something bad will happen to white.
Like straightforward if we check it out. King
Yeah, if we
f7.
go here, yeah, king f3, king e6.
Like when the king comes to b6, the game is pretty much over. Also, we
Mhm.
shouldn't forget about the vulnerability of h2 pawn. So we cannot
Yeah,
militarily
in
go for
some
b3
cases,
with.
yeah, in some cases it could be. Yeah, here, for instance,
Yeah.
it's a perfect case to just take the a pawn.
Yeah, so bishop e5 was clever in order that in all of these lines, black has an extra tempo because white has to be
Yeah.
patient with this pawn.
So Fabi, we said he will finish on 50%, but he's not guaranteed, it turns out.
Yeah, it would be such a
Right.
disastrous second leg of the tournament. What a nightmare for him. Like losing 4 games out of 7, I think it probably the first
It's a
time for
pain,
Fabi.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's a pain. And also, it feels like at some point he just,
he broke down.
just lost all the steam. Yeah, he was playing like every single game, was finishing one of the last. And this might not be an exception, by the way, because
Hmm.
this end game can go on for long. And yeah, at some point just became exhausted.
Hmm.
And what's with the other game? Because again, if you trust evaluation bar, it says Dean is much better. That would be a twist. The game that we declared to be easily drawn for Nakamura, can it be that Dean somehow tricked his opponent?
Precision. This is what it means.
Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo.
Yeah, but what went wrong for black?
What's
Could
what's
could it be that
going
he
on?
overpushed? Played
Naka?
bishop h4 instead of just repeating the
He
moves.
didn't play knight f6.
Yeah, but what was the reason? I'm just curious.
The reason being Naka is a content creator.
Yes, but imagine the pain if it turns out that
If
Carlsen is
Magnus
not playing
will
the
not
match.
play, yeah, that would be funny.
Like,
Okay, first of all, he didn't lose yet. Okay, he didn't lose yet. Let's not be too harsh on him.
okay,
And he played an interesting move. Okay, let the rook into his position.
no, come
Bishop
on.
d8.
Bishop
Now,
g5,
what?
king f1, bishop d8.
What I'm surprised with, Daniel, to be honest, that the h5 pawn, which could have been taken, feels like on multiple occasions, is still alive, and
Yes,
now it's actually feels better than ever.
it can be like probably the most valuable piece on the board pretty soon because we see some mating patterns in the final position. Yeah, I'll just scroll it down quickly.
Yeah,
F4, take, and then E4. No, but it went such a disaster.
yeah. Honestly, I don't know.
I can't guess even like a single move.
F4,
And then bishop
was it
F6 for some
needed? Yeah,
reasons.
was it needed? I mean, he's going to b2. He wants the a3 pawn. It's just that
King
Ding
G2,
also being Ding doing Ding things. Yeah, some
rook
king
E4,
f3
F3.
tactics,
No, but not rook
right?
E4.
Just f3, right. No, f3 is a check. By the way, rook e4. What do you do
I
after rook
saw that there
e4?
King F3 there is some knight F2, but then
Yeah, and then the
knight
knight
F5.
moves.
Yeah, a lot
Knight
of
moves.
pieces are
Yeah,
hanging.
knight f5 or knight f5, rook e5. Still, I'm
Wow.
kind of not resigning yet.
Okay.
Maybe some other square like knight b3. Is it?
Oh my.
Yeah, like knight b3
Looks
similarly works.
ridiculous, but probably the only worthy move.
Probably works, yeah.
Yep.
Knight b3. You cannot attack it, and if say
Yep.
rook
Rook
c4,
C4, there's king
I will
F7.
take the knight with the king.
True. But
Funny.
still, like bishop H4, is it the end
Bishop
of the world?
h4. Yeah, I will have to go to the first rank.
No, but
King
then you can
f1.
go that move.
Yeah, but king f1 is good enough,
King
no?
F1. King
No,
F1,
no checks,
like F3,
no
but like
checks.
maybe it's too way too long.
Anyway, apparently there was something that he missed, and that he was also basing all the calculations on, right? Because if you could take on e4 in that position that we just discussed, right? If black could take on e4, that would be absolutely different.
Yeah, obviously. No, but like somehow I feel he like terribly overestimated his own chances. Like he has a passive rook, he has some weaknesses on a5, a6, b5. His king is potentially vulnerable. Like what was like for the heck of it, he decided to play for the victory.
For the win, yeah. Okay. So 4, yeah, closer to the
King
real
g2 is
position.
quite
Knight
tricky.
e5. Yeah, 95, yeah. That's
Yeah,
what you
very
need.
rigged decision. Knight f5, f3,
King g3, knight
or
c4.
bishop e7.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's cool. Bishop b2.
just took bishop
King
a3,
g3 was the move.
king back to g3.
Great
All right.
idea. Black doesn't have any counterplay. A6, a5 never works.
a5, we just take, yeah?
I believe we
Or
just take.
5,
Oh, sorry. Bishop takes. Ah, no, you have knight a5.
knight a5. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And once again, it's probably lost after rook b5, to be honest. Bishop e7, rook a5, yeah?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it's lost.
It should be lost. Unless, yeah, you don't have the way. No, I was kind of pausing because maybe some stupid way of winning e4 pawn, but not
Mhm.
really. Mm, tricky, very
Like,
tricky.
funny enough, rook
And
b5 is even. Well, I don't know if it's easier. Maybe it's not. No, rook b5 is not easier.
but anyway, White's plan is super easy, right? If you don't
F4,
have
e5.
a5, it's f4, e5, move the bishop, checkmate the king.
Yeah, it's so easy.
Can Black do something against it? Not clear at
Well,
all.
let's try to find a way how not to lose by force at least, or at least to cause some difficulties.
Confusion, yeah,
Yeah.
cause some confusion. E, what do we do? So again, a5 is. Well, actually, I'm still kind of in doubt. A5, ba5, knight a5. Can we just double check this line?
Hmm.
ba5, knight a5. We said rook b5. e5, yeah. Bishop e7, rook a5, bishop b4.
That's an important thing.
And strangely, we are losing e4 pawn. And this is a chance. I mean, rook a7, rook e4, check on g7, white wins 2 pawns. But that's kind of, who knows? It should be winning,
Good
right?
question.
Should
Yeah,
be winning.
probably it's winning still.
Should be winning, but somehow.
I I
Yeah, I'm
would
amazed that Black is still fighting. I mean, that's incredible. That Black is still fighting even in this game, even in this position. So you can't really say, okay, stop. We have won. I mean, it just shows how resourceful the game of chess is.
explain me just in for educational purposes. Like king f8, rook g4, is it a good idea to trade the rooks?
Here, yes, because you win the h6 pawn.
Well, I mean, but then this position is easily winning, right? With the pawns on f, like f and h pawns. It might be.
I think it should be easily
Yeah, it should
winning.
be. Probably should be.
Should be easily winning.
Well,
No, I was
I've
thinking
never
king
had it.
h8. I actually thought like king h8
No,
maybe.
but what is the difference? We just do the same.
Rook g4, but at least I can guard h6 pawn, or I will lose it anyway.
Well, but you're
So
like tied
no,
down
but
for
maybe
life.
bishop f8, and try to
To
crawl with the
escape.
king. No, not king h7.
Ah,
No,
sorry.
immediately bishop f8 and try to get the
Yeah,
king on
you're
f7.
right.
It's probably lost nevertheless, but like you know,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah, I
it should
believe
be
it should be
lost.
lost. True.
It should be lost. Anyway, so what we've got after the time control is that Ding is probably winning against Naka, and this will be like really, really big result. And kudos to Ding, honestly, to be able to shape himself up after such a disastrous loss.
Hmm.
I mean, loss against Radjabov, right? He didn't catch up with Jan, but if he wins, that means he ends up being second. And Fabi is in danger against Alireza, and we are in danger of a very, very, very long game
True.
between Fabi and Alireza. Maybe not by number of moves, but by the time spent,
Hmm.
right? So let's abuse our power then, and let's go for a break, huh? So
Yeah, I believe
people
that's a
will,
great idea.
yeah, that's apologies for like forcing it, but you know. This year I'm celebrating, I think it's August, September, I'm celebrating 10 years anniversary from like first tournament that I've done commentary.
Wow, what was the
It was
tournament?
2012 Olympiad. 2012 Olympiad in Istanbul, or
Hmm.
rather one of the airports of Istanbul. If yeah, those who know, right? So it was held like next to Ataturk Airport, basically. Yeah. And why did I start it with that? And from my experience, when you cross 40 moves and both players get an hour on the clock, yeah, like next 20 minutes, we are absolutely safe that nothing big will happen.
We will not miss anything.
Yeah, so I mean, there will be a move or two, but I don't think Naka will resign in next couple of moves, right? And I don't think Fabi will resign in next couple of moves, and none of those games will finish in a draw in a couple of moves. So I
Yeah,
think
fair
we are,
point.
yeah.
So I,
So we
I,
will be
I,
back.
I believe and I trust your uh, commentating experience, and I I tend to agree that's a great time to have a
Yeah,
short break.
yeah. Okay, so we'll be back. Stay tuned. Still two last games of candidates 2020 are in progress. 2022, that is.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so are we back yet?
I believe so.
Yeah, not much has changed in Ding's game against Naka, even though the G7 pawn is still alive. So Naka came up with a couple of moves.
Hmm.
Shall we check what has happened? 95, I believe, is what he
Yep,
played.
knight
Yeah.
e5 and then bishop c5, forcing to.
Yeah, G7 is hanging, obviously, knight F7. And during the break, I was trying to calculate some lines, like 97 check and so on, but Dean just plays F3 because, yeah, there is no reason not to play F3,
Like,
basically.
wasn't it better to play f4 instead?
But the pawn
Yeah,
on
but I saw that I
E4.
can, like, take on
You
f7.
take the knight. Yeah, you're
I'm
right. You
just curious.
take
Maybe
the.
he was a bit afraid of a5. I don't know.
But F3, A5 is sort of the same, right? Or now if you take B4, B5, some E4 pawn is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
well, it's like F4 looks like an attempt to win quicker and F3 to win safer. Maybe
true,
let's put it this way.
true.
Yeah, like F3. So the only move that I can think of being sort of helpful would be A5, right?
Yeah, like rook b5, but then it's technically lost.
Yeah, that probably is lost. Rook B5. There is also some strange rook takes F7 move. I mean, this is what I'm not sure.
Instead of,
Instead of F3 even.
but like even there, it's quite funny.
Yeah,
Like,
rook f7 now as well. Yeah, takes check on d6. Now, do we believe there might be a chance of piece down? Not really, right? So probably king f8 or king e7 needs to be played.
yeah, that knight b5.
Yeah, king e7, knight b5, king goes to e6, right? Knight a3, and this is
No, but then it's completely winning.
that's completely winning. A4, this passed
Yeah,
pawn, will it
b5. I don't
ever
know.
get there? Ah, just b5, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just b5.
Like, funny enough, you cannot even play rook c8, b6, rook c5.
Yeah, because b7. Yeah,
And then we take down the king to protect b4. Yeah, that's
yeah, like
easily the winning position.
should be winning. Yeah, should be winning. And if there is no a5, that means there is no counterplay for Nakamura whatsoever, right?
Mhm.
And by the way, rook takes f7 is still a threat.
Yeah, rook f7 is a very strong threat, and I'm a bit puzzled why it. I know, but then I see the reason. Like,
Yeah, he decided not to play it immediately because then after check, king goes, knight b5, yeah, king goes to g8 or whatever, knight a3, rook e4, yeah, and this.
some
Yeah,
technical
you can't
difficulties.
you can't guarantee that it's winning, right? Because rook is actually quite active. So
Hmm.
h5 is a target. Some let's say rook on a fifth rank and some a5 might be an idea. Yeah, so it's better to be safe.
I'm a bit curious about the evaluation bar because I see the board and I see that the white stripe is approaching the like a6 and h6, so like the end of the sixth rank respectively. So does it
Hmm.
mean that white is almost plus 2 pawns or it's even higher?
This I don't know. I don't know how this visual thing works.
Yeah,
Yeah, white
just
is white
just
is much
just to sort
better.
it
That's
out.
sure. Yeah, white is much better. That's for sure. What happens in the other game?
All right, let's take a look.
Caruana facing Firouzja, a reminder. And there, Fabi similarly had an advantage at some point, but now it's clearly Ali Reza who's pushing.
I'm a bit curious what was wrong with King e6. Like,
I do not know.
well, probably knight b3, like the only valid reason why he.
Yeah, knight b3, okay. Bishop c3. By the way, there is a side line with. No, rook h8, never mind. Yeah.
Mhm.
Aha, so he goes here. And then, yeah, the bishop is in a bit of a trouble, right? Because you can. Hmm.
So now,
Interesting.
yeah, now we explain the reason why bishop c3 was played first. But then, like, I don't know what was wrong with knight b3 still.
Bishop b4, maybe just cutting off the rook and then
Ah, yeah, right.
preparing to move the c pawn. Yeah.
And then the c pawn goes. Yeah, it marches towards c3.
Yeah. And now perhaps bishop b4 is still a move after knight. I mean, in a game position, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
bishop b4 is probably still a move because if you go c3, bishop e7, right? I mean, you can put it on d6, but e7 is kind of safe.
Knight d2,
Knight d2,
bishop
opting
c.
for c4, right?
Knight b3 or knight c4, both.
Actually, yeah, I got a miss knight d2. Yeah, so maybe bishop d6 is more precise than knight d2, bishop
But
e5,
that's an
right?
achievement.
But it's still, yeah, that's still some tricks, right? Or not really.
Bishop b4 is a valid move, I agree.
Because otherwise it's not clear where the bishop's supposed to go. Like you go back to e5, he goes back to
Or maybe it's even
where
smarter to
he was.
play bishop e1 first, and then luring the
Ah,
king to f1, then play bishop b4. Like demonstrating some sort of technique, but
but wait a second. Bishop e1, if he starts with c3, he
like if
starts with
am I losing? The
c3.
question is no,
No,
I'm not.
you're not losing, obviously, but yeah, that's
Yeah, then it becomes like not that clear. I agree.
yeah, it's probably very likely will become the same. You can go bishop h4
Mm-hmm.
right now and then bishop f6 on the next move.
Mm-hmm.
It should be technically winning. It's just that it will take us enormous time for this game to finish because of such a huge increment and both players incentivized to spend this time, right? Because Fabiano will be looking for at least the slightest chance to survive. Alireza, of course, will be looking for the most precise way of converting it. So we are stuck here for another hour for sure.
And if I'm not mistaken, it would be the first time Alireza can win his game against Fabiano because on the first leg of the tournament he lost with White in Catalan. In Grand Swiss tournament, he lost his single game against Caruana despite winning the event. And he's not been doing great against Fabiano, and this could be a turning point of their like direct matchup if he wins
Yeah,
today.
yeah, but that's probably Fabi to blame for this. Like really, second half of the tournament, Fabi was a shadow of himself.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4 played.
Yeah, so it's been a bit reckless for him, like opting for g takes h4 first. I believe there's been plenty of options instead of it.
Mhm.
But then, like it turned out in a yeah, b6 b5 was blundered to sum up.
So what did we say? C3, bishop
e7
moves, right? E7, yeah. Knight d2,
or
bishop
bishop
f.
d6, you said.
Maybe bishop e7 is maybe. I mean, I'm not sure where we want our bishop to be on
Like bishop
e7
d6
or.
is a bit more versatile because we keep an eye on h2 pawn.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, after knight d2, what do we do?
We play bishop e5, I
We play
assume.
bishop e5, attack the pawn. Rook a3 is just a4, right?
Yeah, like in comparison to the position a couple of moves ago, we have an extra tempo, and then we play king e6, and the king is just running towards the queen side to protect the pawn. Yeah, so that's pretty much winning. I think it's easily winning.
Yeah, if knight e4, just king e6.
Hmm. Like you have knight. No, you don't have like knight e6. Sorry, king e6, knight c5. I forgot that c3 pawn. Like when we take it, we also
Yeah,
protect
it's
a5.
always hanging, yeah. So Fabi starts with king f3, black plays king e6. It's the same thing, pretty much. King f3, king e6, c3. You can
Bishop
still go bishop
bishop
d6 this
d6, I
time.
assume.
Yeah, this time also with kind of with the tempo, right?
Yep. Like I'm trying to get the idea of c3 in
Fabi.
that very order of moves.
Maybe there is no particular idea, just making moves. Just making moves because the alternative is to resign,
Because
right?
now, like after 92, we can also take on h2 and c4 bishop e5.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, this works.
it is the
This
same,
works.
but we are
Two
already two
pawns
pawns
up
up, yeah.
and should be easily winning.
hmm
Should be easily winning.
Could it be that we're missing something? Like what's
It
wrong?
can.
Bishop d6.
No,
Like,
I mean he will push the h pawn. I mean he'll play
but
h3.
still, I'm
Anyway.
confused with the evaluation war a bit because it looks absolutely winning for black.
Just don't pay attention to it. I mean, I think it's like sometimes plays tricks with our mind. Mm. Yeah, king d5. Could it be that it's not easy to break through?
After c4, you mean?
c4, yeah, like c4, for instance.
c4, king c6, or king
King
e5 maybe is even
c6.
smarter.
Yeah, like you put the king on e5. Yeah, but then you free the rook, right? You go
hmm
bishop b4 and you free the rook.
Unless there is c5.
Bishop e7. Then
Uh-huh.
you once again you have king d5, king e6. No, I don't think white can cover everything, right?
No, that
I
looks
mean,
too
there's
shaky,
something,
indeed.
yeah, like something will happen.
This is the current position. Bishop
He went to e7. He
hmm
went to e7. He decided not
king
to go to
e3.
b6. He went to e7. King e3. So Fabi is marching towards the queen side.
Yeah, so he wants to put his king on b3 and claim that there is no
Maybe
way to.
yeah. Maybe he walks with the king to free the rook.
hmm
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, and that's why we were both correct that bishop d6 apparently was a stronger move. I mean, just you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a tempo.
obviously.
Why not? Why not to use it, right? You have a
True, true.
tempo, and then it's not that white moving the h pawn helps white.
Yeah, but that's confusing. Like, what was wrong with bishop d6?
You know, and that's it. It's gonna be a long game, and it's not guaranteed Alirez is gonna win.
Yeah,
Still, I
it's a
mean, I
bad
believe I
sign,
believe he
indeed.
has a winning position. I believe he has a winning position, but everyone's tired, and yeah, end game. I'd say this kind of end game technique was never his kind of strongest side. I mean, he's very good at like exact end games where you have to calculate, right?
hmm
That's but here, like, can you calculate till the end? Well, maybe you can. I don't know. Depends on your skills, but I would rather say that this is about schematic thinking, right? So you
Yeah,
think, okay, I want
talking
to
about
arrange the
plans.
pieces this way, yeah, this way, and then yeah, then all right, we shall see.
That's more
I
about the chess books. I mean, the game technique, because I presume you've been studying on Panchenko and Dvoretsky's books, Shereshevsky, and etc.
yeah, something
Those
like this.
famous
Yeah,
Soviet Union, like
even.
all Soviet Union books,
Yeah, even like the old Averbach
or all over.
Endgame manual, which nowadays, yeah, like half of the book is wrong, but the method is still very good, right? I
hmm
mean, just like you're learning precise positions, and then you're thinking, okay, I can go from this position to that one, and so on and so on.
Yeah, it's like
So the more
schematical thinking.
yeah, the more patterns you know, the better. Yeah, here I don't have a clue what the pattern is. But bishop is stronger than the knight. White, black has an extra passed pawn, so this should be winning.
Like
That much
white
we know.
shouldn't be winning. Like,
White shouldn't be winning, and black should. Yeah.
all right,
But what
let's
an unexpected, what an unexpected final scores it's going to be. Like, yeah, Jan winning is okay. He really
Radjabov
played a
scoring plus
fantastic
one.
tournament. Yeah, like Radjabov really impressed in the second half. And also, if Ding wins, it also means like Ding, who finished first half without wins, right?
hmm
He
Yeah,
finished first
he
half
won the
in
first
what?
game in round nine, I believe.
Something like that. Yeah, exactly. Incredible. And
And
he
like,
will, if he wins, he will finish clear second. So what a strange tournament there was. So apart from Jan, who was playing like in a league of his own,
mhm,
people were exchanging blows here and there, and not because they were playing very good. It's rather on contrary. Like I would claim, most of the games were lost and not won. Strangely.
like, but what in your opinion was the best game of the tournament?
I think I said it yesterday. I think Dean winning against Rapport with black. This complex Gioco piano, which turned to be at the end turned to be the opposite colored bishops.
Hmm. Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was very
quality wise, I mean, one of the cool games. Let's say, of course, you need to pick one of the games of the winner, but somehow, how many games the Jan won? It's quite a few, but
five.
most of them were relatively easy.
Yeah, 5 games.
Yeah, he
That's a
won
lot.
5 games. 5 games. What comes to mind was his win against Duda, but again, Duda decided to basically commit suicide opening the H file at some point.
Well, on the other hand, yes, but I think the whole concept, this idea was taken on d5 and knight e5. I've seen that sort of stuff on computer for a while, but but it seems rather unusual because it's a very modern approach to play those ready positions. And like in my point of view, Jan also had a nice game against. Well, he won a bunch of games against in Petrov, and against Rapport, against Firouzja,
Yeah, okay, game against Firouzja, you can say it was nicely played by Jan, yeah, but Firouzja, I mean,
played
just,
awfully.
yeah, played awfully. So he best game, like the not when I said this rapport against Dean, I mean not the most spectacular game, but quality wise, I mean they were playing very strong chess.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There was like you could hardly point at mistake till I don't know till the moment where Rapport probably got short on time and so on. There were inaccuracies. They were probably not the best moves according to computer, but there was very high level for I don't know
True,
40
true,
moves
and very
in a
complex.
very complex position. Yeah, so that's why I think that might have been kind of the best game in a tournament quality
I
wise.
believe your opinion coincides with Judith Polgar's opinion because she also mentioned Robert Ding game among the best of entire tournament.
Yeah, okay, one of the best. Yeah, maybe not the best. There was also a funny fact that he won not making a single move with the bishop.
On
I don't
c8,
know
yeah.
if he. Yeah, I think we've discussed it yesterday, but that's still very funny.
Hmm.
Like 50 plus moves, 54 moves or some 55 moves, and they got to opposite colored bishops ending, right?
Hmm.
And yet the bishop didn't move in the game at all. So that was that might have been a record. I don't know.
Like this is a very common thing in such kind of masterpieces because you've mentioned some fun facts that only relate to to those games. I mean, if it was an ordinary game, you would never mention it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like you would not pay attention to.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. No, but sometimes there is what's called Team Krabbe, if I'm not mistaken, web page. There is
Hmm.
a guy from the Netherlands, I believe, who basically assembled all the chess records possible
Wow.
on one single web page. I think like the longest game, the latest castle in the game, the
Hmm.
latest long castle. I don't know, the latest knight g1 f3 move. I mean, this kind of stuff.
Oh my God. I
Yeah, and
wonder
then
how, like, what was the research? I mean,
yeah, I don't know how do you do this. That seems to be like an incredible amount of
like you,
work.
you
But
cannot
anyway,
Google it, you cannot like you cannot search it even in chess base, so
yeah, I mean, perhaps with some clever,
algorithm.
tools you can. But anyway, yeah, that's just amazing. I mean, first of all, assembling
Hmm.
such, such database or such list of records, and also some of those records are amazing. Like I don't
Wow.
know. I believe latest short castle was around move 60, if you can imagine. I mean, in a logical game, it's not like we decided to, just come up with some sequence of moves.
Hmm.
The game that was actually played in the tournament, and then short castle, like you make on move
Oh
60
my.
or so.
Yeah,
So that's funny.
it's hard to imagine. I agree.
I don't remember if I probably didn't mention it on this stream. So from personal records, I was thinking, okay, probably I had some which went unnoticed, but the one that I'm particularly proud of,
Hmm.
uh, of course, with a bit of self irony. Um, I played a lot of Reti, like basically was a one knight f3 player for most of my career, right?
Hmm.
And yet, once I won a game with knight g1 to f3, not the first move, not the first move, not that my opponent defaulted. No, it was very strange line. It was some. I wouldn't come with the moves, but yeah, some very sharp Scandinavian
Uh-huh.
gambit. So I went e4, he went d5, I took,
Hmm.
he went knight f6, knight f6 Scandi,
Yep.
c4, and then you have two moves, c6 and e6, right? c6, almost a transposition to Panov, he went e6. Anyway, I took on e6, he takes bishop e6, and then what? White has an extra pawn, black has like everything open and starts attacking. And we leave the chess moves right here. Okay, the guy starts to attack, he sacrifices the piece, sacrifices more and more material. At some point, my king is around, I don't know, f4 with
Hmm.
white. He's attacking me, and then somehow I calculated slightly better than him. I think originally his attack was correct, but he misplayed it.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the funny fact is that on move like 24, possibly, I finally play knight g1 to f3.
Hmm.
And it's clear that my king is running away and he resigns. Yes, so I won a game with developing the knight from g1 to f3. So that's one of the funny achievements.
Yeah, that's funny coincidence indeed.
Yeah, and especially knowing that I'm used to play knight f3 like on move one in most of my games.
So now you've got the hint, so you have to postpone it as
Postpone knight f3 and maybe
yeah.
I'll get better results. And do you remember there was a game? I think it didn't happen. I think it was Kramnik against Karyakin in some rapid tournament
Hmm.
when they were playing for a very very long time. The position where Kramnik was an exchange up,
Hmm.
it's very, let's say, very easy. I will not mention all the pieces, but again, white had the pawn on e2, black had the pawn on d4,
Hmm.
white has the rook, black has the dark square bishop. But somehow black king was very active, like say the king was on e4 or d5, so it was not automatic. You could not sacrifice an exchange on d4 and win,
So he castled.
right? And they were no, they were playing, and at some point, I don't even remember if he eventually won the game. At some point he missed a possibility to play e2 e4,
Oh
and
my.
it was not possible to take en passant because I don't know, bishop on c3, let's say, was hanging. So he could play e2 e4 and move 90 plus.
And win the game.
And that would be yeah, it was a winning move, and also it would be like world record forever. Like you play e2 e4 on
Yeah, it would be
almost on
remarkable.
move 100, right? By the way, in our games some moves are coming in. Knight c5 check. What's that?
Mm, well, but probably a good move.
He's actually kind of fighting now that I'm thinking of it.
It isn't just a draw.
How's that? King
I think d5 is a
d5,
bit confusing, I agree.
king d5, knight where? b3 or b7? B7
Mm,
is it's gonna get trapped, right?
yep.
So knight b3.
Knight b3 or d3 or e4.
You think he's just holding like this, so not necessarily even knight b3, because wait,
Because there is a
knight.
bishop b6 and now
There is. I can wait a second. I can tell you more. There possibly is rook b8. If I'm not blundering anything. Yeah, knight a5, I'm planning to give a check on b6 first, and then pin it back. Yeah, does it work?
I believe it's
So
better
like
to pin it at once.
no, but then rook d4 check. This is my issue
Oh
with
my.
it. Yeah,
But
but
then,
if I give a check,
but then I'm a bit
huh?
confused with this stuff.
Ah, and I might not make a draw anymore.
Well, you'll make probably.
I will probably make with yeah, but anyway, yeah, so strange. Yeah, it's not that easy. Fabi's a tricky defender.
Knight c5 was tricky.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, king d5. Let's go again. So knight b3, check on b6,
Hmm.
and maybe we switch to the h file,
Yeah, that's clever.
like rook h8, right? And we
Yeah, I believe we play
well,
h4.
we are here. h4. Yeah, not that easy to make progress.
Yeah, it's a
It's
very
actually,
strange
it's actually,
position.
it's actually annoying, right?
Still, we can
Not so
play
many
like
pawns left.
c5. I know it looks a bit ridiculous, but like the point of c5 is to, after knight a5, take on a5.
Hmm.
But then you have important c4 intermediate, which probably solves the issue. Otherwise, if you take on a5, rook h4, I think this is winning. Because you cannot play c4 and your king will be passive.
Probably, but even this is kind of I would if I would be playing with black, yeah, this is probably winning, but I would be looking for the way to avoid the rook endgame at any cost, right?
But I'm not sure that black is able to avoid the rook endgame on their terms.
Wait a second. Can I make this thing that I was trying to make? Can I make it happen somehow? I mean, like attack the knight, allow knight a5, go back and win material. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It didn't work in my line back then. Rook e8 maybe,
E
maybe
or
rook e
F even.
or even f8. Yeah, something
Maybe
like that.
F. Just
So
leaving some
sack
gap.
the a5 pawn, sack the a5 pawn, win the h pawn. We decrease the pawn's material, which is a little bit depressing, right? Check, rook
Three.
h3.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
this is
but
a good chance for black.
yeah, there's still chances. Yeah, I agree that there's still chances.
Yeah, I believe it will be a long game.
Indeed.
A
Yeah.
cherry on the pie.
Yeah. And what's the other game? Dean with Naka. I think there we should be getting closer towards the
Yeah,
end.
it was a bit depressing for black. Let's take a look.
I think we should be getting closer.
Hmm.
Because yeah, unless Ding misplayed it somehow, it felt like just a few moves left.
Hmm. Yeah, Ding against Nakamura. King f5 was played, by the way.
A king f5 played by
Yeah,
Firouzja. Yeah, okay.
this is somewhat
We
unexpected,
shall see. We shall see. Yeah, no, but maybe he has the same plan anyway.
probably.
All
No, no, no,
right,
pardon
all
me.
right.
It's
What's
not a
the
great. This
what's
is a great
the
position.
reality? Yeah, what's the reality here? Just a pawn up.
White is absolutely winning.
White's absolutely winning. He's also to move, right? So it's not like
He can go for
both.
b5 pawn.
He can go after b5
No, but
pawn.
he
He
goes for the
can.
bishop.
Yeah, rook c2. That's what I thought. Rook c2, bishop a3, and then just
Knight
okay.
c3,
Bishop
knight
is
b1, no?
this you can do as well, or b5, knight c7 as
Rook
well.
c2, bishop a3 is on the board. Like after rook knight c3, rook c8 is one of the fewest moves.
But yeah, somehow I don't like moving the knight from d5. It's nice there.
Yep, it's
Can
nice.
we now wait a second? Can we? Yeah, bishop a3 is good. Can we protect the b4 pawn with the knight and instead go like bishop somewhere? Bishop
Bishop e3.
e3,
Yeah,
bishop
that's
e3,
clever
for
indeed.
instance. That's what he did.
Wow,
In
that's great.
fact, that's what he did in the game. And evaluation bar is immediately unhappy with this.
Well,
I don't know.
it wasn't happy as well, so nothing pretty changed. Yeah, very. I
Uh,
mean, like, Dinks became a very technical player, so I like his technique so much. He is not
mhm.
even giving even a single chance for his opponents when he has a sufficient like advantage.
Yeah, but wait, but how do we win now? Bishop
Okay, rook
e3,
rook
let's say
a2 is the threat,
rook a2, rook
and
a8,
the
knight
bishop
c7,
c1.
something. Ah, bishop c1. Yeah,
Yep.
okay, fair enough. Ah, so we win more
Yeah,
material.
yeah, yeah. So it wins by force. Yeah, it's a great game. Maybe knight e4 will be played, but
Yeah, actually, a bit of a chance. No, yeah,
yeah, let's take a look. Like knight e4 is the last
next
reasonable
stage.
option to mess
Actually, not
things up.
even threatening anything. Yeah,
Bishop b4, no. Then king
yeah,
f3.
yeah, kind of.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't even threat. Bishop b4 is not a threat.
I don't know for what for, but I want to win with rook c8 and knight f4.
I know what you
It
do.
probably, it probably doesn't work. Yeah, or
Knight,
knight f4 first. Yeah,
knight
like
f4.
knight
Yeah,
f4
knight f4.
first.
There is g5.
There is
Still
g5.
a
Yeah,
game.
it's better not to show off. Yeah, it's better not to show off.
Still probably
No,
it's winning. Well, but there it's absolutely necessary. After bishop
yeah.
e3, normally black should resign.
Bishop e3. No, no, Naka might take on e4, but yeah, you resign shortly afterwards, like king f3. I mean, why don't you play king f3 and then
Hmm.
decide on what to do? Yeah, just take the knight, go king f3.
Well, I've got like if knight e4 we take, and then we play king f3. If rook
Yeah,
e5 or
that's
rook
what I'm saying,
h4,
king
then knight
f3.
f4. That's the simplest.
Yeah, and then knight f4.
Hmm.
Same thing, but
Well,
wait a second. We are not checkmating though. Rook e5 is correct.
okay.
Rook e5 is correct. Knight f4 he can take. No.
No, but then
Ah,
the
yeah.
fork.
No, I mean, I'm obsessed with this idea of rook c8, knight g6, but you can go knight g6
Yep,
immediately.
yep.
Just pick the
A
rook.
bit
Yeah,
easier.
yeah. Just pick the rook. Yeah, that's yeah. He resigns. He actually resigns, so it's official. Ding
Wow, a
becomes
bit of
second.
thrilling. Like it's a little thriller in the very end of the tournament.
Yeah, and we have to back off with our strong opinion. Like Ding was well about poor opening choice of Ding Liren and so on. Okay, I don't know. Got he lucky? Was everything according to plan? I don't know. The task accomplished. He wins on demand. He becomes second.
Well, I we cannot claim it's not a bad result because the first play that only counts. But like besides and regardless of Nepomnyashchy's result, still Ding performed fine.
Yeah, and once again, there's been a lot of speculations like he wasn't playing for very long and then a jet lag and so on and so on. So basically, he dropped vital points in like game one,
Hmm.
right? I mean, would he take on e4 against Jan in the first round? There was a moment like he could accept the pawn sacrifice and it wasn't much of a compensation.
Hmm.
And the whole tournament could have been different.
Also, he could sacrifice on d5, but that was another story.
Yeah, yeah. They've been, yeah, of course, now it's easy to say you should have done this there, you should have done this
Yeah, yeah,
there.
that's a very, that's a very common thing for like
Yeah, the
all chess
tournament
fans.
is yeah, the tournament is in the books already, but yeah, I must say for the second half, Dean really performed very well
Hmm.
for the second half of the
Yeah,
tournament.
he fought well, and he deserved the second place.
Hmm. All right, so Fabiano and Alireza.
Yep.
So two last guys playing, and
Hmm.
this could play forever. Whenever it's a long day in the office, it's always Fabi. It's
Yeah.
always Fabi. It's not like, yeah, I
The
should probably, by that point, I should probably pick tournaments to commentate where Fabi is not present. Just to save myself a little bit of health. No, but seriously, but poor guy. I mean, that partially explains why he's so tired at the end of the tournament, I think.
Yeah,
So
he could have taken it with ease, but he all the time he's fighting till the very end. I mean, obviously, well, on the one hand he's resilient, on the other he's not, regarding like take into account the current result and him being +3 and now almost putting himself in the position of -1.
yeah, he can easily lose this one.
So that is what like long games are all about. And like probably with aging you've got a bit of wisdom and you realize that short draws is not a bad outcome of the game at all.
But yeah, for some reason, I mean, there are people who, who are capable of. I say today I make a short draw, and tomorrow I fight like there is like, yeah, that's the most
Last game in
important
your
game of my
life.
life. Yeah, yeah. For Fabi, I don't think it works. He is the way he is. So he's designed in such a way that he plays every single game till the very end. I mean,
Hmm.
and that's a good thing for him when he's in good format. It's also a curse, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you are your own biggest enemy, as they say, right? And you're yeah, I wish at some point in my career, I wish I had wisdom. Like, you know, I don't feel well. I don't like the position to call it a day and make a quick draw, right? But
hmm
I was never able to. Like I'm thinking, okay, I'm playing white. I should prove something. Why else would you play chess? Yeah, and when I've started making those short draws, I wasn't already. I've given up basically on my progress. Yeah, I've made a decent chunk of quick draws in my career in later years, but there was already like wisdom. You cannot call it wisdom, but you can also call it kind of burnout, and then yeah, you're no longer shooting at the stars. Let's say, okay, you are doing your job, kind of fair,
true.
fair chess professional, but not more than that.
Seems like Caruana is not about to burn out, so he fights till the very
Yeah,
end in a
well,
very game.
he's trying. Yeah, he's trying. All right. Can we say something about the position, or not any? Not anymore. We are running out of rather out of ideas to talk
Yeah,
about.
like according to ours
King
opinion, white
f5.
black is born up.
Pawn is still there. What was the point? He went king f5 and then to e5. So what is he trying to achieve?
Maybe he's like revealing the absence of moves for white, like knight d. Maybe there has been something wrong with knight d2 for some reason. Then like the king goes to d5. So I presume that it's a bit tricky in order that black can give up a tempo having a bishop and white not. So
Yeah, yes, it's some sort of a zugzwang in a
mhm.
way, right?
And white isn't some sort of Zugzwang indeed, because like if not knight d2,
Yeah, but
then
what's
I'm
the problem with knight d2? I don't really understand.
good question.
Knight d2,
Maybe
for
some sort
instance,
of
yeah,
check,
like it goes knight d2,
or like I don't know what's wrong with king d5 apparently.
king d5, yeah, knight back to b3. I mean, I don't know what kind of progress does it make. And maybe after knight b3, you finally like give it. No, is it c5, c4? No, that's nonsense. Yeah,
That's
I was
strange, yeah.
thinking c5. I'm not actually threatening c4, or I do. No, I do threaten c4, knight d2, rook c8. Yeah, okay, finally figured out. Yes, so I'm forcing white to play c4 and maybe even back to e5.
So e5,
I'm
or my other plan was to put
or
the
maybe
king on
king
a6
c6. To king on a6 to free
to free
to
the
free
rook.
the rook. Yeah, it's a weird position really because
Absolutely.
we made an idiot out of our bishop on b6, but also white's pieces are tied down. Yeah,
Mhm.
strangely.
I mean, like like the essence of bishop b6 only like reveals in this particular line. So we're defining the king first, and when it goes to the king side, we just like making some sort of ankle breaker,
I
playing
don't
king
actually
e5.
understand what's going on.
Like king e5, the knight. Yeah, it's like we're making some, like we're dribbling out the king. Probably knight d2, king d5, I presume. And yeah, the game still goes on. Yeah, also we can ask the broadcast team to show up the game between Caruana and Ali Reza on the smaller board. Actually, currently you have the position in the game between Ding and Nakamura, which could have been decisive in terms of the second participant of the World Championship match. But like the rumors are rumors, the gossips are gossips. So like, nevertheless, the first place is the only that counts. Yep, no worries. Whoa, oh my. Hmm. No, I believe we've been able to see you, but now I only see Kazimir Smalevich masterpiece. All right, yeah. Like, yeah. Mhm. H4 instead of knight d2, yeah. So it means that in some position white can be out of moves.
So king d5, for
But
instance.
I have some sort of doubts about like allowing h4, h5 because this liability may become an asset at some point after rook g4 ideas. Obviously, we should realize that it's quite like horrible to protect the like the A or H pawns with the knight to stop them
Oh, you mean
because
to stop the
yeah,
pawns with the
because
knight,
usually
yeah.
the knights are too bad with the angle pawns.
But wait a second, but yeah, h5, and then I don't really care about my queen side. I just go with the king to g6. What's going on?
Like you mean
It's not like
H5?
white is better. Yeah, h5, king g4. Yeah, I'm just going there.
Yeah, good
I don't
good question.
understand what's the problem is.
You know
Yeah, okay.
we've got H5 on the board. Yeah, and that's why yeah, just to change a little
Yeah,
tiny board to
we
the
will
Caruana against
yeah.
Alirezo's one.
Yeah, we will find out soon, I believe.
Like there is no way how to approach the queen side with the king unless playing c5.
Yeah, c5. There is rook e3. Now that I'm thinking, there is sorry, rook e8. I mean, rook e8 with the idea of
Hmm.
rook e3. But c4, and then I don't know. That's some rook
Yeah,
endgame.
like once again, so if I take on a5,
You take on a5. I thought it's a check. Takes on c3, and the knight is so terribly placed.
fair point, I tend to agree.
Like
Yeah,
knight
this
b7,
position is quite
bishop
impressive.
d4. This looks, yeah. I mean, maybe it's not lost, but
That looks ugly.
you,
Yeah, let's
you don't
assume
want to go for it, right? You don't want to go for
c5
it.
is on the board.
C5's on the board, so c4 is going to be played, I'm
c4 is more or less
guessing.
principled, yeah. But then when we've uh, like
Wait a second, Daniel. If we don't play c4, if we go king g4, because I said c4, knight d2, rook c8, but what's then? How does black make progress?
like c4,
Yeah,
knight d2,
c4, knight d2. The
Rook
c4
c8.
pawn is at the rook c8, yeah, and
But then we're
then
freeing the bishop with rook g5, do we?
rook c5, and where the bishop's
No,
going.
but the
Okay, let's say
question
I
like
go,
king f5.
yeah, I go king f5. It might not be that easy, right?
Look, rook c6.
Rook c6. So you start
And
playing
that's a
for
clear Zugzwang.
some,
That's a
yeah,
Zugzwang.
like funny. Start playing for some Zugzwangs. And then I go knight e4, and yeah. But also
Mm,
your rook is free. Whenever I move the knight, the rook is free, so
yeah,
you can
probably I
go
have
to
some rook
h6. Yes,
e6
finally you're gonna win.
or h6.
H6,
h6 is clever.
h6 as well. Yeah, force the knight back, and then king goes to b5. Yeah.
True. So finally, Alireza came up with the plan. So I believe
So c4, right?
c4 is on the board.
C4 is on the board.
No, pardon me. c4 is not on the board yet, but c4 is the possible line. And
And then we don't even know yet. Wait a second. Maybe
maybe
with the
king
pawn on
e5.
h5, king can actually go towards the fifth rank.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm planning to go all the way to g5. Yeah, and if king g4, then of course king e4 and
And then
fine.
rook goes to a7 all the time.
Yeah, maybe you just win the race as well. Like if king g5, king d3, king g6, king c3, maybe you
Yeah,
win.
that looks like a game over.
It looks like a fortress. White goes knight a1.
Oh my!
I mean, obviously black has to be winning, but I just realized how hard it is to to break this stupid
Like, like
blockade.
if you already had a rook on a7, I would play king b2 and you would be like literally out of moves.
Yeah, but you can go rook a7. Yeah, you
Still, we
can go
can go
rook
rook.
a7. Yeah, rook
I
a7.
know, I've
It
got the
is.
plan. King
Mhm.
b2. You play, let's say, king g7, then we transfer the bishop to.
B4.
No, but then you push the pawn.
Mm, yeah.
Well, still, even this position, I believe it's winning for black, but there is.
Yeah, it is winning. Yeah, it should be. It should be. I mean, with knight on a1, it was more of a
Yeah,
joke.
yeah,
It's
yeah, I
just that I
realize.
thought, yeah, it's funny that uh, uh, it's funny that yeah, you think you won already, and still there is some sort of wall of defense, another wall of defense.
Yeah, you have to break it
Yeah,
through.
can he? Can he? Okay. One more version. If I start by going knight d2 here,
Hmm.
so that
King c6,
yeah,
I
king
believe.
c6, and that was my point. So now I play c4, and at least your king is not like on e5 or something.
Uh-huh.
But your rook is free in this case. Yeah, so you can go. Yeah, your rook or bishop is free, but also rook is free. So
Yeah,
you
maybe rook move is better.
yeah, like rook. Don't
E8,
know where. Oh, d8 by the way.
d8.
D8 because there is no knight b3, right? So you go
Hmm.
d8
Defining
if
the knight.
yeah, if the knight goes, and actually still right now my king is very bad. Now my king is very
Then we
bad.
can also free the bishop with bishop c7
Yeah, free the
and king
bishop,
b6.
king b6 in some case.
No,
Yeah,
it
it
has to be
feels
winning.
like it's winning, but yeah, but it's still a bit of a struggle,
Yeah, rook f8 is a nasty threat.
and obviously a struggle for us to we will have to witness this till the very end, till the last
Hmm.
drop. Till the last drop. But that's Fabi once again. Whenever Fabi plays the candidates, you are to expect. Um, I'm trying to recall last game of Yekaterinburg candidates.
Hmm.
Quite
Wasn't it
possibly,
Fabi?
quite possibly it was Fabi. Yeah, I mean, Berlin for sure. Before that, Moscow almost sure his game against Karyakin.
Hmm.
That's like
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was Karek and Caruana Rouser game.
right. So you see, I mean, every game, every round, every tournament, hard worker. And here, yeah, we desperately need to update the small board
Yep.
and the names because we have no idea what is the time situation and so on and
Yeah,
so
that's
on.
that's quite
That's kind of
crucial.
walking blindly, which isn't. Yeah, which isn't that comfortable, I would say.
Yeah, because we're curious to see time consumption and the time left on the clock.
And just to upset you even more, it's
Hmm.
not the final time control, right?
Yes, I
They
realized.
might reach, yeah, they might reach move 60 and then have another increment. So wait a second. In half an hour, they will have to complete move 60, which they've probably done by that point.
Yep, I hope so.
And then there will be another 15 minutes increment to each player. And to remind you guys, we are living in 21st century and still play a tournament in 3 weeks and a game in 7+ hours. Aren't we a little bit archaic with this? A little bit outdated? I mean,
No,
just asking.
I believe we're doing modern things because things got the tournaments, like the games are no more postponed.
Ah,
That's
yeah. Okay, so we are modernizing our game. It
yeah, I
just
think
it
so.
takes a little bit. Yeah, we are a little bit slow in doing so. Okay, pardon for my demonic look, really, but yeah, it's getting dark, and I tried it with lights on. It's even worse. So I should get myself a proper studio setup. But for the time
No,
being,
no, no, don't mind. I remember when it was a game between, I believe it was Radjabov against Caruana. No, pardon me. Yeah, I would I would like to say Caruana according to your previous speech. Okay, like
hmm
considering Caruana is the most um resilient player.
yeah, stubborn, resilient. Yeah, yeah.
And I believe it was a Teimour game against Firouzja. So Firouzja is
hmm
also like a marathon runner in terms of the games, in terms of the pace and the overall
Yeah,
time.
could be. So those two have met in in one game.
Yeah, and you remember this game? They were playing for more than 7 hours, but the final position they've agreed on draw with the queens and rooks on the board. So it started darkening outside, and I was curious whether like I will finish in the total darkness because I could imagine like queens going off the board and rooks, then like let's say 20 extra moves of the pawn endgames, like kings shuffling, and etc. etc. So I was a bit worried about like the image of the broadcast, like a guy from nowhere, like from the total get broad, like from the total darkness, just like
Yeah.
the voice out of nowhere.
Yeah, at some point we might just switch off the cameras and I wouldn't mind having a photo of myself instead of what we have now. But yeah. So 15 minutes for Firouzja, 20 minutes for Caruana, plus 15 minutes each in 5 moves, 6 moves.
Hmm.
Yeah, can't agree more with the comments in the chat. Yeah, long time controls are good. I'm not arguing. I'm not claiming that everyone has to play, blitz or bullet, right? No, but my idea is actually, you know what? At some point, I'm afraid it's counterproductive. And one game that is kind of gains in quality because of 7 hours time control. You have a
Hmm.
few games where people just get exhausted and then they make stupid mistakes. With nowadays level of preparation, then when you play like 20 moves, very often you're prepared for 15 moves, 20 moves. And if you don't know exact moves, you know the plans, right?
Hmm.
Um I don't know. Like not sure about the exact time control, but cutting it a little bit and it won't hurt for sure. It won't hurt for sure, and it'd be easier for the players as well, because sometimes that that explains those short draws, because you've played 2 games of 7 hours
Hmm.
and then you're exhausted, right? Here you don't have such luxury. You don't have such luxury in this tournament, right? You're gonna have to play if you have chances, you have to play every game. But if it's kind of a commercial tournament, you played a couple of long games and you okay, come
Hmm.
on. I mean, I've played 14 hours in 2 days, and also I was preparing in between,
Yep.
right? So that's a little bit too much. So the point is, and once again, to make it a little bit more dynamic, and we were arguing even with you can call me like a pensioner and a commentator who doesn't play chess, and that's why. But I was arguing with active players, actually quite strong players, and up to the point that you can play 2 games a day, it might not be that bad. Like this, remember this Zurich, what it was called, organized by Oleg Skvortsov,
Yeah, like
Zurich
1 hour
chess,
plus 5 seconds.
yeah, Zurich chess meeting or
Hmm.
Zurich
Just
chess
classic.
tournament,
Let's
whatever,
call it
chess
just
classic.
classic.
It wasn't called the classic, yeah, exactly, because he was trying this experimental time control,
Hmm.
and I don't think it's terribly bad idea. Like I don't know how much time exactly, but let's say an hour plus 30 seconds increment, or even 45 minutes plus 30 seconds increment, you can play 2 games a day.
Yeah, I believe it
Yeah,
would be a very
it'll
nice time control.
be once again. It's in search for the balance. I mean, you can check this. If it doesn't work, maybe adjust it. But I'm in search for the balance between the depth and the dynamism of.
Hmm.
So it's very deep. I agree. 7 hours time control, and once in every 10 games, you find some beautiful hidden idea. But other 9 games, this happens like yeah, half an hour, and then one guy moves the pawn, and then another half an hour passes and the other guy moves the pawn 1 square,
Hmm.
and we have to present it as an exciting game. Sorry, but it's tough, yeah.
Yeah,
It is.
it's difficult to make it being more entertaining. I do agree.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, so the level of understanding you have to have in order to appreciate the subtle differences, or
Hmm.
subtle decisions, it's very high. Like, and so we kind of need to, I think, on one hand, we need to break it down to people, like to explain not only the grandmaster level variations, but also some silly things. Like now, if he's gonna do this, he will blunder a fork, and this kind of stuff. Yeah, but also, yeah, I agree. Yeah, another idea. Yeah, this will be the stream. Miro tries all the crazy ideas of changing the chess world.
Changing the world.
Yeah, changing the chess world. No, no, I'm not touching anything else but the chess world. Another idea. We start with okay. Let's leave the championship match alone. Okay,
Hmm.
that's a nice event. That's basically the only event that is like easy to sell. It has a brand and
Hmm.
well-established tradition and so on and so on. So let's leave the world championship match alone. They can play with 10 hours time control, whatever, and then it kind of the lower the stage of the qualification, the shorter the time control has to be. So
Hmm.
we start by playing like million players playing blitz, right? Then some people they qualify to play rapid. Then we qualify, let's say, to play these Grand Prix and Swiss tournaments and so on, and those are played with 1 hour and something. And
Hmm.
then eventually we are getting to World Championship match with a super series time control because we want to establish the very best. Time controls should be flipped. Opening moves are practically ritual, as though an engine by now. Endgame needs more time. Yeah, that's interesting. 1 hour for 20 moves, and
Hmm.
then 2 hours till the end of the game. How about that? It's actually I never thought of this one. Yeah, there's a suggestion from a chat.
One
It's a nice.
hour for 20 moves, but what
Yeah,
is the sense?
flip the time control. What's the time control here? We have 40 moves in 2 hours, right?
Hmm.
Plus 20 moves for the next, sorry, 1 hour for the next 20 moves, right? Just flip it. So for the first 20 moves of the game, you have one
Okay.
hour. If you
Okay.
didn't prepare, you didn't prepare, your fault, right? And then you have two more hours till move 60.
Now,
So
but
if
explain me please the difference. Let's presume all the players of candidates tournament are well prepared and they will like fit uh, in 1 hour to make all 20 moves. So while they make 20 moves and they are pretty much blitzing
Then
them
there
out,
is, yeah,
then they'll
then
have
there is
three
no
hours.
difference. Wait, then there is no difference. But the value of opening surprise, imagine you have only 1 hour to figure out. I mean, if I come up with, let's say, an opening surprise and move 10,
Wow, that's curious.
yeah, it might be an interesting idea.
Well, but probably still, like, even if you're surprised with an opening idea, it won't be like move 5 or move 6. Most likely it will be move 14. So you're blitzing out 14 moves in less than a couple of minutes, and then you have 58 minutes
Yeah,
to solve this out.
I agree. I agree. But try different time controls. Something eventually is going to
Yeah,
work better
I
than
believe
what
it
we
should
have.
be shortened to a normal one. Like, what do we play in open tournaments? We have
Yeah, like
130
FIDE
plus 30 minutes plus after move
plus
40.
30 seconds all the time. Yeah, yeah.
Yep. I mean,
That's
I believe this like absence of increment has absolutely no sense
yeah.
because
This
otherwise
I
you could,
don't really understand. Yeah.
yep. I mean, it's just another thing that players have to keep in mind during the game. That's it.
Hmm.
Like it basically is just the same while you have 140 plus 30 seconds per move since move one.
Yeah, I think actually this time control is the original one used in London, if I'm not mistaken. I think in London they had the same.
Hmm.
London 2013
Hmm.
explains why Ivanchuk lost that many games on time.
Yeah, he lost many games on time indeed.
Yeah, by the way, let's pay attention to the move as well. Rook h8. So he finds it
King
to
Rook
be
G4.
Rook g4.
That's a
Yeah.
clever attempt to get rid of the pawns. Ah, that was the idea. Now I've got it.
So hang on a second. What do we do now? Rook h5, rook g7,
Well, but after Rook G7, Bishop E5,
c4 check.
C4 check.
I mean, you might be winning with like, oh, you might not be winning. I mean, I don't know.
At least we should be happy that the
Yeah,
pair of
they are
Rook.
exchanging something. I'm happier than ever. They've exchanged a pair of pawns. Yeah, I can't stress how happy am I. By the way, c4 to start with might not be a bad idea.
And after King C6, even Rook G6 first, because Bishop D6 may fail
Is
to.
not possible.
Ah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
pardon me, Rook H6. No, there is Rook H6
Ah,
still.
yeah. There is rook
Still, it's not
h6.
losing, but this is absolutely necessary. Yeah, I believe we have to come up with some nice like adjustment to the current um, format
Time
of
controls.
yeah format of making format of defining the world championship contender.
Mm, yeah. Well, with yeah, seriously though, I really think Magnus's idea of making it kind of a series of three sets
It
might
has
work.
some sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it might work. It'll be, it will be a little bit. It will face the opposition at the beginning, I believe. Yeah. So the idea that you can kind of win on games but lose the match because of
Hmm.
sets, right? This idea is kind of alien to a chess world. That basically, like, if you play three sets of, I don't know how many games, four games, let's say, yeah, and then you win first 3-0, and then you lose other two by -1, you actually lost the match. Yeah, but that would make it, more lively in a way.
You know, and especially from the perspective of view of the previous world championship match, it would be even easier for Nepomnyashchy to like uh, to get over some losses. Let's say when he lost the game 6 in the last match, which lasted for 7 hours 45 minutes. Like he was absolutely exhausted, and like the tilt could even be not for one single day, but maybe for a couple of it. And like if you lose a set, even like your opponent just crushes you convincingly, let's say 3-0, like it doesn't bother you more than like and everlasting torture with playing all 12 games.
Yeah, no, but also, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think, yeah, that if I got correctly what you're trying to say, so that it will have less psychological impact, right?
Hmm.
You starting the tournament badly, or the match in this case, you start in badly, but yeah, you can still win it. While in our classical way, in a classical format, first you kind of have to level the score. You've lost first three, so you have to win three plus
Hmm.
win more. Right, and that of course quite depressing. He, by the way, captured immediately on
Hmm.
g7, Fabi. So he decided c4 can wait. The bishop
Probably.
e5 is what we said, right? But wait a second, now bishop e5 indeed.
Well, like, at least we have rook d7, rook d3, but this is somewhat a bit unpleasant for white. Actually, there is nothing wrong with bishop e5, c4, I believe. Is it? Like king d4 is a move.
Wait a second, c4. Ah, bishop e5, c4, king d4.
Yeah.
Possible.
Like, isn't even lost? No, we have at least knight b3 and knight a5.
Can we move it a little? I mean, can
Yeah, yeah,
we?
of course. Bishop e5. Like rook
Yeah.
d7, probably
Ah, you
will be
mean rook
played.
d7 and rook d3.
Yeah, but let's try out c4.
c4, king d4. This I would be scared to
Yeah, yeah,
do.
because the rook is hanging currently. I agree.
Yeah, by the way,
Very
knight
check.
b3, rook d7. Yeah, king c3. Okay, I don't have a choice.
No, but this is the bad one
King c2.
because of many options. Like rook b3, I presume king a4 is black's
Yeah,
winning.
but king c2 was also like king c2. I think
King c2 is even
could have
easier.
could have been maybe
The end.
winning even faster because yeah, like I'm threatening. You can't move the rook because rook h2, right? Like
Hmm.
rook a3, rook h2. And otherwise bishop b2 is a huge threat. Bishop b2 and a pawn
Yeah,
just
like
wins.
but the rook h2 comes on the very next move. Like no matter
Yeah.
what will be the
Knight
reply.
f3. I mean, I thought knight f3 is the
Ah,
only
pardon me.
kind of the only move, but then bishop b2 finishes the game.
I would even play bishop c3 for some reason.
Yeah, bishop c3 is not bad as well.
So bishop e5 still causes some sort of confusion for white.
Well, what a what a brilliant point in the chat. The bigger problem to picking some interesting format is to getting everybody agree on one of the interesting formats because yeah, chess world is known to be polarized
Yeah,
on
fair
practically
enough.
every single meta, right? I remember people screaming, I mean, what a nonsense your increment, right? We used to play, we used to play with like fair, square, understandable time controls, and now you introduce this stupid increment of 30 seconds. Now we are whining about no increment.
Im-
And it's
im-
always going to be like that.
Imagine how shocking it would be to a player who faced, like, who was living during and playing actively during the period when the games were postponed, and then he faced some Bronstein control, time control, some delays, some time increments, hyperbolic chess. Like, what a mess.
Yeah. No, hyperbullet is not chess. Okay, let's
Yep.
agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a video game.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a video game. But yeah, but by the way, delay versus increment. Honestly, I never thought of it. Yeah, I knew this existed. It's Bronstein, right? The
Hmm.
Bronstein thing. That when you run out of time, basically, you of course know what it is, but maybe for the
Hmm.
viewers. So when you run out of time, what happens in our case, the increment, you get 10 seconds plus to your clock every move, right? You get 10 seconds, you played a move in 1 second, so you have nine left.
Hmm.
You played another move in 1 second, so it adds up, right? 18 seconds and so on and so on. While delay is when you ran out of time and you will never ever have more than 10 seconds to make a move,
Hmm.
right? So you get 10 seconds, you spend all of them or you spend one of them. Next move, you have exactly 10 seconds. And for you know for classical, if we are talking 30 seconds, increment or delay might not matter all that much. But for blitz, I remember one of the seasons of Grand Chess Tour was played with delay instead of increment.
Hmm.
And people were complaining, like, really, I've heard from Grishuk, who is, let's not forget, 3 times world blitz champion, right? He said, I cannot play with it because you have some sort of a rhythm. You know, you've played 3 moves quickly, you've accumulated some time, right? And then you didn't accumulate anything because it was, let's say, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds delay, not the increment. So you always like this never ending time trouble. You can only end this mess by flagging
Yeah,
yourself.
like the result doesn't never ends in this in such
Yeah,
case.
so that's strange, and also on one hand I'm criticizing the time controls, like this ultra long time controls, but also I'm thinking, why on earth we have different time controls all the time, and people keep experimenting. Why don't we settle finally for something, preferably the one that we both picked, like this open tournament time control we called it, which used to be called official FIDE time control.
Hmm.
130 plus 30 plus 30 seconds each move, which average game would last no longer than 5 hours,
True.
right?
Fair point.
And usually very dynamic. I mean, you pass first time control and then the other. It's kind of the other. You do get some time to, recalibrate yourself, but the other time control is coming pretty fast. Yeah. By the way, we didn't get the move correctly. King c6 played by Ali Reza.
Yeah, but it's a bit hard to.
Yeah. Well, what was the problem with bishop? Maybe rook d7 is a better guess.
Yeah, rook d7 probably, but still, like
Maybe
I'm not quite convinced. King
rook
c6, then
d7.
king goes to b5. Like you have to play rook
Yeah.
g3, I assume.
Yeah, like kind of the king is entering this way. While what he does, it's a little bit meh.
What pardon me? Unless there is some no
Rook
bishop
a7 is
e5. Yeah, maybe we
bishop
can
e5.
get some sort of explanation after bishop e5.
Ah, wait a second. Rook a. Ah, hang on. What did we say? Check, king d4. Was knight b3 a thing?
But then we
Oh,
realize that
no,
it,
king c3. Yeah, king c3. I
king
keep
c3 is even
forgetting.
more accurate.
King c3 is winning immediately. No, because I was thinking king
Rook
c4, knight
b7
a5.
still.
Ah, rook b7 is still alive.
Yeah,
Still
for all of a
alive.
sudden,
Ah,
like
and if
like
I,
king c4, rook
yeah,
a.
king c4, knight a5.
I believe it's winning
King
because
b5, rook a7. And it must be winning, but
yeah,
once again,
we
no.
play this, it's winning,
I will give a check. Yeah,
and then rook a2. Ah no, oh my.
there is check from b7 in this case. There is a check from b7.
Yep, quite a. It's a very kinky position. Very odd. Knight b3,
So wait
I
a
think.
second. Is it correct that Alireza has 23? No, no, it's not. 20. It says 23 seconds, but it's not right. It's not
Mm,
right.
it's hard to judge. Apparently, he may have 23 seconds.
No, the time doesn't make sense. Look, still almost 15 minutes till the end of the game. Till the end of time control. Sorry, not the end of the
Mhm.
game. The time control of move 60. Fabi has 5 minutes left. Firouzja has to have 7 minutes left. So it doesn't
Yeah,
add up.
true, true.
So it
It
should
doesn't
be.
match.
I mean, one of the clocks or both clocks have to be wrong.
Yeah, I'm quite curious about the explanation what was wrong with bishop e5.
Nothing.
Let's
How
check it
about
out
how
once
about
again.
nothing? How
No,
about
but then black
nothing?
is winning.
Yeah, but maybe he just missed something.
Yeah, that's more likely
Don't you
to be.
think it's don't you think it's possible?
It's more likely to be, I agree.
Yeah, wait, I still want to find the exact win. Knight b3. So we said king c3,
Oh, king c3,
rook
rook b7.
b7. Yeah, rook b7. You know what might be a funny way to? Nah, you don't want to do this.
Like rook
I was
h2, rook
thinking.
b2. No, it doesn't work.
I was thinking bishop c7,
Wow.
but that's ridiculous. Yeah, like bishop c7. I assume the rook ending is winning, right? I mean,
Hmm.
king is way too
Yeah,
active.
easily.
You cannot take c5 because I protect the bishop. You cannot take a5 because I run away with the bishop and I'm threatening a4.
Yeah, that's
I
a
mean,
very cunning
if
move.
this, I mean, it's a nice move, but I think after say rook b5, it still goes on, or maybe it doesn't go on. Maybe I just don't. Ah, no, king c4. Wait a
King
second,
c4.
king c4. I do win.
Bishop c7 is a
Yeah, like
study
if
like
bishop
move.
c7 works, it's funny.
Still, I'm a bit curious. Give me a sec. Bishop e5. So the pawn is hanging. So rook d7 and c4 are the only valid moves.
Wait a second. If you attack the a pawn two times, like knight b3 immediately, or rook
Yeah,
a7
rook a7
immediately,
has to be
maybe
played
rather.
first.
Yeah, rather rook a7, bishop c3, knight b3. Can he stop it?
No, but that looks quite risky. No, but then like the rook endgame can be lost.
And is lost. Yeah, king c4, they take it and go
Yeah, yeah,
rook
we just go
b5,
for
and
it and that's it. And rook
yeah,
b5.
yeah. I keep forgetting about this rook endgame option.
So let's try out c4, king d4, the most active one. Still, I'm not quite convinced that even king c6 doesn't doesn't give black good winning chances. Okay, king d4 is the most logical. Knight b3, king c3, rook b7, bishop c7. That was your idea, a brilliant one. And like, if there is another check, if we
Yeah,
can
like
calm
rook
down, play
d7
rook
we
d7.
checked. Yeah. Ah, rook a7 now. Ah, maybe that's the reason. Maybe just rook a7. Okay, check from
Yeah, but
h2.
then check from h2. Yep. No, but then
Check
it's
from
lost. Once
h2.
again, it's lost.
King. Where the king's going?
No matter. Like king d3 and we play bishop d4, it's game over.
Knight f3. Watch out for knight f3.
Like,
So king d1. Ah,
still,
king d1, king d3.
yeah,
It's yeah, it's lost.
yeah, like,
It's lost.
we have,
Knight d1. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like it was winning. I'm not sure if he will not win by going king c6, but still a bit of a strange choice.
like the evaluation bar, if we trust it, just shows that it's a dead drawn position.
No, we shouldn't. We should not be trusting this valuation bar. But how many pieces left, by the way? It's
So
not that
we
many,
can
right?
look for Nalimov table
Yeah,
base.
I'm looking. Yeah, how far are we from the table
I know we
base?
have like
Still, yeah, it's like
four
nine
white,
dudes, yeah,
nine.
or eight dudes, nine dudes. Must be nine. Three, four, five. Yeah,
Still too much.
too many, too many pieces.
Yeah, that's strange. King d3, but then like the position starts fizzling out.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, he was maneuvering cleverly. That's what we thought,
Hmm.
right? In order to penetrate with the king, and ended up simply trading the king side for whatever reason, and
Hmm.
also allowing white king to get closer to the pawn. Yeah,
Yeah, in terms of
yeah, agree.
defending, white has achieved a lot, obviously.
Okay, now serious question. Two pawns up. Is it enough? Rook h3, rook c3, bishop e5.
Rook h3,
Yeah, that's a serious
where the
question.
king goes.
Whatever, rook c3.
Yeah, no matter.
Yeah, yeah. Rook c3, king c3, bishop e5,
I believe
king.
it just doesn't work
It's just a
by
draw. Yeah, it's just
force.
a draw. King c4 and knight b3.
I know, but is it? Yeah, it is. It is a draw, indeed.
Yeah, knight b3, just a
But
draw.
if it, if
a4 takes a3, king b3, and
but you
that's
know,
it.
like the funny question, like if it's not forcing, I mean, like if there is no knight b3 And let's imagine we're able to put our knight to a4. It will still be a draw, right? An easy one.
Bishop. No, there might be some ones like knight on a4, bishop on d4.
Ah,
You are
you're
to
right.
move.
Yeah.
You are to
Somehow I
move.
forgot
Yeah,
that knight on a4 is not a good piece. Like by all
yeah.
means.
It's good. It's good that we have a forcing draw.
Hmm.
It's good that we have a forcing draw in this case. Hmm.
Well,
I,
we we hope
Bishop
that
e5 now. Okay, okay, fair enough. Bishop e5 now, so that the threat is rook h3,
and then
and
nothing happens
rook
really.
f7 played. Yeah.
Yeah, rook h3 probably will be played, and even rook f3 might be like drawing easily.
Hmm. I don't understand what's that.
Yeah, like knight c4 comes on the very next move probably, unless there is some rook h3 check.
So rook h3, rook f3. Is this a draw? Yeah, I mean, it was a draw with one less pawn, right?
Hmm.
So
Yes, it is.
yeah.
I hope this game would like underline the drawbacks of this time control, of this 7-hour time control, when it's always everything sold out in the tournament and still everybody's in the wait mode till the very last
Yeah.
game
No, but
finishes.
seriously, Daniel, that's my point. Did it increase the quality of the end game? The
Yeah, that's
fact
a
that
bit
they had one,
doubtful. That's a
I'm
bit
not
doubtful.
sure. I'm not sure. So that's the problem with this kind of time controls. So that yeah, there will be an exception. I agree. There will be, let's say, a specific, very complex end game,
Hmm.
and there will be a player who would be able to figure it out, and thanks exactly to this one extra hour. But rather often than not, it'd be this. It'll be this that they would still make mistakes. It's just that mistakes would take them more time to make.
Hmm.
Yeah, pardon me, I'm not an expert on chess. If it's not like I'm criticizing the players. Yeah,
Don't worry,
yeah, I
we will
sounded
we will
like
erase it off the
yeah.
broadcast.
At some point, I just realized like I've sounded like I know what mistakes you guys making. I would never make such silly mistakes. No, it's not this. It's yeah, it's very tiresome for the players who already especially in this kind of tournament.
Hmm.
So Alireza decides on a4, and might be not a bad timing for it. Okay, a4. What do we do with white? We were claiming a couple of minutes ago. We were claiming it's an easy draw. Okay, let's show how exactly do we make this easy draw if we make it. Because king c2 runs into rook h2, and strangely, it's a very annoying pin, right?
True.
Rook a7, I have a check on the third rank. So knight c4, it's still a stupid check.
And actually it is move 50, 60, pardon me. So
It is
it is,
move 60
yeah,
for
it's a
Fabi.
crucial point of the game.
It's a crucial moment, yeah. Hmm.
Like I was claiming knight c4 comes on the very next move, but then
But
it
there's a
goes.
check, yeah. There's a check. And with rooks on the board, it's kind of never a draw with two pawns, right? If you drop c3 and the rooks are still
Hmm.
there,
Yeah, it
it's
should
always
be
going to be
easily
winning.
winning. Yeah.
It's kind of always going to be winning. Other than that, he's okay. If I'm not allowing this, okay, if I'm not going knight c4, do I have other options? King c4 is pointless.
Hmm.
Knight f3 looks like a move in the wrong direction, right?
Not necessarily. Still,
I
there's,
want to disturb the bishop, right? I want to disturb the bishop
yeah,
this
it's a
way.
good thing. And also
But
you
maybe
prepare king
bishop,
c4.
yeah, but maybe bishop c7 in this case.
And then we play king
Second
c4
F.
for all of
Ah,
7.
and then we play king c4,
And there
and
is a
then we wanna,
shortage of squares on the fifth rank to make a check.
and also rook f6 is kind of an annoying idea.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, maybe that's what white
Yeah,
has
so
to
that's
do.
the way how we handle it out.
Maybe that's what white has to do. Yeah, bishop c7 might not be the brightest move, but anyway. Yeah, I still like our version of what we were looking at
Bishop
with king
e5.
penetrating like the d4 and stuff. Yeah, maybe we were missing something simple because I constantly claim that the players making mistakes on sixth hour of play or seventh hour of play. But what about commentators who are not using the engine? By the way, it's only logical that we would miss things even harder than the players, right?
Yeah, we're also burning out. We should claim that we're also burning out, and it's quite tiring
Yeah, it's
to put all
understandable, but
focus on several games at once. Oh,
yeah,
knight
but
e4 is
knight
played.
e4. Wait, what's knight
Like
e4?
now this evaluation bar became a bit,
Curious about the
yeah,
position,
like
right?
shaky.
But what is knight
Oh
e4?
my,
It's getting worse and worse. Ah, wait a second. Check on h3. Where do you
right?
go?
Probably
King c4, rook h4,
king
right?
c4, I believe rook e3 is. I
Ah,
know.
rook
Rook e3, knight
e3 is.
c5. Still your like white is left
Wait,
at c5.
knight c5, rook c3, king b4. That's
Mhm.
the point. No, but rook h4.
Rook h3 is on the board.
Yeah,
King
yeah, rook h4. I want to play.
king c4, rook h4. That's a fair point.
Yes. So now you can't take my pawn. You have to absolutely have to go back,
Hmm.
and then maybe even like c4.
Should we?
C4 and wait, can I go
Like you can
like
give another
a3? I
check.
mean, I would not be surprised if there is some like tactic, like
Oh my,
I go
yeah.
a3,
And
rook
then a
a7, a2,
agree.
this kind of
That's
stuff. Yeah,
cute. Yeah,
this kind of
just
stuff.
to
I mean,
show it on the board. That's very cute.
yeah, like check
And I
and
like this.
actually it was not working because of king e2, knight f2, right? Or maybe yeah,
Or
this
maybe still
bishop g3. I mean, come on, we should stop fantasizing. Yeah, bishop g3, and then
a king of 3 white is on time.
is he?
Ah no, pardon me, it's not.
I cannot really calculate anything
No,
by
that's a
that
draw.
point. Like,
That's a draw indeed.
no, wait, just take on f2, king b5.
Yeah, but then like I've calculated there, white is first to play king e4 and king d5.
Yeah, and now it's better if I go back to b5 and make a draw, right?
Yep. Good thing. Yeah, like reconsider reassessing your own moves, like Bronstein said. Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
if you made a mistake, it's not too late to reassess it and make a move back.
Yeah, and also I think Voretsky in his books mentions a lot of examples of such stuff,
Mhm.
like when um, you made a dumb move. But I will explain it in very simple terms, and because I've fallen for this many times, you make a clearly kind of a dumb move, but then you like to act smart. So instead of accepting, okay, that was dumb. I'm just coming back. I'm losing to tempi. My position is bad, but at least I can play. You tend to pretend that everything is going according to plan,
Mhm.
right? And then it makes the situation even worse.
Mhm.
So sometimes, yeah, that's a very valuable lesson. That sometimes you just have to accept, yeah, okay, that was a mistake. Let's return. It's very, yeah, it's painful. It's awkward. Like
Yeah, like it's
sometimes in a,
against the nature.
yeah,
So
it's against the nature to accept it. Yeah, but yeah, sometimes that's the best you can do.
frankly speaking, I've never followed this advice.
Yeah, but that's same with me. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I've read it, I found it useful, and yet I still like to pretend. No, no, I'm not making such an idiotic move that I have to go back. No, no, everything is according to plan, guys. You know.
Like, was it a very famous quote out of the like some film? Like it's outstanding plan, Walter. Is it some?
Mm, Yeah,
Is it?
probably, but yeah, the quote sounds familiar, but
Yeah.
I can't remember what movie that was from. Check is given, so Fab is calculating king c4, right? And he's got extra time to calculate that.
What's a pity?
By the way, by the way, kind of another question: How bad? How bad is White's business after king c2? Yeah, because maybe you can go by the method of elimination. Like if king c2, king d5 just loses on the spot,
Hmm.
why would you even bother calculating king c4? You just go king c4, that is, right?
It's like probably his. Well, if both moves are losing, probably he would choose king c2 instead of king c4, unless he finds something spectacular. I mean, after rook h3, like you have a very unpleasant choice between like having an absolutely lost position being a piece down, let's say after rook h4, and then like we'll have to take the a pawn, but then the knight falls, or we give up the c pawn and then still like praying for some sort of tactical trick. Like from the practical perspective of you, maybe still it's not the worst time to reassess like
Yeah, but
what's
wait,
going
but
on.
I still don't understand how we continue the game after king d5.
Yeah, like king d5. Yeah, that's a question indeed.
Because we are dropping the second pawn automatically, right? So
Mm,
that's no, I mean I don't
king
see
d2. Oh my.
a
But
king d2,
basically it's just the same. Like I don't see any sort of difference.
king d2. I mean, there is difference. The king also is kind of worsely placed against the a pawn, right? So,
Hmm.
so now with king on c2, a pawn was more or less stopped, but now also some a3 nonsense might work. No, but
Oh,
king d5.
king
Now
d.
he has to be winning immediately.
But he has to take his time. It's not a bad
Yeah, of
decision
course.
to cautiously calculate, like reassess everything and calculate.
Yeah. So now Ali Reza getting what 15 minutes to think of this, right?
And I'm curious of
And
the final standings on the bottom of the cross table. Like
yeah, who's
if
the last guys? By the way,
like
yeah. By the way,
Firouzja overcomes Duda, or
we've completely forgotten to discuss one more thing. Who is getting relegated from the candidates tournament? Who is not participating in the next
according
cycle?
to your proposal to yeah to relegate the worst player of this like out of the next world championship cycle.
Yeah. Okay, it didn't pass yet, but yeah,
Let's create a petition.
yeah, there will be, yeah, the so maybe not the next cycle, but the one after that, the one after that. No, but that's funny. Can we? Yeah, so 94, as Chad correctly points out, was probably a massive blunder, and then after Rook H3, not much you can do.
What was the better decision after a4? Was it like rook
I think
knight
we said
f3?
knight f3 was making some sense,
Hmm.
yeah, because you cover h4, and maybe that was
Yeah,
important,
that was
yeah.
vital indeed. King d5 is on the board.
But king d5, it's not even clear what he's planning to play, to be
Knight
honest.
f2. No, but
Knight
then
f2,
yeah, bishop takes
rook,
c3.
rook take, no, rook takes,
Rook
no,
takes, yeah, rook takes is easier indeed.
just rook takes. It's like everybody's protecting everyone. Rook takes, bishop to d4, pawn to a3, like everything's protected 100 times. Yeah, bishop c3 might win as well, but yeah, bishop c3, it's getting a little awkward. Look, bishop c3, king c2.
Hmm.
And
I
then,
thought
yeah,
we have like rook
you have rook
g3.
g3, right?
They have
Rook,
king h, knight h1.
no, you have, yeah, maybe,
Ah, but then
yeah, but
rook
knight
e3.
h1, rook e3,
Yeah, rook
because
e3.
I actually thought the opposite, like you go rook e3, knight d1, and yeah, and
Hmm.
white wins in exchange, but rook g3 is good enough. But still, rook c3 feels more natural. Doesn't matter, they both win. They both win.
Hmm.
It's important not to leave the rook on h3, right? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like,
to think a little bit and to go a3, for instance. Okay, let's not decide on what we take c3 pawn with. Let's go a3, and then knight h3,
like
and
the fun fact, I thought like a3 is still making a draw,
it
but
might, I
it's
don't know,
not. No, no,
king c4. No, but you can go king
unfortunately.
c4 first. You can go king c4 first. Who
Well, but
knows?
it doesn't
No,
like.
you probably, yeah. This it's absolutely it's out of boredom, of course,
Yeah,
and because once again we are running out of stuff to talk about.
because now well, I've got a very funny story from my maybe under 12 European champ, and it's been a game between Alexander Bortnik and Yuri Yeliseev, two young prodigies. Unfortunately, Yuri Yeliseev passed away in age 20, and Bortnik had a clearly winning rook endgame. And for some reason, like imagine he had a rook on e1 with black pieces and king on d6 and a pawn on h5. And Yeliseev had a king, let's say, on b2 or b4, so he was like absolutely offsided, and the rook on a7. Like probably h4 was mm, like or king e6 or another sort of move was winning, but like he lost attention to the the opponent threats and played king e5 and allowed rook e7, but still, I mean, it was a draw.
It still was still a draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
so
he had just a
blundering a rook.
yeah.
Yeah.
He has an advantage. Like he had a pretty wide margin, but like the draw is a
Yeah.
draw.
Well, once it happened to me that I've blundered the rook and still won the game, and
Wow.
almost it was almost correct. I mean, I needed a little help from my opponent, and yeah, somehow I had some like far advanced passed pawns in the middle game. It was a wild position. Then all of a sudden I just blunder a rook and we trade the queens. I baited him in trading the queens. So he should have kept the queens on, but you're rook up, we are in a time trouble. He traded the queens and it turned out that the pawns are stronger than the rook.
Like
Yes, sometimes happens.
in
Yeah.
addition to this, I may recall like probably the funniest case while you've been talking about like giving up a rook probably is not the worst with what can happen to you. It's been a game in Aeroflot Blitz, I assume. Vladislav Kovalev played with black piece like against Natalia Zhukova, and he had an absolutely winning position. And even if he just like swap away the rook of the board, still it will be winning. But the point being that he captured his own rook with his piece, and at that very time, the rule said that if you make an illegal move, it's absolutely forbidden, and it's punished with 0 in the cross table. So like if you just like took off the rook of the board, and it wouldn't be a big issue in terms of like the
He would still be winning.
yeah.
Yeah. By the way, mm, since I'm in a kind of choose violence today. Yeah, chose violence today and talking about rules I don't like, and nobody seemed to be able to stop me. I think that's a ridiculous rule, to be honest. I mean, not the rule itself, but um, the way it turned out. The way it turned out. Yeah, obviously, uh, something should stop me from making illegal moves on purpose, right? If we are talking blitz chess,
Mhm.
right? Because otherwise, I'd be creating mess by just making illegal moves. If I'm not getting punished, I'll play an illegal move, and then we'll return to this point and replay the game. So I can, if I'm an asshole, I can create a lot of mess out of it. Yeah, but the way it turned, that a lot of people play, and sometimes even kind of setting quirky tricks in order for you to make an illegal move
Like
in an
putting the
upside.
pieces in the middle of the square,
Yeah,
like
like put the
of the
piece in
squares.
the middle of a square. I mean, all the dirty tricks. It's again somehow against the spirit of the game, and also I've claimed it. I've claimed it a couple of times, and I'm ready to claim it again. Um, it's what? It's for sure 18 years, maybe 19 years since I'm a grandmaster. I don't know how to promote a pawn into a queen by the rules of chess. Seriously, feed the rules of chess. I mean, I know how the pawn is promoted, but I'm not sure
Like
if I would
technically,
not be.
how it should be
Yeah, I
done.
mean, all this nonsense that they've started, like, you have to put the pawn on the eighth rank, or no, you have to remove it and put the queen immediately. And imagine you're also capturing with this, like, you have a pawn on e7, you have to capture the rook, and on f8, and
Mhm.
at the same time promoting to
Yeah,
queen. Okay,
that's
I
ridiculous.
resign. I mean, I don't want to play this game. It's all made up stuff.
You know, like the only sense of the rule of like the only possible, like of zero possible illegal moves, let's say, is that, for example, if your opponent is running out of time and making an illegal move on purpose just to make a move, not to be run of time, not to be out of time, and then like how you can deal with it. Because like
Yeah, that's
when the arbiter comes, when it's readjusts the clock, giving you extra like seconds, he can easily like figure out
figure
what is
out
going
what's
on
the
the board. Yeah.
yeah.
So
So
this
that's
is the
why I
only
don't.
way how where this rule like works in a proper way. I agree.
Yeah, but yeah, but that's actually why I don't like very short time controls. Not because it's not fun, but because people tend to abuse it, and
Yeah, yeah.
it's
It's
it's a lot
violent.
of not very kind guys around. So regrettably, I mean, some of them they might be kind guys, but the behavior during the game sometimes it's like far from being like perfect gentleman behavior. But other than that, I'm very happy with rules of chess. So maybe I'm just not very happy with humankind.
Well, all
By
right.
the way, what's going on here?
Didn't
Captured
didn't
on
he mess it
c3
up?
with the rook. Wait a second. I was advertising that this is a clever move to take with the rook, and yet rook f5 happens. What do we do?
Well, I believe it's still not the end of the world. But we have to show up with some precision. Maybe rook g3 in order to avoid knight g4, then you play knight d3, and then
Yes.
maybe we win by force, like taking on g. Yeah, let's say knight d3. I believe rook
Yeah,
g3,
we have to check this line. Yeah, we have to check this line. Knight d3 takes
h3.
a3. Is this winning?
Yeah, I think so. Because after rook f2, we have c4 intermediate.
We have c4. I also thought bishop b2 is kind of
Also
funny
bishop
waiting
b2,
there,
like I was a bit.
but yeah, but you don't need this
Yeah.
one. Yeah, c4 is much clearer. Yeah, you just go
So I
c4.
believe Firouzja just calculated it from the very beginning. Or blundered rook f5,
But got lucky.
but got lucky to have rook g3. Probably the only winning move. Maybe rook c4 was also winning, and then rook e4. I don't know.
Yeah, rook c4, rook e4 would do.
But this is a bit
Yeah,
more
but
rigged. I mean, in order to just finish it right away.
hmm yeah, but poor Fabi. I can't believe.
Yeah,
So
it's
Dean
shocking.
scored. Wait a second. Dean scored +4 in the second half,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Fabi scored
No, no,
-4.
no. Pardon me. Ding scored +3. Don't exaggerate him.
+3. Okay, he started on minus
-1.
2, and yeah,
Like
I'm getting
he
confused.
beaten the drought in round 9, winning against Duda.
Yeah. That's correct. And Fabi, what? Fabi was on +2 or 3.
He was
I'm
+3
confused.
after round 7 after winning his game against. Let me
Yeah,
think.
you're right. You're right. 5 out of 7 he had, and then it means he scored -4, which is what, one and a
Yeah,
half.
that's insane. Yeah, actually, that's insane.
That's absolutely mind-boggling.
Hmm.
Other than being exhausted, tired, I have no explanation for that whatsoever. And he will have to
He
kind of
resigned. Actually, he
take
resigned.
some time to
Reassess
to come
his.
back after that. Yeah, to come back after that.
Well,
Alrighty, so this is the end of it, right? Yesterday I brought you a bit of luck and the round wasn't that long. Today, well, we can say the round was at least entertaining, yeah, but it was a long round. So
true.
Nepo makes a draw. and we agreed it was not that easy for him to motivate himself to play at all.
Well,
But
but he had black pieces.
it was a fair fought game,
Mhm.
I believe,
It was
and
quite a
yeah,
game, obviously.
it was quite interesting. Yeah, then the biggest result is Dean beating Nakamura after quiet symmetrical opening, and that places Ding second
Hmm.
in the overall standings, with some percentage chance of playing the match against Magnus Carlsen.
Hmm.
Sorry, against Jan Nepomnyashchy.
Against Jan
No,
Nepomnyashchy.
no, yeah. And if there is anyone to play a match against Magnus Carlsen, it's Jan Nepomnyashchy himself.
Unless he like
Yeah, imagine the situation. Yeah,
refuses to
that would
play.
be crazy. Yeah, that would be crazy. Like Magnus plays Prima, and then yeah, drags it on and on and on. Like gives those indecisive interviews. Like I'm not sure if the match is happening or not. And then finally Jan says, oh, "Okay, I don't want a match."
Yeah,
It
yeah.
won't happen, of course. It won't happen. But that would create quite a
A-
case.
Quite a lot of memes.
Yeah. Anyway, what else? Raji winning today with black and also improving his tournament situation by great deal in the second half.
Yeah, we should applaud for Raji performance in the second leg. So, I mean, despite all everybody being criticizing him, he came up stronger and fought well in the second leg. Obviously, well, I can't say he impressed us with some opening ideas, but still he played quite a good solid
Yeah,
chess.
he played a solid tournament. He played a solid tournament.
And
Yeah,
actually his
indeed.
approach to play this particular line against Rapport just uh, drag him down to that sort of position where he has to be creative, like paid off for him eventually.
Yeah, we probably should blame Rapport for, I mean, or Rapport rather, Rapport has to blame himself
Yeah, for
for
being too
losing this
artful. Yeah.
game. He was kind of wasn't really outplayed, right? So
Hmm.
he was perhaps too aggressive. But anyway, that was an interesting day,
Yep.
and that is the last day of the candidates 2022.
Like somehow I've got used to it, and now with a very heavy heart, I have to like we have to say goodbye to each other.
Okay, thank you, Daniel, for having me on the show. Thank you
Thank
guys
you.
for watching us, and see you next time. Yeah,
See you.
bye.